My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. We're that country music song, playing on your radio. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your footsteps. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside. But it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's gonna little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Either find, hear it in my soul, redefine what I thought was whole. Either gone, hear it in my soul. Either gone, either gone, This is the moment. It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy. Turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, scooping 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. So come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see a red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy. Turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, scooping 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you.
'cause this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we could move into each other's space now, without a change in mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Love, we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
is calling out to me. Yeah, on the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser, is anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. We're that country music song, playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi, to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul.
LG 我觉得是前期进攻特别强的队伍，然后他们的打架能力很强，然后我觉得我们的打架能力也不差。
我觉得 JDG 的弱点不是很多，但是他们的体系比较少吧，所以我们可以针对一下这个点。
进入4强就觉得都是很顺其自然的，因为我们实力非常强。
我们拿了冠军之后，内心变化还是没有的吧，就还是想拿更多的冠军去追求那最高的目标吧。
虽然我们春季赛没有走到最后，但是夏季赛的话，我自己再打好一点，感觉我可以带我们队员拿到冠军。
在追，还有TP绕到后面，
天罗地网，
想帮他拿5杀。Moscow 的选手，
刚开始打职业的时候，目标可能就只有冠军吧，但是现在打多了，发现打好每一场比赛才是拿到冠军最重要的东西。
你的大招可以去进行阻隔，
小天能不能劈成？
但是劈成不了，大招要给抢到。
我觉得我们现在也是联赛的顶尖战力吧，所以每个队肯定都会特别针对我们的，也不要松懈吧，就继续努力，把今年1整年的冠军都拿下。
主要这把他太强劲了。
是的，开团开4个，我的天哪，这死亡绽放呀！这个迪克。
现在拿了2次亚军，其实对我来说没有什么太大的影响吧，因为每一天都在变化嘛，所以我们是不需要有任何压力的，我们就好好的拿出最好的状态，打好每一场比赛，我们就赢下最后的冠军。
Double kill， 这波再打一个纯哥甲，再这样的话，看见这个位置，海克斯杀，这一下4杀吗？这么高明
这里不是我们的终点，我们会继续打下去的。
就是想要去赢下他们。
听到的王朝还没有结束，
没有什么想说的吧，就放马过来吧。
Welcome one and all right back to your comfort zone here in the LPL Summer Playoffs 2023. I'm Mazel and I'm joined by the ever lyrical genius Lyric. My friend, we are going to have a treat in front of us tonight. Before we get to that though, we do have to talk a little bit about yesterday, but boy, do we have an entree to behold tonight as well ahead of us. We will be getting into JDG versus LNG, but after the last night, I feel like we have to be a little bit introspective of how these summer playoffs are going.
Yeah, it's been all over the place, right? We've had like a bunch of 3-2 series, some like close 3-1s, just a lot of different flavors. I think the expected top teams have been the ones doing well, and that kind of held up true yesterday, right? BLG playing up against top esports, and they were just the better team. They came out looking so good right off the rip. We had game 1 was such a huge stomp, nothing that TS were able to do, and I feel like it's something we've seen consistently when top esports lean on some of these like late game carries that they just aren't able to get through the early game because they still do like to brute force. They made us think they were going to bring it back in game 2, Mazel, but it just didn't hold up.
I will say there were some fight backs. I was very happy to see that we like ended up getting an actual game 3 that felt like a game 3. It felt like both teams had woken up a bit and had come to the occasion. But then you started seeing BLG just rise leaps and above top esports. I will say though, out of anything, Rookie tried his damnedest to pull this back. Jackie Love was having incredible performances, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I was going to highlight Jackie Love too, because it's in game 4, the game right after this one, where there's just so many crazy back and forth team fights. Like game 4 of BLG versus top Beast looks like a game 5 of any series. And it's actually this team fight right here that's just so beautiful, beautifully played by Jackie Love and Rookie to make you believe that they can make the run happen. But hell, BLG didn't finish first in the regular season 4-0, already getting their place in that upper bracket, semifinal. So now it's just going to be about which opponent they're going to meet out of who's left standing today.
Yeah, it's crazy. It works both ways, right? Because BLG are going to be looking at our series to see, are they going to get a rematch against their nightmare in JDG, or will it be LNG who upset them? While Top Esports now sitting in the lower bracket, they're waiting to see who exactly is going to be their competition, right? I think there are such heavy aspirations, such heavy pressure on Rookie and Jackie Love as the mainstay carries of Top Esports now to pull these things out. When you see what happens in the final game of the series and the way that BLG just kind of arm wrestled them into the grave, it becomes some question marks.
Yeah, and right, it's gonna be interesting to see if these comebacks can happen. We have the bracket shown up now. Like I said, BLG making their way up to that winner semifinal. JDG, LNG gonna see who they go up against, and now Top Esports, and whoever loses today, they got no more lifelines. If you lose, you're out. Luckily for all these teams, they're all guaranteed in regionals, so the chances for Worlds are still plentiful.
Good thing there are 4 tickets to Worlds for the LPL. How scary is that? But all teams, I've already said it before in this playoffs, but they are foaming at the mouth for these spots, and they're wanting to make as best of an effort as they can. Especially now they have JDG, who this is the first time we're going to be seeing them in the summer playoffs. It's been a little bit of a break for them, especially, and they had some pretty triumphant wins to finish off their regular season. We're really looking to see if they can go from strength to strength in that fashion, while LNG riding the high of a momentous win in their last series.
Yeah, like you're saying, having to go up against these guys, absolute monsters. All 5 of them making either first or second All-Pro. Kanavi, Knight, and Ruler making first 369 and missing on second. And yeah, this is just a terrifying team that I think in high-pressure matches, you never want to go up against. They won in spring. They won MSI. They've shown that they're going to step up when it matters most.
It's been incredible to see each strength be used to, right? Like, the amount of teams that have tried to come at Ruler and the rest of the team, but Ruler himself step up to the occasion, it has been incredible. And they are putting the golden bricks into the golden road. And that starts with a win of the series against LNG, who, again, momentous win in their last series, but they've got to keep that momentum high and run straight into JDG.
Yeah, it's going to be curious to see who is able to step up. We're going to show our key player. I assume it has to be Scout Knight. I think Ruler Gala also had an argument.
You already know.
I mean, Scout Knight, it's just such a tried and true matchup of 2 players who've been at the top of the LPL, for the last few years now. And it's great to see Scout obviously stepping up and getting season MVP. Knight was first All-Pro mid laner. Don't ask me how that happened, because Scout was on second. But point is, these guys are the best of the best.
It was really cool to see Scout's resurgence on LNG. I think after another split, right, it feels a lot more confident and comfortable from him. And there was a reason why he was finding all those MVPs in the summer split. But Knight, on the other hand, you see those hands put into fists. He has been unstoppable, and especially on some of his mainstay carries, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's expected with how much JDG were winning that he's going to have these high win rates. And like, let's be real, having these graphics showing key champions, and it's like, oh, guess what? They're playing what's been meta all split long. But
cool. They do it so good, man.
But I want to go back to Scout, because Scout is just a player who I feel like he was on EDG for so long that throughout some of those last years, even when they won Worlds, so sometimes in the regular season, he had very quiet games. Not necessarily bad games. There were just like a few series in a row where Scout isn't stepping up and really taking a proactive approach, like taking over the game. And ever since the start of the year on LNG, it feels like he doesn't have that at all. Like a change in environment, kind of making him show up week to week, or LNG wouldn't be able to find the wins that they've been able to do all season long.
Yeah, it's about shining when the moment is right. I love some of these stats, though. Looking at that win rate lead at 15, my goodness, 92% for JDG, but it is something where we haven't seen them since the regular season has ended. LNG have had their first taste of a best of 5. I'm really excited to see what LNG can do to kind of adapt into this very strong, mechanically minded team of JDG.
Yeah, it's hard, right? It's hard to imagine a world where LNG come out on top. I think that's a fair thing to say, right? It's felt like a 2-horse race all split long between JDG and BLG. But, coming out with the strength from mid lane, if Tarzan can step up and have a better performance, that's kind of an area I'm looking at. Zika is someone who, in their last series against Weibo, really surprised me, because right back on IG was a bit of a shining light who had some promise, but doesn't feel like he's really delivered to that same potential on LNG. But in their Weibo series, he was able to contend. The problem is you're up against 369, a bit of an immovable object. So it really feels like it, as always, has to come down to mid jungle, which just feels so right as the LNG story.
You know, something that is so reassuring, I'm sure, for both sides is the amount of experience and accolades that they are both bringing into this matchup. And I know that's something we wanted to highlight coming into it because, my goodness, when you look across this roster, it is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at both sides, I mean, hell, we kind of get like a dual matchup of a World's Finals MVP versus MSI Finals MVP in the bot lane. Of course, Ruler got that back in 2017 for Worlds, Gala getting that 2021 for MSI. But then you have the same thing in mid, where Scout was the World's Final MVP the year you won in 2021, and then Knight got it this past MSI. So a lot of accolades, a lot of like championships on both sides. Obviously, Ruler kind of having the most legit resume of MSI winner, Worlds winner, LCK winner, and LPL winner, but you really could just look across the board.
Right?
It's insane, man.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. And that's the thing. I love to hyper focus on Ruler because, yes, he's got the name recognition. Yes, he's got all those accolades. But the man has been destroying the league. Like, that has been the biggest thing for me is this guy has been a primary focus for JDG. And I think LNG on their other side with their new gun in this split of Gala, bringing a legacy from RNG, our pentakill prince in the LPL, it feels like it's going to be a tall task tonight.
Yeah, I agree, because it feels like, I mean, I feel like Ruler benefiting a lot off the meta. Like, JDG's lucky enough that no matter which role the carry position was going to be in with what champions are strong, all of them can take over. But it was bot lane, so Ruler benefiting off that, and JDG play around him quite well. And then Gala, it feels like it's been a bit more hit or miss, and it's been dependent on the other members of LNG to step up.
Well, we're headed off to Xi'an yet again for our introductions for both JDG and LNG.
欢迎来到2023年英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛季后赛。首先，让我们欢迎北京 JDG Intel Esports Club。上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Knight， 下路 Ruler。 辅助 Missing， 主教练 Homie， 接下来，让我们欢迎苏州 LNG Esports。上单紫卡。 打野 Tarzan， 中单 Scout， 下路 Gala， 辅助航。 主教练 Poppy， 各位召唤师 ，LPL 夏季赛季后赛第8日，北京 JDG 英特尔对战苏州 LNG 即将开始，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
The arena is set and the energy is electric. We are getting into JDG versus LNG. Yes, there is a Guardian Angel for the loser of this series, but expectations are high when you look at the way that these teams have had their splits come through and the way that, yes, we haven't seen JDG yet in the playoffs, but the strong finish they had at the end of the split.
And, you know, like even like the middle portion, just to kind of go back a little bit further, it's like JDG already knew they were pretty much guaranteed top 2. Hell, even despite finishing under BLG, they're the only team that took BLG down. So I get like kind of letting your foot off the gas, right? We even had them bring in their mid lane sub for a series and they were still able to find a win. And we saw them, their like behind the scenes documentary. It wasn't like illness, it wasn't anything. It was just the JDG being like, hey, let's give this guy a chance because we're already doing so well. So it was nice to see them right before playoffs able to ramp back up and come in so strong up against another team, LNG, who were surging quite strong at the end of the season. So I think a lot riding on this. A lot's going to come down to that mid lane matchup that we highlighted. I really feel like Scout needs to be getting some of the better end of these trades for LNG to be able to come out on top, because if JDG get ahead, I feel like JDG just looks so solid. It's snowballing a lead.
And I'm wondering, especially when you look at those champion graphics that we saw earlier, right? Like Knight's Ari, something he's done so well for, is undefeated. Does he get that? Does that become the main staple for JDG early? And how do LNG adapt to that, right? We've seen that Scout's willing to go for the Azirs, the Jaces. His Jace has been legendary this split. But it all comes down to what kind of comfort is going to wean out in game number 1 and how this best of 5 meta adapts.
Yeah, I'm still expecting, like, I don't expect Ari to jump in as a big priority because we haven't really been seeing it on this patch, right? Of course, Seagal brought it out yesterday and was one of the deciding things in BLG winning that 4th game. So it is still there, but I kind of expect it to be a pick that, unless we get, like, a crazy ton of mid lane bans coming out in game 1, that we might see later on in the series if JDG need to spice things up a little bit and get him on, you know,
say
a
you
bit
got
more
ace up your
proactivity.
sleeve with the Ari? Is that what we're talking about here?
I mean, is it really
no,
like
it's
an
not.
ace?
It's
when
literally tied to his the outside of his shirt. He just shows it to all the card players when he walks in. He's like, "Don't worry, I've got this right
I
here."
feel like that's JDG in a nutshell, right? Because there's been so much footage of them being like one of the best teams in the world now for the last few months. That's like, you know exactly what they're gonna do. You know exactly what they're able to play. I guess maybe other than Kanavi, who is a champion Ocean. You know, like playing things like the Bel'Veth, the Lilia. We had him bring out the Elise in the regular season. Hell, he's a game on the Rek'Sai. Like that's kind of the one wild card, I think, on the side of JDG in terms of if a player's going to bring out some wacky picks.
Yeah, I mean, he had 15 regular season champions played. Actually incredible. But also, for me, it is the fact that they've been willing to kind of play with the meta that they have around Kanavi, who has been such a mainstay for JDG for so long, it feels like now. He's like a crux of their position, but the fact that they're still willing to go for that kind of flexibility that this guy, such a powerful jungler, represents is awesome, right? He was the one that was that first competitive, at least pro-tier rel that came through. It was really cool to see those adaptations in the midst of an important split for JDG as we get into the draft. Now you see that stretch there. He's getting ready to go, Lyric, as we should. We got JDG on the blue side for game number 1. They ban away the Jax, the Azir, and the Maokai. We got LNG on the red. Get that Mr. Renekton off the table. We also have the Rakan and the Kai'Sa banned away.
Yeah, so very interesting to see what they go for. Things like the Jace obviously pop out as being left open. The LeBlanc too, something that we know Knight has the ability to play. So both are like high priority mid laners are there. I wonder if the pinch on bot lane puts any emphasis on JDG to go that route. And I guess the answer is halfway yes, right? Because this is a flex pick. Kanavi missing both. Having the ability to pilot this one, and now it's going to be about where LNG goes, because Mazel, with them hovering the Cassante, so many power picks have been let through this draft.
There are, but that's because we have to see some focus, right? I think Zika's big champ has been the Jax. When you get to see him have a lot of that side lane pressure, it works so well for LNG. They are going to go with the Tristana that also was left open, and a top-tier pick in the LPL right now.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, Tristana, LeBlanc, Jace, you know, Cassante, I feel like both Varus and Zaya priorities kind of raised by the fact that we have both Rakan and Kai'Sa bans. So many things still left on the table. So with Tristana, I was wondering if they maybe just want to go for an early jungle here, but it seems like they're kind of acknowledging the, I don't know, like smaller comfort picks for Zika and just wanting to go to this one right away.
I can appreciate that as well, though, because you get that side lane pressure, but also just a lot of late game insurance if you can get to that point. Right now, that's what LNG are opting into. Right, the Tristana is very good at taking early towers, taking early presence on the map, but you really start thriving when you get to those team fights, get those resets with those item potentials. We have the Jace locked in for Knight potentially here, and it's also that adaptation with a lot of range poke into this comp.
And now I wonder if they'll just want to match top lane here, because you probably want to keep Yrel like a flex. So it's either show AD carry here, which again, you could go for something like the Varus and it would be just fine as a blind, or you answer Gwen with another top lane. I was going to say Gnar maybe on the cards is something that has a bit of range to play with, but I like that 369 is willing to go to the Ken and bring the mixed damage in terms of the soul lanes and still give them a lot of great team fighting. Right, the synergy with Realm, the Magnet Storm, it's going to be huge.
Yeah. It's the Venn diagram of doom, it feels like. Also, something that wasn't really a highlight of 369 throughout the regular season, right? Something he was able to bring out once or did want to bring out once, but it still is that lethal pick 369 has had a lot of history on.
Yes.
And I'm looking for those big flakes there as well. We did get that lock-in of the LeBlanc here for LNG, so I guess forward aggression is the name of the game.
Yes, we got Gala, actually the one piloting the Tristana. Not something you see as much. Of course, it is still put in the bot lane sometimes, but I think it makes sense with who Gala is. Just another champion that he was always willing to lean on over these last few years. And now, what a weird draft when you consider that we have not had jungle or support picked up.
We might have had jungle. Maybe. We may have a rel jungle. Who knows? Maybe it's the LeBlanc jungle. There we go.
For JDG, I'm assuming that Rel probably ends up in the jungle. But yeah, for LNG side, taking away some of those AD carries, so Zaya now at the table again. The other one that comes to my mind would be that Varus to accompany with the Jace. You also then have the Chains of Corruption to really set up and then have a bit of self-heal. But maybe Ruler aiming for a different direction to where LNG, I think probably looking for jungle on 4 would be the safest bet. Had they gone a double marksman route with that Tristana, I would have guessed, hey, maybe Tarzan going to lean on something like the Ivern. Not something we've seen him play in playoffs just yet, but of course we know that that pairs so well with double AD carry. But with the LeBlanc, it seems not going to go that route. And they're going to have to opt into something maybe a little bit more skirmish heavy.
I like the Lilia ban, actually. Something Kanavi has a sneaky track record on, but something I actually would find interesting as a 5th ban, just targeting that. But also that curiosity for me is that we have seen a rise in priority of, support counter picks in 5, which I think is really kind of cool with the LPL because we have seen such an influence, and especially from Missing and Hump.
Oh, of course, right? And I mean, being able to get ahead in that 2v2 is just so crucial. I was thinking here for LNG, maybe if they'd looked for Nocturne and wanted to put some side lane pressure, maybe try to take down that Ken and bring the LeBlanc over, but instead wanting to go with the Sejuani. This was banned consistently against them in their last series up against Weibo. So this is Tarzan finally going to get his hands on it for JDG. I'd love the Poppy lock-in. You already have the dashes coming through on all of these champions, being able to knock them away, set up for the poke that your Jace is going to be able to offer, and really just enable JDG for some success, which does mean that this is a rel going down towards that bot lane.
We'll see if that 100% ban presence of the Sejuani was worth it there as it makes it through, but the combo on the other side can be super crucial, right? You have the Poppy there, a lot of possibilities for the spacing of team fights, but as well as a lot of strength in the front line. We have to look what JDG is going to look at here as a final pick.
What a
they
surprise,
still have
Giselle.
to go for
What
this
a
one.
surprise.
Could it be a little bit of utility?
It is a surprise.
Oh, the Ezreal does come through for Ruler.
So it seems like valuing more of the mobility and kind of more tools to be able to play by yourself, not get caught out by things like the LeBlanc, the Sejuani, LNG are full on diving on top of you. So not going to have the same presence in the 2v2 lane that Avaris does bring to the table, but it at least means in 5v5s he'll be off, much better suited.
it is also just the ruler champion, right? Like this is the epitome of ruler. He literally almost has double the amount of games played on this champion comparatively to his next highest in his career on Varus, right? This guy has made this a staple of his legacy, and the fact that they're bringing it out in game number 1, I love it. He's gonna have a lot to dodge out of, a lot to be careful with. That Nautilus is going to be looking to lock him down.
And I just absolutely love when we have two completely different compositions. Again, not like two, like, okay, they both want to skirmish or find picks. No. I mean, it's very clear what they want to do, right? JDG, it's all about poking, disengaging, having the Poppy to buy space, and then using your Jace Ezreal. So on the opposite side, it's all about diving in, finding those backline carries. A lot going to be on Scout, but when he's got a LeBlanc, definitely a champ that you can believe Scout to perform on.
You'd hope that in these moments you can rely on these two accoladed up mid laners. Knight, the first team all-pro here, as well as Scout, the summer MVP. I think these two guys on your screen, Kanavi and Tarzan, will be crucial in how that 2v2 works out, how this mid lane becomes the heartbeat of this game. But I think as we get into it, LNG, they're looking to keep that momentum up. This is a team that now has taken that step forward from their last season failures in spring. They were one game away from making it to Worlds in 2022 summer. They do not want to be left out of the competition tonight. They will be in regionals, but it's about pressing forward as much as possible. This team that has come together in 2023 with the addition of Scout and Gala, trying to find the guns that matter here.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the big thing, right? I mean, they've brought in so many high-tier pieces, and people like Tarzan wanting to pick up that LPL trophy. He's had splits where he was the best jungler in the league, and his team wasn't able to get the job done. I won't say it's been as solid of a split as some in his past, but still an excellent jungler who's shown those heights before. And yeah, for LNG as a whole, like we said, all of JDG were on the top 2 all-pro teams. Like, this is just an absolutely stacked lineup. I think there's an argument for one of the most stacked kind of like rosters built in the history of League of Legends. So it's not going to be an easy time for LNG whatsoever. Or who knows, Mazel? JDG have had a little time off. Like,
hey, you know, I'm always one that buys into that, because we have seen so many times in LPL playoffs, there's always one team that falls to the by sickness here. But we're finally getting into game now, it seems, and everything is on the line. Yes, there's double elimination, but JDG on their side, they want a date with their frenemy in BLG. At this point, they want a date with their fate in taking down BLG. And LNG, they are trudging through the mud that is this LPL Summer Playoffs. They are trying to use the momentum off their hard-fought best-of-5 victory in the previous round. They want to make a mark here on a potential golden-roaded team in JDG. They just got to keep putting the bricks in, Lyric.
Yeah, they just got to keep it going. Mazel is, you know, I feel like we're taking a bit longer on this screen than we usually do, but I can guarantee you it's worth the wait. We're getting there. Scout versus Knight, Kanavi versus Tarzan, the former like Griffin jungle face-off. 369 versus Zika. It might deliver because we have Glenn in top lane, and Ruler versus Gala. You know, we'll give shout-outs to Missing and Hung as well. They're pretty cool guys.
There are few places that you could throw a dart within this roster of 2 teams that you would not find an accolade, that you would not find a player that has built a legacy. And I think it's been incredible to see both sides thrive under these new conditions, under this new weight that we've seen. JDG with all the pressure on their shoulders of a dominant year so far, and LNG just trying to make up for a lot of lost time, it felt like, a lot of rebuilding efforts. Oh, I hear cheers.
Is your screen still stuck on the Game 1 Champ Select as well, Mazel?
Yes, but I'm in game kind of now. I see Zika and 369. They are on my screen.
Oh, well, Mazel, hey, now I'm in 2. I was going to say, you're going to have to take this one solo because I did not have
my
the
screen
game.
is frozen.
You know, guys, this is just a day in the life of LPL.
Day in the life of remote casting.
Yeah, you get used to it. But, we'll start off just kind of taking a look. I expect a bit of a slower first few minutes. And I just want to talk about some of those expectations again, because for JDG, it really is you know, again, getting that golden road, winning everything you can within a year. They won spring, won MSI, able to potentially win summer as well. Definitely one of the favorites. So for LNG, it feels like they just want to get back to an international. Spring, obviously falling short to OMG early on in playoffs. You go back to summer playoffs of last year. They missed Worlds by 1 game. Regionals, Game 5, up against RNG, sadly losing out. For them, it feels like the bar might not be as high, but hell, if you can get to that World Championship based off winning the split, that would really only be the cherry on top.
Yeah, it truly would be. I think that's something that they know in themselves. I hear minions and things. I still can't see.
You still
anything,
can't.
So I apologize
here,
to the audience that I can't cast the game.
I'll break it down. So, Mazel, what's going on right now? Kanavi. Ooh, just kills the big wolf. He got it. He actually stole that big wolf away from Tarzan. But LNG, they now know the sauce. They know exactly what's going on and what's going in the pot because Hung just spotted him out. What does he know? And what's he going to do with this amount of dangerous information? I can't tell you just yet. But on the side, it seems like Tarzan doing a nice job of reading the play and using what Hung was able to get him. Knowing, hey, the jungle invade came through, steal away some camps of my own. If Zika wasn't so low, they actually would even be able to go potentially for a gank in that top lane, but doesn't seem like it's going to be able to happen off that health disparity. Is, Mazel going to have to fix those issues for a few minutes, so it's pretty sick already getting the one-on-one with chat right to the start of JDG LNG. I wouldn't have it any other way. But you know who probably would have something another way? Would be, again, Zik on that top side, getting pushed in so heavily. Scout at least making up for it a bit with the pressure he's putting on in mid lane with these first few levels. Not too atypical, being able to control over those first few waves. But here it is. Tarzan up towards his top side. I don't know if he was spotted by that ward. But he backed off at the perfect time, realizing, hey, it would just be a waste of time in the end. And 369 going to be able to survive just
Is that your Batman voice?
Peachy keen. Oh, you back?
Was that your bat? Was that? Tell me right now. Be real with me. Was that your Batman voice?
If we're talking about Adam West Batman, no. He actually sounds much quirkier.
All right. I do believe I'm back. My screen is very blurry, but we're going to make it work. So we do have a little bit of ships in the night action between Tarzan and Kanavi. I like what you were trying to set up, at least Tarzan visiting that top side, trying to find if he can get anything for Zika early. But I do expect more of that focus for LNG to be revolving between this mid and bot side of the map.
Yeah, that's definitely where a lot of this action is going to want to come down to. I think for JDG, not as much when you have the Ezreal. Like, sure, there'll be some gank opportunities there. You could try and get those kills, but you're going to just have consistent prio around the top half of the map. So things like when Herald spawn, I think are going to be a really big deal for JDG. So for LNG, I think playing around, stacking some early dragons and utilizing the Tristana prio would be ideal.
We get the engage here with the lollipop hook on a missing too. That explosive charge gonna do work, and missing a lot worse for wear, as Tarzan gonna decide actually not to stick around. A little bit too tanky and too much engage, at least on the bottom side, to go through that dredge line so close. But that's why Ruler is so damn good.
Again, this guy's resume really stands a test of time. Winning both LPL and LCK, winning MSI, winning Worlds. Able to do anything, which I feel like is why they had so much confidence putting him on the Ezreal, putting him on a champion that is going to struggle in terms of like getting pushed in, giving LNG a lot of opportunities around that bottom half of the map, which is why they've had so many wards. Those are being cleared out now, but we even just saw the benefactor of them. Scout, Kanavi just walked over one. He now knows to lean up towards the top side of that mid lane and not give any opportunities over.
We do have Scout hitting level 6, so some uptick in aggression expected here, but maybe he took the bait a little too soon. Kanavi hits him right into the wall. That's actually so beautiful. The flash comes through. Knight wants to follow it up, but Tarzan's right here, and Kanavi has to flash from the chain. Knight's in some trouble now, getting locked down. Tarzan's very tanky early. There might have been a reason why they had that 100% ban rate. 369 under some trouble with Zika in the top side. Needlework doing some work, but that Slicey Maelstrom answered nicely right back.
Yeah, it looks like Zika, the one to be the aggressor in that situation. And Slicer Maelstrom trying to dissuade.
Steadfast presence not enough, and Tarzan strikes first blood. The new Jungle King rings true for LNG.
I mean, Scout being able to connect with the Ethereal Chains, really being the difference maker in that play, and now both supports. I think Missing's got to be a little bit careful. I guess both LNG members are quite low, so nothing to be able to come from it. But Ruler misses the Q.
Just going to get that explosive charge off. Ruler still playing very safe, still has a lot of survivability on the Ezreal. Here comes the supportal combat that we were expecting between Hung and Missing, but love to see that they're on the move early.
Yeah, we're going to replay of kind of the second half of this plane mid. You know, they'd already disengaged for a few moments. It allows for the cooldowns to come back up. Minion dematerializing right there. Distortion in, you land the Ethereal Chain. Doesn't matter that the W stops the initial dash. Tarzan able to follow up. So kudos to Scout, really making that play and get that kill down. So we're not stopping.
We ain't stopping, and this is what I would expect from these two teams, right? I was expecting LNG to crash themselves into JDG, find a way to up in this best of 5, because we know how good JDG are. We have seen their dominance on the international stage now. We have seen a lot of their dominance through the regular season. So it's about LNG finding every single win they can. I think having Tarzan early up and early on is great for them.
Yeah, and as the game goes on, right, they have a really solid front line. They kind of have multiple formations they can play to fight from, because you can have people like Scout or Zika looking to come off on a flank. You can kind of use Scout and Fog of War to kind of poke and prod over terrain, find those picks. But then also, like, your front to back is fine. A lot of it's going to come down to the peel tools that JDG are going to have to work off later on. Funnily enough, though, JDG, a team we usually associate with running down the enemy team. They have the highest champion kills per minute in the LPL. With the composition they've drafted, being happy for a slower game, being happy to give Ruler time to just farm up and get to these key items.
The amount of times this split, Lyric, that I've had to sit here and watch teams try to all-in Ruler and not come up with the dividends they were looking for, finding themselves on the back end of an ace because of that. I think this Ezreal will enable that style of play, and I do expect with the style LNG have, they're looking for him every single time. LNG do take the preemptive strike, though, here. They'll find that engage onto Kanavi, and he's snipped out of existence, slicing Maelstrom a little late. He got a response back from Knight, potentially. He doesn't get the kill, and now 369 might just go down to Tarzan. No, it's a double kill for a Scout here, and Knight needs to be very careful. He has Missing cover on the other edge, but it's not going to be enough. The lockdown from this duo, Lyric, it is monstrous, and they are just crashing straight into JDG every time. That's 202 for one of the best mid-jungle duos we have in our league.
I love the plan coming out from LNG. A Herald that they probably would have had to given up, because 369 has consistently kept it pushing that top lane. Zika circumventing that, walk straight over to the Herald. They have numbers advantage as well, because Gala's moving up, and it sets up so well for them to be decisive on the engage, which leads them to getting the Herald. Hell, even look at their vision lines across the map. So good. But look at the minimap. Tristana, Nautilus on their way over. They already have more members here. So Knight's just getting in range, but it gives this brief moment where they're able to all in on Kanavi. He gets bursted out by Scout before anything's able to even join in. And then I love that Scout keeps running 369 down going forward. And here, I get Missing trying to be the ultimate bro and save his mid laner, but at that point, I think it was done and dusted.
Yeah, might need to dust himself off after that one as well. Rift Herald actually popped. It was on Zika. Went ahead and dropped it mid, run it up towards top side, but some more gold to Scout, as well as LNG taking full advantage of the pace they have and taking a dragon as well.
And look, we already have Static Shiv on Scout. Going to be able to keep up that pushing power, going to be able to poke out consistently in the mid lane. And now he's going to have so much free reign, like hover down towards that bot side. Or if you want to look to go top and punish that Kennen, which will be incredibly easy now that he doesn't have a flash. You just have so many options, I feel like, on the side of LNG. And that's what they wanted to do, right? Start getting this composition ahead early on. And I feel like partly coming down to JDG opting in to contest that Herald when they are at a numbers disadvantage, when they are trying to funnel plates on Ruler at the same time. Wanting their cake and eating it too.
Goodness, that is 4 plates in mid lane for Scout. Goodness gracious. The biggest kicker, though, is that Ruler has been stacking up at the side lane and bot side. Kanavi, though, might have found Scout yet again. Doesn't get the wall hit. The Scout able to survive that time around. We do see a lot of presence from JDG down towards bottom side to try to protect Ruler.
Realizing their win condition at this point, right? Just, again, funneling gold, slowing down the cogs of the game. I like that they have, like, a neutral vision line in top side, which is where I predict that LNG would have wanted to look with Scout to potentially set up, you know, a dive or at least a gank and really pull out more from this Kennen. And then for JDG pushing that vision line a bit more aggressive in bot side, where you're wanting to dedicate your jungler resources.
It's also important, right? Because I think when you were talking so much about Ruler on the other side, and some of the advantages we've seen, I was talking about how I've seen so many teams come at him. Gala, we talked and foreshadowed the fact that this guy is starting to build a new legacy on LNG, right? He came over from a long stint on RNG. He was a big face for that team for the longest time. That's where he just kept racking up Kai'Sa pentakills left and right. But he is here to make a mark, and I love that he's whipping out the Tristana to try to take the aggression towards Ruler.
Yeah, showing he wants to be part of the team is Knight. Sidesteps!
Oh, that's really rough for Knight. I don't think you can outplay that one. He's going to get locked out. One more hit. It's not enough. Tarzan wants to follow him, and one auto attack does it. He's a tanky Poro.
I thought he was going to be able to find that kill on Scout out of nowhere. Him going for it kind of leads to his demise. Though I guess he couldn't really walk back against the Glacial Prison, or I believe he would have just been fully hit by it and would have gone down in the end. We need to remember Knight didn't have his flash in that sequence of events either. That one was blown earlier on around Rift Herald. So now only furthering this lead around mid-jungle even more.
All right, we got to look at this again.
Yep, Knight, I think, thinking Scout had recalled. Dodges out, and I love it. Accelerated Shock Blast right into the queue. Scout does flash out and dodge on it, but this leaves Tarzan. Does have to commit the flash to be able to run this one down, but it gives the opening for him to find it.
The timing of that flash as the hammer was coming down. This guy's got the moves, man. He also took down that outer tower mid lane to achieve first turret for LNG.
I will say it again. It's our first All-Pro versus our second All-Pro mid laner, who also happens to be MVP. Is going to get pinned down by Kanavi for now, but I keep on hitting. Doesn't make any sense. But it's still a hype matchup. I guess that's why it's a hype matchup, right?
There you go.
Because we pretty much have our two guys who are in contention for that MVP conversation going head-to-head. So far, Scout, though, getting better of the man who picked up the MVP at the most recent international event.
That's the craziest thing. I know we were talking about it before, but just accolades everywhere you could look.
You just can't stop listing them. There's too many of them.
Yeah, at this point. But the funniest thing, actually, between all this, we've seen such growth and change between these two teams, but there's also a track record, right? I know we were talking beforehand, and LNG don't have necessarily the best history against JDG, Lyric.
No, LNG have not beaten JDG since 2021 summer. And, you know, that was the year when JDG was an absolute mess. They didn't even make playoffs. But still, it's been a long time coming. Since the rebuild, they haven't been able to do it. But I will say, again, with the fact that they've already gotten off to a 5-0 start, they have a 2K gold lead. If there's a time to do it, Mazel, it's today.
That's what I wanted to come back to full circle, because what a come up in a series, at least in a game one already, 14.5 minutes in. That pretty hefty lead against what would be one of our best teams and our previous MSI champions in JDG. They are never done, never out, but that lollipop might make this fight done and out. Missing in some trouble. We'll have to back away with the crash down. You got to engage from Scout, doing so much damage early with that Night Harvester already completed. 1440 in.
And we actually saw 369 was hovering around mid, I think, hoping LNG would over-aggress so they can find a fight. But that means he has to now go down and answer that wave in bot side. So Zika maybe would have had a bit more freedom. I'm surprised he didn't start moving up, you know, like 10 seconds ago when he got that wave into turret, because I feel like that would have just cemented this for LNG. Worst case, you could have even just pulled 369's TP off of him.
There's no way you don't win a fight here. Kanavi still struggling to match that item discrepancy, but the second item so early for Scout just enables LNG. Hung can't get caught, though, using his best Spider-Man impression to get out of that one. True Shot Barrage, we'll see. Rift Herald started up. JDG might want to contest here.
Yeah, we're going to see TP coming in.
That's a nice wallbang there as well. Hung is in trouble here now. Kanavi will just take him out. Scout and Tarzan say thank you for the reset of positioning as JDG have arrived in full force in front of the Rift Herald. They also got their first kill of the game.
Kanavi's so low, though, I don't think they can commit to this. It looks like they're acknowledging that. They need to back off. Missing in Ruler. Also taking a chunk as well. So LNG, they might lose one, but they're going to guarantee themselves Herald. They got TP off 369, and they managed to keep theirs on Zika. So at the end of the day, it feels like they won the macro game and kind of the map play of the situation. We're going to see here, it's really just Hung. Really wants a more aggressive vision down, ends up eating a bunch of damage from Ruler when he walked in.
This is the one that's like, rip.
Yeah, that one was That one was a bit unfortunate. Great ult from Kanavi denying. Really, what would have been a return kill, right? Had Scout and Tarzan still been there, I think they would have definitely taken Kanavi down. But it just feels good that JDG are on the board.
You know that in all reality, that's all that really matters. But I love to see kind of that cohesion come together for JDG, right? This is a team that we've seen functioning so well together, and now that Ruler is able to be unlocked through this mid lane, I think they're going to have a lot more of that strength in the fights. They are a team that still really wants to get set up, have these item completions, and get into team fights with 369 on big flanks. But it is LNG not wanting to let them even set their feet, and Kanavi particularly just gets bursted down by Gala.
And it's just going to be so easy, right? You have, I mean, so many items coming out, right? An item on Gala, and now with that even shot on Tarzan, like, amplifying the damage that his teammates are going to do. And we just saw, you know, that's setting up Gala. You have a 2-item LeBlanc down in the bot lane.
That's the craziest thing. Like, literally 14 and a half minutes in, this man has 2 items, and the Night Harvester combo with LeBlanc is dirty.
Yeah, you know, use that distortion, mimic, and you get a whole ton of damage down across multiple. They're going to be able to do so much, and I feel like that's why we've been seeing LNG play their comp a lot more brawly, where, right, like they could look to set up the 1-3-1 like they're doing now. They can abuse the fact that this LeBlanc is so far ahead of the Jace, and that Gwen's going to be able to match well into the cannon, and maybe kind of pull the map apart a little bit, and then roam people over, try and find some flanks. But they've been a lot more willing to kind of just dive in head first, which is also what their comp can do. But it just shows the amount of a lead that they have, that they really don't need to worry all too much about the positioning of JDG.
Yeah, I will say, though, time is of the essence. Continuing to grab the early dragons, continuing to stack up as much as possible will be also important, because we were kind of alluding to some of the strengthening factors that JDG will find. LNG, though, they're going for more skirmishing. They don't want to give that red buff over. They might have just taken a little bit more, though. Gala over on the edge here, slicing Maelstrom on the backside for 369, but now he's got to retreat. You do have the TP coming in from Knight, though, and Missing goes with the crash down over. Ooh. Beautiful combos coming out from JDG here. They actually are taking this one with the front to back. Zika with that needlework does separate it. Scout, the Scout gets one. Is he going to make it out? 2. Snipe out from Ruler, and it is trades. It is blood across the board. It's a 2v2.
I cannot believe that went even with the lead that LNG have had so far. I think it was, what, the True Shot Barrage and the Accelerated Shock Blast combo that did so much. I'm sure we're going to get a replay seeing it again, but my God, with the LNG found the initial pick, right? Like, they're denying the red buffs. Feel they have so much CC between a Sejuani and a Nautilus. You can see them just locking this Poppy down. And then JDG looks so split on the call, right? Ruler and Missing getting the hell out of dodge. Sure, you have some range to play, but 369 going in. It's going to be right here. Great Magnet Storm by 369, not 369, Missing into True Shot Barrage, into the Accelerated Shock Blast, and that lets JDG bring it back here. I thought Ruler was going to take him down right away, but luckily Scout with the flash gets that kill on the Knight, but it is traded back in a red buff given over to Ruler. So kudos to Missing, setting up the big play from Ruler and Knight.
Yeah, and a big shutdown, too. Like, that was a lot of gold that Ruler just picked up. Sitting at 201, he is going to be that carry. We already talked about it way earlier in the game, but as where LNG, yes, they have an advantage. They took a bit of a wonky fight. They'll have to continue putting it together, because now this trio of JDG is going to be very terrifying from the mid lane.
And I mean, look, 40 CS up on Ruler. He's on 2 items now, so he's kind of like matching where Scout is, so it's kind of even in that sense, right? Where at least in terms of carries, you have like strong mid laner versus strong AD. The other one's a little bit lacking. Still G though ahead in other areas. Things like, you know, kind of looking at top lane, Zika being a bit closer to his next item coming through, just team having more gold shared across them. But we saw this is why LNG need to attack you from different angles. And it is a dive comp, Mazel, but you have so much peel, you have so much kite back potential from JDG that you need people like Scout or Zika really putting, you know, threat behind them.
I'm already seeing how Ruler's been playing these fights, and it terrifies me for LNG because the man is just playing so out of your bounds and unavailable to be targeted. I'm wondering how they can execute that dive. It will take a big engage from Tarzan specifically or Hung to really get the lockdown started. Again, the duality of this, yes, we're talking so much about Ruler, but LNG have the sword right now. They are in a lead. They have another dragon coming up in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, so they'll be looking to take advantages until that point and continue stacking up these neutrals.
Again, LNG, not a team that you can disrespect. They might not be favorites in today's series, but just the heights that, I guess specifically 3 of these players have reached. And then the combination of just building a system around it all season long is what's led them here. It seems like both teams are kind of, funnily enough, kind of fine with the pace of the game because you have scaling elements on both sides where you have things like the Gwen, Tristana, a really tanky Sejuani that's getting items under her belt. But for JDG, it really is just going to end up being the ruler show later on. Sure, Knight's going to be able to do a bit. I feel like Kanavi and Missing will play a bigger role like what we've seen. If their ultimates can be on point, that can just be a game changer. But I like, for now, LNG aren't even opting into it. They're still just committing to these side lane pushes and allowing the LeBlanc and the Gwen to really just try and keep JDG on their toes.
If Scout can pick apart this map on the LeBlanc, we've seen it time and time again, not only in the playoffs, but also the regular season. It can be so difficult to play around when he has so much strength in the side lane, when you just start breaking down the base while JDG are looking for these big team fights around objectives that are be coming up for them to fight around. I do like this presence for mid lane for them. They will have first push as well.
And this is where you can see the kind of contrast, right? To where JDG really playing to keep Prio in mid, using the fact that Ruler has all this range and they have this 2-man core that really can play Protect the President, to where LNG realizing that they need avenues to get vision and walk into River. That's what Scout and Zik are trying to set them up for. It does lend to JDG picking up this Dragon, but at least LNG have been able to retake vision on top side around this Baron.
They are everyone up here. Everyone reporting for duty. As that Dragon did go over, it'll delay the stacking for LNG, and that's something JDG will absolutely love. It's still about trying to find these little moments for LNG, find the catch-outs. Scout maybe in the side lane, finding a very quick and conniving Kanavi.
You said, ooh.
It's
okay,
so
I don't think
close, man.
I don't think it's gonna come from the. Okay, I don't know.
It's so close. If they don't know.
But you said denying the stacking of the Dragons, right? Another thing that's denying being stacked is the Dark Seal. Scout picked it up when he had 4 kills. Hasn't been able to pick up anything since. And I want to see value out of it. I want to see this baby get stacked up and upgraded. As they know where he is.
Come out. They got to take a trip to the library. I will also say there's been a weird trip here. Not something I've seen necessarily built all the time, but the redemption for Tarzan on Sejuani, going for that utility build here, as well as with the Even Shroud.
Yeah, right. Going towards that as his first item, I think was pretty nice when you think about how cheap it is in enabling your teammates. Is Tarzan gonna back off for now? We have a lot of weaving in and out of these fights.
We do. That's these comps, man, especially LNG.
I guess the point is, with how early they got ahead, I kind of like the idea of him going for a cheaper build and enabling like his huge 3-item LeBlanc so much. The problem is that progress is stalled, and now that JDG are finding their legs back into the game, now you're just going to kind of be missing out on what would have been a potentially more tanky Sejuani.
Feels like maybe the beast is starting to awaken. JDG trying to get themselves out of here, though. That steadfast presence not going to save you this time, Kanavi, but the flash definitely does. LNG find the catch out. Now they're actually pinging back onto the Baron.
Let's see if they commit to it. They decide not to. I was going to say, I mean, you have a Tristana, right? You're able to do this pretty well. The problem is you are up against a lot of poke, so you funnel into that Baron pit. If you don't have, like, Hung set up on some kind of, like, rush play to go for an engage, you would just take so much punishment as LNG.
Oh my god, Knight just worked right down the side lane. It's like, but I completed second item. I had something. But, you know, Scout shows up with a third. He says, you got to know who's better here.
You know, we don't have, like, crowd audio that loud in our ears, right? But, like, that play was so close from Scout, I actually heard the audience ooh and ah. I mean, that pick would have been Baron, right? Small things like that can lead into such huge advantages. No, man! No!
He's just too good, man! I don't know what you're talking about! Did you expect anything less?
Oh, God, you're right. Ruler just...
He's on his Ezreal.
He just knows.
The man literally has... He has over 140 games on his champ now in his career. Like, my God, that's a lot of games. But you see that he is still a legacy maker, even here on JDG, and he has been a dominant force in the LPL since his arrival.
I'll just say, it's not his world skin, though. You can build it up all you want, but it's not his world skin. His world skin got banned out.
Isn't that whole conversation is, you know, he only takes it, when it's super serious, when he feels,
Yeah, you're right. And, I mean, Xayah did get banned out this game.
Yeah, he did.
I hope we get to see it at some point, though.
We'll see. We'll see if it happens. But right now, Ruler in shot for JDG. He's the one kicking the ball down the field with that Ezreal soccer skin. Zika's looking for a flank here, though. This could be pretty big. You actually have Kanavi going straight into Tarzan. Gets the wall bang there as well. Tarzan getting locked down, but he's pretty tanky. Missing. Gets that explosive charge. The reset there for Gala. That will be a nice little reset, though, from JDG. As 369 caught out. Hung goes for the flash. The play straight onto the big engage, but doesn't matter because it's a trade back and forth, and Kanavi is still in the fight. You get some poke back from Scout. A shot for the shock blast there to Gala. And it means LNG are backing away, and this poke is starting to come alive for JDG.
And we're seeing the differences, right? LNG, one of these like very fast, bursty, like quick 1-2 punch, to where JDG, they want the extended play. They want to be able to tether you on the edge of the range and just run you down. I will say, I feel like LNG could have gotten a little bit more there. Zika, had he focused missing instead of Kanavi, I think would have gotten that kill, but I understand it, right? I feel like you're trying to burst his Poppy out before the ulti comes through and keeps you out of the fight. As we have a replay, but I don't care about this replay because a Baron is going on right now, which feels significantly more important than what we've seen.
That Glacial Prison going wide is actually pretty big. JDG are here. Baron is already gone, though. True Shot Barrage going to miss, and LNG make out like bandits.
Just playing off of a reset timing that JDG went with after that fight. So now Baron going to be online. Sure, JDG, you're going to get your second Chemtech Dragon, but I don't think LNG are going to care. LNG's goal now, try and break open this base and have yourself in a position to honestly end the game within the next few minutes.
There is nobody to deal with the side lane right now either. That second tier tower went down to Zika, so we'll be able to pick up that extra gold, and the Gwen is starting to stack up. And honestly, now I'm looking back at the draft, and yes, hindsight 2020, but man, this Gwen pick is actually becoming so crucial here. You're going to be stacking up so much. The rest of your team is what's been punching down JDG early, but that Gwen is going to be so crucial in the bed team fights JDG want later on.
And that's why I was speculating that JDG would have put more pressure towards top as compared to bot, where they have an Ezreal. It's like, get the cannon ahead, set the Gwen behind, but none of that really came out. I mean, hell, JDG didn't find anything early, and now it's allowing LNG to just keep going with this siege, and they're just going to run it in.
That explosive charge is, the tower's already gone. This Baron buff, they're trying to get the resets here. One Kraken Slayer auto to missing almost goes down. That will be LNG making out with that inhib. They did trade the side tier 2, but that is easy does it, as now they're actually looking at top side as well.
I love that Scout mimicked the chain in that last engage to force Knight to have to use the flash. And now Scout, does he have enough money for the death cap? Actually cancels his recall because I expect us to have a huge ejection of gold, right? Bloodthirster just finished off for Gala, so he's going to be, a decent amount stronger, put off that damage. But if the death cap comes out for Scout, I really feel like it's going to be the nail in the coffin, which sure, there are 2 Maz on the side of JDG, but it just doesn't feel like
bada
enough.
Bing, bada boom. I think the Reaper has arrived onto the Rift here, Lyric, as that Rabadon's completed. He also has that Sorcery Elixir in tow, realizing there could just be one more fell swoop in the life of JDG if they get a big fight.
You know, this is only game 1. I don't want to overreact, but I actually do want to overreact. We always have like one really crazy result in playoffs. And I mean, like NIP winning a bit weird, EDG beating OMG a bit weird. But like, can you imagine if JDG lose here? It would just fit. It would just be the crazy LPL result you get is, like you said, Scout, the Reaper right in front of them. He's looking for it.
Every time we have these long buys, there's always a team that falters off the buy. It's incredible how many times it happens. But we'll see if JDG can wake up into this one. They have taken a very scaling comp, very teamfight heavy comp. We'll see if they can get there, as they are already on death's door. It's the Reaper Scout on the top side of this fight, just looking to poke with the static shiv as much as possible. They've got super minions pushing in mid lane, so this siege can just be continuous for LNG.
And I love that Scout's also guiding in the wave, hitting these minions and opening up an avenue for LNG to play a bit more aggressive in bot side. It's going to pull 369's attention for now, also give Scout like a leaning upward presence of the map. He's actually going to look to threaten. He's just going to look to threaten Nexus Towers.
Oh my god. They go for the engage though. Ruler has completed a little bit more of his build, but it's not enough because Gala's already taken out Kanavi. True Shot Barrage across, missing. Going to be taken out with a snip. as well, and 2 kills go to Gala. He's making his name known in this one with that buster shot away. 369 taking out 2, and LNG, they found blood in game 1. They say Titans can go down, and Gala wants to make it known that Ruler, even on the comfort of Ezreal, won't find promise here in game 1 of the series. This should be the final Nexus Towers going down. Zika, Scout, and Gala, they have been incredible in this game 1, and they'll put the finishing touches.
That buster shot on 369 was so good coming out from Gala, enabling them and just allowing them, hey, no shenanigans are coming out. We are ending this game right now. And what a huge win for LNG.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'll own it. I predicted a JDG 3-0. And I feel like that was a very common sentiment throughout a lot of the communities that, hey, LNG got pushed up against Weibo. Sure, Weibo are a good team, but like, you need to look a bit better to be able to go up against JDG. And after what BLG showed they were able to do in their series against Top Esports, was like, okay, it's going to be a rough one. But LNG showing, I mean, who knows now, right? It's like everything off the table, because LNG just squarely having a better showing. I mean, they were up, what, 5-0 early on in the game. We have scouted like 2 items when I believe Knight hadn't even finished his first one.
It was huge, the amount of distance between Scout and Knight in this first game. But it started off Tarzan's early poking and prodding, and that's where kind of the bread and butter of LNG has been their split, right? That is why Tarzan has been a mainstay of their roster, and that cohesion, that mid-jungle duo looks oh so sweet when you can get those early advantages. It was a very pointed comp from them as well.
Exactly, and it was a game that is reminiscent to some of the best splits we've seen from Tarzan, because like I said, like, he's at some MVP level splits. I'd say this split was like a good split from him. But when you get performances like this and you're reminded of, oh, you think back to spring and it's like, this was the best mid-jungle duo pretty much up until playoffs, up until they lost that series to OMG out of nowhere. They just weren't able to perform. So I think this is the type of performance you need. Gala didn't really need to show all too much. Like, he had some very impactful moments. I'm especially sure for people out there, if they're like already going back and looking through like the team fights more in depth, like you're going to see some like sick plays from him, but things like the buster shot, things like him just giving them consistent lane prio. It's like, it's cool that we saw LNG do enough to win, but maybe not even show all of their cards just yet. But there are still some question marks, which will kind of be the thing I end on, Mazel. Like, you pointed out the Gwen. It's like, are we going to have some crutches like this that if we see them taken away or banned, maybe, you know, that give JDG a point to where they can pressure?
I'm just saying, Tarzan Sejuani was 100% banned in their first hit. Yes, they won.
Yeah, you're right.
But, you know, it looks pretty damn good. There might be a reason. So we'll see if JDG learns some lessons, ban that one away. But I think when you get that early aggression, it makes it so much easier to play around. And they were starting to stack up for JDG. We could see how methodical Ruler was in a lot of those fights. And if time had gone on, right, there are a lot of things that could have gone wrong for LNG. But they made sure to cross their T's, dot their I's. I think that was the most important thing and the biggest question mark we had for LNG facing off against JDG.
It really was. And now I'm also just happy to see things like their map play, being able to contend. Because those are also points where, like, LNG would just struggle in terms of like what to do when they find leads, and they have been a team that, you know, we've seen like come from behind victories happen against. So it just feels like LNG look a bit rejuvenated since their series win over Weibo the other day. And who knows, JDG, we kept saying it, right? It's been a little bit since they played some games. Maybe they just need one to warm up into the series.
I'm telling you, I think we started seeing some of the fire come out there in moments, right? Like the beast is definitely there.
The fire was
just
there
got to come out of the cave. Yeah, but all you need is a little bit of fire to get the whole engine started, right, Lyric? Come on, that's how
I
engines
agree.
work.
I think if they have like more early aggression options, you'll see the same old JDG come on. Like I said, they have the highest champion kills per minute in the league, which means they are the most aggressive team we have in the LPL typically. But yeah, not really seeing that this game. And the comp didn't really allow for it all too much, as I try not to die, Mazel. Take it away.
Please don't die. Please don't die. We're gonna make sure you're all right. We're gonna send it to a little break now. We are gonna have a couple minutes here to get ready for game number 2. Make sure you get some water. Make sure you rest up.
I will.
Don't die, and we'll be right back.
成就你的梦想。要反手的话，立刻一个破裂，踩两人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话，该小号来了，及时行回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，夏天大招几个直接见上，
夏天躲过了，再将 W 躲， 想要去找高 C， 第二时间装起来，双 C 都跑了，想看下一波大
国开高了以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小林星被秒掉，而且3个能够卷起4个人，今天的不需要从自己的大招以后闪现撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这一波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。
镜头一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大，小猪又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新同方向的 Q， 选择放弃，儒勒来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？
去闪现 QAW， 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
有误认，拿卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合，又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。开的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住以后，4包1是好大！这个大师救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在
宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下人，梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？
野辅瞬间被融化。
Scum 交了保护性大招，双雕撤退被闪现捆住了，这把大辅也倒了。
但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒。侧面李春楠的位置还不错，微微想捡。后仰这边交闪，被赖的跟闪拿到人头，德山闪现过去咬到的是Yoko闪现出来，后面的路飞流子红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走。微微偷出魅魂往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个插花的人头，再捡起来。李修南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳难敌对面4个人啊！
哇，而且是找大龙叠了蛮多飞轮的。是的。球力的这个飞轮叠了很多，来看看这条大龙会使用横给拿到。那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的时候好快啊！狐狸只能继续来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以去进行阻隔。
小天的拼抢，
但是拼抢不了，大招也被抢到了。小天被壁咚，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己。
一直来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，这怪偷一场
小心泥王，泥王伤害是很高的，泥王有闪了，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没错。
碰到了姐姐4级有不 buff，
被黏住，
这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来蓝也不能动，哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
Can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. Something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect.
我觉得我们队的话，虽然可能偶尔会有状态的起伏，但是每个人都很积极，然后很快的能恢复状态吧。虽然我们春季赛没有走到最后，但是夏季赛的话，我自己再打好一点的话，感觉我可以带我们队员拿到冠军。我觉得我们保持好状态，再果断一点的话，感觉对战哪个队都会赢，然后拿到冠军吧。我觉得 JDG 战队的话，整体比较稳定吧，然后围绕着打野进行比赛，然后上路也比较爱玩肉英雄，所以可能整体的节奏都比较稳定吧。我觉得对战 Knight 选手，我自己不会去在意对方中路是谁吧，最重要的是我们打好我们的东西，这里不是我们的终点，我们会继续打下去的。
They will keep moving forward. Scout with some wise words, but specifically not really caring about the mid lane matchup, just wanting to do his own thing. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. We just had a heckin' game #1 by LNG, and it was Scout himself who came up with that MVP.
Yeah, Scout absolutely took over the game. I mean, a lot of it coming off the fact that JDG elected into 4v5 fighting that early Rift Herald, which gave, you know, a bunch of kills, a bunch of momentum over to the side of LNG, but LNG ran with it. And thank God, LNG won red side this game. Playoffs, blue side had a 71% win rate coming into this series. And LNG, they've made it slightly lower, which is what we love to see. And all of that off this guy.
Lower. That's great. That's a great analysis there as well. You know, my analysis is he got the play of the game, but he also had 2 items at like 14.5 minutes. The Night Harvester combo coming alive, and really just the epitome of strength being put on display by this guy.
Yeah, he took over. I mean, like, putting up pressure in these situations early on around mid lane. Again, that ethereal chain setting it up. And then here was where the game really just exploded open of JDG wanting to contest this. And oh, who's the one picking up all these kills? It's Scout LeBlanc. And after this, like, playing out in side lanes, pulling JDG apart, trying to set up windows for him to find access to the back line. Hell, a lot of the time he didn't even need to do that, right? He would just focus down the frontline tanks with the rest of his team and put JDG in a position where it doesn't matter if Ruler's the only one left standing, because now LNG are in a position where they could start taking these neutrals for free.
And you got to hear from himself, right? Like, he feels like he can lead his teammates to a championship. He has been putting up numbers to back it up, right? There's a reason why he's the MVP of our summer split. I think here you get to see, you know, Ruler taking advantage. We actually don't see him die there in the end, but it was an incredible moment for Scout to not only get the LeBlanc so early in the draft, but then show that he could just execute on it and force JDG's hand.
Man, after Scout took down that Damwon roster in that 2021 World Finals, I just can't doubt him. I just can't doubt what this guy is able to do, because I think going in, a lot of people had Damwon slated to win that series, and Scout, again, off his performance, off him picking up that World Finals MVP, was one of the things that allowed EDG to pick up that title. So coming in, we're going to have JDG stick to blue side, which is what you'd expect, because, again, I'm not going to do, it wouldn't even be quick maths, it'd be long maths of what it is, but we're still a 60.
I was going to say, I'm going to press you if we get a pause or something, like, do live maths on air.
We're still at like a 65+% win rate for blue side. So I think it makes sense for JDG to lean back into this one. I'm curious to see if like their priorities pivot a little bit. Things like maybe not first picking the Rel, even though it is quite strong and it's a flex, which I think is always great to get early on. Things like the Tristana or the LeBlanc, and getting one of those in the mid lane, I think, can do so much, or even denying it, right? Swapping up one of your bans. So we'll see what JDG decide to change going to the next one. LNG probably don't have to change all too much. I wonder if they'll keep early picking that Gwen and just saying, hey, Zika, like, we don't really care about your matchup as long as you're comfortable. Hell, 369, even though I think a great carry player, and like you think back to like things like 2020, 2021, that's what he was doing. He was a carry, really didn't play tanks that well at all, and was getting flamed by his teammates for not doing it. We know typically does lean more into those tanks now. Wasn't really able to take over on the cannon, and wasn't given any jungle attention to do so, right? Kanavi tried to look top once early on. It didn't. Actually, no, it was Tarzan who looked top. So no, so Kanavi didn't even look top. What am I saying?
He's like, we'll see you later, 369. Hopefully you can be an influence in the team fights with your slicing maelstroms. It didn't actually become so, right? I think JDG were putting a lot of into the basket of, we can make it through the early parts of the game. We can make it into a late game situation where we can out-execute the team fights. LNG just smacked him in the mouth and didn't stop punching. So I really wonder what that reeling back is from JDG. But specifically, if we see this beast wake up, this has been a team that has destroyed, dismantled teams from the inside out, it's felt like. And they are needing to pull something back here in this series.
Yeah, they're going to need to show us something more. Like I said, I feel like they're another team that if they lean more into some early aggression, especially from bot lane, because I've seen like criticism for whether it's either Ruler or Missing over the year in some regards. Their 2v2 laning phase has been ridiculous. Finding 2v2 kills consistently, the CS leads that they're able to get. So I think getting them on something that has more power in the laning phase would be something that would make me feel a lot more comfortable about JDG being able to pick up a game win.
I think for me, the biggest kicker has to be this mid lane. Like, Knight was not looking great on the Jace. I believe he was like 0-4, 0-3 at some point. And I think, Knight being a big piece to the puzzle, it feels like, of JDG, right? Like, there is a reason why we've seen his addition to the roster, and all of a sudden Kanavi having such strength in the mid-jungle duos, that needs to come alive. And if Scout can continue handling it so nonchalantly like he did talk about in his interview, I think that's where you could really start to see maybe JDG trying to find come up at least. But we're already pretty neck deep into this one. We don't see many adaptations here. The Poppy, the Renekton as well, still there, but the Tristana actually this time first picked by JDG.
Yeah, I was expecting something like this to happen once we saw the Poppy ban of like, okay, Poppy's now banned out, Jace is taken away, go for like a strong mid lane option that kind of works as a diver, because now that can't be dissuaded and you really can't be matched in the mid lane 1v1. Something we didn't see picked or banned in game number 1 is the Rumble. Looks like LNG not going to go towards it, but kind of surprising, right? In some other series, that has been such a high priority pick, but not showing
Sejuani
yet.
I was thinking it was going to be a Sejuani ban. I didn't see it. And I was like, okay, maybe I won't miss it. But they actually don't go for it. It's the Maokai trying to be coming through for LNG, and a lot of that presence around objectives for Tarzan.
And the question to me is what they're going to pair up with in mid, right? Because usually it is one of those like 80 soul laner options. We get one of our answers now with the Azir. So setting up more to be able to have those team fights there, having a lot more zone control come out from both the Maokai Ultimate and the Emperor's Divide. You already said just like the objective setup and being able to light up the area with your saplings and then play off the range of the Sand Shoulders can do so much for LNG if they're able to take control over an area.
And it is also something that Scout knows all too well. The Emperor himself, right, almost has 100 games on the pick. 30 about over the next highest for him. So something very strong and something he's opted into just in their last series. I do like the rel here, still very flexible, but I wonder if this time around it will actually be the Kanavi rel.
We'll see, especially if they end up going for the Xayah. I think it would be quite likely. Man, we've seen so many wacky picks in playoffs so far that, like, I mean, hell, Tarzan can still bring out the Skarner at any point, right? We're not going to have it this game, theoretically. I guess you can put the Maokai down in support, so I guess we can't completely take it off the table.
Don't do this, Luke. Don't go to the dark side.
Point is, it's there, right? You never know what you're going to get now. For LNG are just going to get Gala on the Varus. So now having a lot of range of their own to be able to play off of, forcing JDG to come into them. And now we're going to see where they do decide to ban out. I think top lane would be the safest option just from the fact that Rel and Tristana, Rel is still a flex, right? Can go jungle or support. But it looks like they're fine if Kanavi decides to take into the jungle role, and they still just don't want to deal with some of these other Kanavi pocket picks.
Something I always love about Kanavi is, yes, he will facilitate you. He'll get you all the gold ever. But if you turn to making him a carry, if you give him some priority, we've seen him do some incredible things in his tenure for JDG. So we're going to see what this flexibility does belie for JDG. They do ban away the Gnar here, as the top lane matchup will be an important one, especially when we saw, that Gwen be a pretty saving grace for LNG and for Zika. We actually get that Lilia ban yet again, and the Sejuani by LNG banned away.
Yeah, now maybe even look towards like an early another support ban instead of a top lane one, because I would say you can ban out the Cassante here, but as JDG, you're probably fine with picking up Gwen into Cassante yourself since you have double AD damage in your other lanes as well. So having that counter pick available means Cassante doesn't need to be banned, and then there aren't like a whole ton of other AD top laners that you can really imagine Zika picking up. So I like it. You ban out the Alistar instead. You say, hey, any you know, physical damage option you have in top lane, we have an answer for.
You got to try to find any answer you can, especially. I like that Alistar ban, actually, towards Hung. Just trying to get away some of that big engage potential, but also the beefiness. Excuse the pun. We get the Nautilus, though, locked in yet again for LNG.
Yeah, so they go towards what is just, you know, kind of, again, generic engage support option. Now here, I think, is the interesting thing for JDG. Of like, do you just lock in Gwen here and kind of expect a potential Cassante pick to come out and not really care what LNG would opt into answering with it? Or do they go towards more of a 369 standard of like an Ornn or a Scion and just give him tank duty to survive under turret? It looks like that is going to be the play rather than dipping their toes into it. As there we go.
Fangorn Forest, let's go!
Yep, Ivern coming out with the double marksman, so you know Knight gonna need to step up this time compared to game one. Ruler was already delivering on all cylinders, so hell, even just having the enhancements coming out from the Ornn and for the Ivern, I think is gonna do a lot to push JDG in the right direction.
I love that you had been highlighting 369's growth as a tank player. Then we get this tank play in game two, but we got the gauntlet from Zika, the Fiora locked in, so side lane pressure abound for LNG now.
Has played it 15 times in his career. Is 8-7 on the pick. So again, like decent showing in the LPL when you're going up against so many absolute monsters. And now it's going to set up for a really nice, you know, 1-4 style of composition. You have such great wave clear in the rest of your comp. Like Azir Varus will be able to hold the line to allow for Fiora to do what she does best. So I'm curious if LNG can start getting their hands on some early dragons, which will give the Fiora more time in the side lane, since then you aren't on a timer for Soul yourself, to where for JDG we know needs to look to be more explosive, but at the same time, you have great scaling coming out with double AD carry and Ivern kind of lifting them up, and then the Ornn items, the Ornn upgrades that are going to come out as the game progresses.
It's going to be an intense one here. It feels like this is strictly a JDG style composition. I love the double marksman. I love the safety they have. Kanavi on the Ivern is a menace, but it's going to come down a lot to execution here, and especially that early pathing from both Kanavi and Tarzan. Yes, they may be trees, but they're going to have to be moving fast and get an early, at least, advantage for their teams, because we saw how much LNG were able to press those advantages early in game number one.
And then, and this time I think for JDG, it's where you're really going to want to see their mid-jungle be the ones to step up. The Ivern just enable the aggression to come up from the Tristana that we know she loves to look for. You're going to have push and prio, and then just being able to look for those all-ins onto the Azir, to where when you look at the side of LNG, maybe looking more towards that bot lane with the Varus.
We saw a bit of a one-sided matchup in the mid lane in game number one. Scout versus Knight was so crucial as a bit of a heartbeat for both these teams in this series particularly. LNG were riding high off the momentum of their last series, going all 5 games, but now coming out and smacking JDG in game number one. But JDG, they have their eyes set on the horizon. This is a team that is trying to achieve the Golden Road, and a team that knows success for them is inevitable, because they are a team that functions together, that can ruthlessly dismantle teams time and time again. Been a little bit since we've seen them on the Rift, and we saw them maybe getting a bit of a wake-up call in game number one. But as we head into game number two, it is all about Scout, that MVP, not only from the summer regular season, but also that game number one, back on his Emperor style with the Azir here, and a lot of the strength that LNG are bringing to the table. We got game number two hot and fresh for you. It's JDG versus LNG.
I am shocked. I am shocked that the LNG fans are matching the JDG fans in volume and vigor. Not to say that these players, right, Scout, Gala, Tarzan, don't have fans, Hung, Zika, the LNG organization. But again, just with how star-studded JDG is, you would assume that no one would be able to match. But I guess the LNG fans riding high off of that game one victory.
And this is a team that doesn't have a good track record against JDG. This is also a team that didn't have success last split in the spring playoffs. They are knowingly very stressed about this whole situation. They're making that run. We heard it from Scout early on coming into this game number 2, how they do have a lot of confidence in themselves, but it's about executing and no matter what opponent is, stepping up to their plate.
Look, we can't blame them for what happened in spring. They just sadly got OMG'd. Sometimes you get OMG'd. Sometimes OMGs themselves, as we've seen recently. So
say that 10 times fast.
It's kind of like a natural disaster that just happens to you, which again, that's why everyone loves OMG, because of those types of things that can happen. But in this game, Knight already starting off with some of the explosive action that we want to see, right? Because like I said, for JDG, it's around mid-jungle where you really want to see them deliver. For LNG, this time around, it's going to be the 2v2. I love that Gala and Hung already stepping forward and trying to take advantage of their strong early level.
I think Gala on the Varus can be so good because you get all that utility of the Chains of Corruption, but you also just have so much packing of punch in these long-range team fights. Some things that LNG are really going to be opting into. This 369 going to have a lot of trouble early on, it seems, with the Fiora matchup in the top side.
Yeah, this one's not going to be fun. I remember back in the day, like when Ornn first came out, it was so good for the Ornn, but like every matchup used to be so good for the Ornn. If anyone remembers Release
Ornn.
Sword.
Copy pasta lyric? I don't think there's any more explanation needed.
Exactly. Release Sword can pretty much go toe-to-toe with anything. It's been a long time since then. And now 369, we'll even see how familiar he is with the matchup. But 369 isn't new to just having to sit in a turret as Zika. Oh, God. I thought he was going to find it there. 369, my God, nerves of steel to be able to hold on to that flash.
I'd say that's about a 6. We're holding nerves of steel. Tarzan going to make his face shown or his tree bark shown in the mid lane. Not going to find anything there, but the engage actually from Hung under tower. A nice crash down there. Actually going to go wide and missing, taking the brunt of Gala's ire.
You hit it. I mean, it goes wide, just allows for all the damage to be traded back. Gala being level 3, having those abilities online to be able to throw a piercing arrow and get the E there too. Hung able to add a little bit more, but I like that we're already seeing LNG kind of abuse what they drafted for, right? Drafting for strong top and bot, already finding these early CS leads. But I think that's putting pressure on Knight to be more aggressive, for him to try to right the ship and give an area where JDG are winning out, but no Ruler. They don't really have much of a wave.
Yeah, I was going to say, it gets a little bit difficult, and that Blade Caller will be available for Ruler. He is also on his skin, by the way, Mr. Lyric. We have that adaptation. Nice little signature there on the Rift, but also something where Ruler has said in the past that he wants to try to pick it up. He wants to try to show up. He's going to grab that skin. And now we got to see if he can actually do it, right? You have a lot of safety. I was talking in game 1 so much about how many times I've seen Ruler be the target of teams and just take all of the pressure. It has been a lot of the times on this Xayah.
It has. And like you said, stating that this is something he brings out when it's an important match, and he needs to step up and deliver. So we're going to see here if he is able to do it. Can be a little bit awkward playing later on. Like, you getting outranged by things like the Azir and the Varus can just make it a little bit annoying, right? And trying to find an impact. So we're going to see if Ruler can put up the same level of performance, when I would say it's a little bit trickier compositionally to do that. Is Zika. I try to run 369 down again.
369's in some trouble here. Oh, he got the sweet spot there, the vital at least. 369 going to heal up decent amount though with that regen. And the pot popped, but Dragon coming up on the other side. And I know we were talking in draft. This is something where some early stacking can benefit LNG particularly.
Yeah, it goes both ways, right? Because it just benefits them in different ways. For LNG, if they can start stacking early Drakes, I might need to pause. Hung, it's stunned.
Ooh, that's just some trouble here, as that's a lot of damage coming down. We've seen the sneakiness that an Ivern presents. Knight gonna rocket jump over. Now that duality of the bushes gonna help Tarzan get some damage back.
I still feel like it's tense with Tarzan here. But, right, I mean, of course, everyone wants early dragons. But for LNG, they want it to take away any timer JDG can put on them. If they don't have to worry about fighting a soul at like 25, 30 minutes into a game, it's going to give Zika a lot more 1v1 time against the Ornn in the side lane, and potentially be able to take down like a tier 2 turret in a 1v1, maybe pressure an inhibitor turret. But that's also exactly why JDG would love to get them early, right? If you can put this Fiora on a timer where she has to TP into a team fight. And, you know, Fiora can have some team fight impact, but not as much as, obviously, other champions. That would be ideal for JDG, who just want those outright 5v5s.
Especially comparatively to a champion like an Ornn, who can get an incredible engage. I do want to take a look back at Dragon, though, because we have some tussling afoot. It will be Scout out of mid lane first. Level 6 is abound there. We do have the Emperor's Divide. The flash has already been burned from Knight. He has no way out of this one. The Bramble Smash brings back, though. Can they get the damage? Scout doesn't have anything. Knight might get the reset of the rocket jump here as well. Tarzan in some trouble. He goes for it. Knight trying to get the kill. Who's going to be first blood? It's going to go to Tarzan. And LNG find the chaos. They find the fight, and Scout gets flashed on by Kanavi. So JDG, not one to be left out in the dark, find the 1-for-1.
LNG were even still walking forward aggressively, which made me a little bit scared about what they wanted to go for. But good, 1-for-1. We're not having any crazy early game BS like we did last time around, where so much is given over so early on to the side of LNG. And it's going to be here, where they try to all in on Scout. Actually used the Buster shot there, but didn't really affect Scout whatsoever. And actually, I think put Scout further away like he wanted, just keep outputting DPS from a range. And this is where it looked like Tarzan was going to go down, but there it is, the sapling into the queue, and they're just able to whittle him down once the W comes out. Kind of funny to see a 1v1 between Amalkai and Tristana, but luckily, Kanavi able to return the damage with Missing and Ruler really outputting some of that DPS. I believe Missing there even using his Ignite. So, yeah, both mid laners going downs and both trees picking it up.
That's what I was going to say. The forest has come alive. They get the kills early. The blood seeps into the roots. I don't know. We could go really dark down an alley that way. I don't think we want to take that. We'll go forward into the dragon potential here, as I do want to look at resets coming back out. We have a lot of presence that can be available towards this Rift Herald. Maybe a bit of that trade action coming out here from both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? Because for LNG, if Zika wanted to try and force more aggressive trades once this wave comes into his turret, like, he can guarantee himself priority. You get that wave in, and then LNG, you try to play off that one. But instead, I like it. Going for the early dragon, when we talked about this, will buy them more 1v1 time for that Fiora, not get forced into an early fight. But this does open up for JDG to maybe start finding a bit of a gold advantage. Get the Herald down, try to break something open. Scout,
the turret. Knight still takes the extra tower shot there as well, and he's been getting a little brutalized in the mid lane. Both of them sitting at 0-1, but he will be able to join over here, make this quicker, at least on the back, and try to get back to the mid lane. That dragon does go over, and there's that 1-for-1 trade.
So now it's going to be a lot about what JDG can do with this. Like, how can they accelerate a gold lead on one of their carries?
He has the Grand Challenge available. Will use the riposte on the crash down. Needs to try to get onto Ruler here. The Blade Caller going to be dashed out on it. Zika just wants to get the kill, but we've seen this time and time again, and he knows all too well. He'll back off.
That was so beautiful. He sidesteps the Q coming out from Missing. He riposts the stun. He dodges out on the Blade Caller, like everything. He was dodging everything. And had Kanavi not walked up, I think he would have gotten one of Ruler's summoners.
Oh, I mean, he might have even got the kill at that point. I mean, Ruler had a ton of available escape mechanisms.
Exactly.
At least,
I think a kill would have been over-ambitious, but who knows? Maybe with a Ruler misstep, yeah. And even getting any summoner in a 1v2 would have been absurd.
Yeah. I do want to see, though, now Kanavi back on the mid, actually being a little bit aggressive with his pathing. He does have this Rift Herald. Well, it does have a long time until it's going to get the reset. I want to see them actually give Knight some more of these resources, or give Ruler these resources, and it's about delivering those to the right direction.
I think I'd like them more to go on Knight, because like we said, Ruler, I think the play pattern could be a little bit awkward, to where at least Knight has that ability to jump in aggressively, put himself in range of the Azir or the Varus, and try to like take them out if a coordinated engage comes through with like Missing in 369. So that's where I'd like to see JDG put gold. But after the performance that Ruler had in game one, it wouldn't surprise me if they're just like, hey, this guy knows what to do with cash money. Let's give it to him. He's the responsible one. He ain't going to be browsing on Amazon or any other website buying nonsense he doesn't need.
Not like us, right? Not like us.
No.
Be more like Ruler. Be the Ruler that you believe yourself to be.
If you have responsibilities in life, do it. And don't just buy new games on, anywhere. No new skins in League of Legends.
Ooh,
or maybe you should do that way.
A little bit of space groove action coming out here. Zika does get out of that one. 369 just kind of threaten him, make it anxious here, but that ultimate will be burned for a while.
I realized, Mazel, here we are casting LPL. We got to shill. We got to shill for Riot. We can't tell people to be responsible. Spend your money on skins. It's 369. Actually,
Grand challenge popped here. Zika's playing pretty aggressively here. There's that proc though, and he gets the heal back. Flash from 369, quickly followed up by Zika, the 1v1. It's going to go back to 369. He's feeling confident here, but no way to chase him down. He wants the angle, but everything is going the way of 369 to the top side now. Engage actually connects. Oh my god, that Magnet Storm though, missing, tanking up a Storm. The Buster Shot's not enough, and Hung claims the kill.
And sadly, just not having enough in the tank damage-wise. Sterling content with the 3v3 coming out from LNG. Magnet Storm not really able to be played around. Not a whole ton of AoE damage coming out either. Kanavi there to provide some shields, but that's it. But the tension in top lane.
It's scary.
Still exists.
Palpable. Cut it with a butter knife. You ever remember those cartoons where they'd like literally cut the fog with a butter knife? I think it's hilarious.
Yes.
That's it. You know, that's my representation anytime that happens. Zika gonna get a little bit of help though from Tarzan. Maybe a spotlight to clear some of the fog. 369 did just complete that Thornmail first item. Should get that reset from Zika though.
Yeah, luckily his jungler setting him up for success. Is a very calm game so far. I expected a much higher tempo series from JDG in playoffs. But so far, slow and steady. Going to rely a lot on their strong team fighting. Again, at times, best team fighters in the world. I think inarguable. Waiting to see it here in this best of 5 is they are going to end up funneling gold into Knight. Like we said, I feel like, again, it fits their composition just better. Knight having more proactive options in terms of being able to lead the charge. But Zika more with this turret.
That's so crazy to me is like Zika will be a very tough matchup in the side lane, I feel like, for a lot of JDG's team composition, right? JDG are a team comp. They want to actually stick together, try to fight around objectives, get the team fight going their way. They have a 6th man in Daisy. They're not going to have a 6th man if Knight goes down under turret here, but he's trying to trade back into Scout. Beautiful dodging of that turret aggro there, and Knight able to trade back with the mainstay of LNG. We got more skirmishing here. That Chains of Corruption's gonna lock down Missing. There's nothing he can do to get out. The crash down comes through. There's the Bramble smash back into the combo, and Hung gets himself another kill. Missing is still alive. You do lose Kanavi, but Missing gonna try to make it out alive here. Not able to get in range is Gala. It's gonna be a little bit of a chase down, but Zika engaged on the top side here as Ornhorn does come out yet again. Oh my goodness, does he get the execute? Oh my god, I think he gets the execute.
Yeah, he
got the execute.
I still gotta say, overall really good map play coming out from LNG, because I feel like one of the underrated parts of that play was the heavy trading coming out in mid lane from Scout, because Knight had just come back to lane. Scout still had his TP, so he reset. He could have TP'd, right into the fight, joined up, and been there for LNG to win it even harder. Luckily, didn't need to, just because of the amount of CC. So now LNG not only win the fight, they pick up a dragon.
Oh, the flash from Ruler. That killer instinct coming out of this guy. Tarzan able to get away because of the blue buff.
No vision in that brush. Ruler doesn't feel confident to keep running forward. But like I said, one important thing here, mini-map, Scout recalling. He has TP up. Great ult coming out from Tarzan to then allow for the follow-up engage from the rest of the squad.
Oh, we can't talk though. Mid lane already bursted down, and they're going to find Scout too. Knight's the one that gets the kill. That's a little bit of revenge from game number 1.
Doing a nice job of using the pushing power of the Tristana. You'd already used the Rift Herald mid earlier on, so it was quite low. And now they can start pivoting up towards top side, put pressure on this Fiora, and then turn in for another Rift Herald.
It's a 4v1 up here. This isn't fair. Tarzan's going to come up as well as Hung. You do have a big presence from JDG. You have to be a little careful, though. They're just trying to get this turret, try to get the reset potentially out of that one, but JDG will back away after all.
Yeah, so still going to control the area. I'm keeping my eyes on mid, where it looks like Gala had kind of first hit of the wave, so going to be able to force this one in and maybe allow for LNG to try to wrap their way around, but no. LNG still not feeling confident after they know JDG was in their jungle. Maybe thinking, hey, there could be some vision in here. We got to be a little bit safer in terms of walking out. Mazel, do you think they can test?
I actually think JDG are backing off this one. They do have Ruler coming from mid lane right now. maybe something they could turn back around on. But LNG don't want to give this one. They've gotten their 2 dragons. We were talking about delaying that stacking. But if JDG had gotten another Rift Herald, that just means more gold, and especially a crash down on the bottom side. So LNG full force, they take it away.
So LNG not only got, those kills around, their blue buff, pick up Dragon, now pick up a Rift Herald. It really is just crazy how much LNG are showing us in this series.
Yeah.
Being able to contend and honestly be on the front foot against JDG. Sure, JDG might have the gold lead, but it feels like LNG have been in control. Ghostblade pop.
Gala's going in. The engage there too, and he does so much damn damage. That's an easy pickup there. And LNG, they're running away now with a lot of these pickoffs.
And this is why Gala has always been held in high regard, despite never being like the most insane 2v2 laning AD carry. His proactivity, how he can play make. Pops the Ghostblade, runs in, is...
Oh,
what?
369 gets pushed back. That might have been a 3 right there, Lyric. If I ever seen one rolled, Gala gets a second kill.
Like, I get the idea. Missing Seer and Rulers close by, but the timing of that play, way too early for the tools that LNG have available. So now LNG going to get a second turret. They still aren't building up a huge gold lead, but it is crazy. LNG putting our spring champions, putting our MSI champions on such a back foot. Mazel, at this rate,
making them sweat.
If they go 2-0 up, I will seriously be mind blown as we see 369 here. Look at the minimap. Zion missing, making their way over. Doesn't
he tried
find the
to hit
knock-up.
the edge.
Yeah, doesn't find the knock-up, sadly. Then gets pushed away. Tons of ultis coming out from the side of LNG, and the man just has nowhere to go.
It's a bit unfortunate there, the timing of it all, but about 1 minute and 30 seconds for our timer to get a 3rd dragon for LNG. They had already put a lot of that stacking potential in that neutral objective. Expect them to continue to pick up this fight, right? We've seen them actually bring it together pretty heavily against JDG. And JDG are still a team. They're waiting on items. They're a double marksman cup that needs to be out those 2-3 item spikes.
Right, you want to be waiting for Knight and Ruler to be strong. Hell, even 369 to be more tanky. Ornn items coming through. Like, there's a lot of things as JDG at this point in the game that you're waiting for. Navori now picked up by Knight, so one of those is going to be online. But a big question is going to be how LNG look to keep progressing this game forward. Because now we're nowhere close to LNG having to worry about, let's say, like a soul for the side of JDG, so you know Zik is going to be able to keep just demolishing in that side lane, and at the same time, LNG is going to be able to put up pressure on the opposite side of the map that 369 is going to have to answer. So we're going to see how the stance goes around things like teleports from top laners. If LNG can force a 369 TP out, and then, go back, do the dance again.
What kind of dance are we talking about here? Is it like a flamenco? Is it like a 2-step? Are we doing like slow? Are we going fast?
I think if it was like my kind of dance, we're going to go for a wall of death. A wall of death at a great metal show, which I don't know if it's a dance, but I want it to be those. But for you, we're going to go with the good old square dance, Mazel.
The square dance? I'd rather a bit of a half step myself. I want some pace. I want some fighting. And I want to see Sika not go too heavy down in this turret and top side of the map. He's getting traded pretty heavy, but he will be that pressure we'd set up from the beginning. JDG will take advantage of LNG's lack of presence, and will take their dragon.
Just allowing for them to keep hammering on this top lane, and also trying to see if they can find any chunk damage on the mid lane turret. They weren't able to do so because JDG, even though we said they're waiting, right, getting Ruler and Knight to 2-3, and Marcus Knight.
Okay, I like it.
That's what I want. That's exactly what we want.
Tarzan going to get caught there, but did end up getting that blue buff. That is the kind of stuff you need from Knight, though. That was our big focus coming into this. Knight versus Scout. We've got such incredible accolades for both of them, but they are also both so crucial to their teams. And Knight's addition to JDG has been nothing but incredible. And I think there was a reason why they scoped him out, stole him away, because it has been that come up of the golden left hand, but not only a lot of that flexibility in the mid lane.
Yeah, he really has been just so crucial. I mean, hell, again, first all-pro team. He got voted it for a reason, even if he should be second, because Scout's MVP, so Scout shouldn't be second, he should be first.
You just had to go there.
I'm not going to let it go. I'm not going to let it go,
You're
man.
not going to throw out his Spring Finals MVP. You're not going to throw out any of that. You're
that would make sense. Scout in Spring, for doesn't know, was first All-Pro, and therefore he was also the MVP. Doesn't make sense if you're second All-Pro and MVP. Just bump him up by one. But point is, I think especially once he gets towards what I'd assume is that Bloodthirster, because you know, not a whole ton of armor going to come out from the side of LNG, so I wouldn't assume you need to go for a Lord Dom's third. Having some of that sustain will do him quite nice. I think it'll put JDG in such a strong position, but did just have second item finished up, for Ruler is missing. Oh,
he had to.
Great
I mean, that was going to be a big catch out. Yeah, you had the 2 item spike there for Gala. He popped the U-moves knowing that they were going to go all in. But I will say JDG now have 2 items on both their carries. They also have that redemption for Kanavi. We're going to see them try to utilize this strength.
I'm so curious if Zik is going to get caught off here. I really cannot be bothered with that replay as Ruler. Not going to make it down in time.
Actually, I see a lot of presence. Goodness.
So I don't like this. I don't like a world where LPL top lanes respect like potential pressure coming down.
No, you don't like that? Why not? Why not? Okay, let's go.
Because I'm just saying if it was like the Shy, if it was anyone
else.
Nope,
we can't talk about that. Hunk is caught. Oh, the crash down gets caught by that Nature's Grasp. Like, Hunk should still go down, and 450 smackaroos to Knight's pocket.
Does find one. The aggression paying off. I thought it might have been a little too over-ambitious with people like Scout who were close by. But just going to take the kill, back off. Now you do have things like a flash missing off your Tristana, though. That could be huge if, like, Tarzan connects with his ult. If the Chains of Corruption comes out, Knight won't have much to work with, especially if it's in, like, within the next 30 or so seconds. If they can somehow set up a pick, you wouldn't even have Buster Shot, but I doubt LNG will be able to find an opportunity unless Knight really overreached.
We're just going to take a look back at how exactly a Hunk made it through this moment. Nice little hook onto the wall there, but beautiful actually timing from the Nature's Grass there from Tarzan. Knight hopping over, though. Easy pickup.
And LNG not wanting to work their way around and even try to, you know, give solace to their support. But pretty much 2 items across the board now. So we're at the point where a lot of meaningful damage is going to come out. I mean, LNG pretty much have a full damage composition, right? I mean, you look at Tarzan's items. He's going to be packing a punch. They're very much going to do the same. So a lot of them, it's going to come down to, I think, angles, like how they take fights. Like, if you can get Zik off on that flank and how much saplings you can do early on. And really having, like, great team target focus. Because you have enough burst to just take someone like Knight out if you can isolate them in a fight. So for JDG, it's going to be a lot about how their formation comes out, right? Things like the Kanavi peeling, missing, putting himself in front of his carries. A great call to Forge God by 369, buying time for Knight and Ruler to dish out DPS. So 2 very different, I'd say, like team fight styles that the teams want to look for.
We're seeing that come to bear now as well. As time goes on, JDG are stacking their way to a very strong team fight in their own right. Zika will continuously be that pressure. Should be able to get this outer tower as well. We have Dragon in about 35 seconds. LNG have done the due diligence, have gotten those first 2 Dragons. If they get a soul point, that's where a lot of that, you know, decision-making power does come to their side of things. But they did let the last one go, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure from JDG, who have seemingly woken up now, Lyric.
Yeah, they found their footing, right? Their comp is finally coming online. They did a much better job in the early game, this game, to match blow for blow with whatever LNG was throwing at them. So now it really is just going to come down to the team fighting prowess of both of these squads. LNG have a lot of control over mid lane, just with the amount of range that you have between an Azir and a Varus. But it seems like right now they're afraid. Seeing Knight clear out those wards in River of the angles that they could find.
There's so many little things that can go awry for both sides, but I'm really looking at Hung and Missing to be the leaders of this one. Hung going in with that engage, actually catches Missing out, and Tarzan gets the kill with him as well. The depth charge onto Kanavi, the shifting sands as well as the Emperor's Divine Knight locked down, and LNG, they actually picked them apart again. It's looking like game 1 with Zika over the top rope. You got a basketball skin, but you just got alley-ooped by the carries of LNG.
And we got to see exactly how much damage this composition brings to the table. I mean, you look at the 2 members, right? Kanavi and Missing, they are not that tanky. I mean, you're a support. You're also an Ivern, who's pretty much a support. 369's one who needs to soak that damage. And now it's going to lend itself to a Baron coming through for LNG. A TP
what is 369 doing here?
But
what is he doing here? He's going ham. He's trying to get in there, but there's no way. He might get chased down here. He's got Zika on the back side of him. Oh, goodness gracious. He finds himself on the wrong side of town, and he just gets beat down.
You know what? Your whole team just went down, you know, around your jungle area.
Oh, no.
It's doomed. You just need to go for it.
No! Let's talk about the replay. Let's talk about the replay.
Yeah. As we see here, I mean, missing going forward so aggressively at first blew my mind, but it's here. Just again, look at the lack of stats coming out. Great ult from the Maokai to start things off. He followed through with the Chains of Corruption onto the Ivern, and then Scout with a beautiful
in the middle of
Emperor's
the rocket
Divine.
jump.
Yeah, just so much done, denying that rocket jump from going through. And this just shows, I really feel like stacking up some of those early dragons was so crucial, and now you have this Ornn that just perma-force in a side lane.
Round 2, fight! There's nature coming to get you on Tarzan, the first tree to find blood in this 5-on-5. You're actually 4v5 in the moment. Hung getting bursted down there, needs to be a little bit more careful. You do have 369 coming out, but he doesn't have Ornhorn. He doesn't have that engaged potential, and Dragon number 3 goes to LNG.
Let's all remember why he doesn't have those tools up as trying to stop that Baron. But again, I love plays with Mojo, so like after you lost a team fight and the Baron was going to go down, it was probably doomed, right? The gold lead is now ballooned. Baron's going down. Unless you have some kind of miracle steal with that ulti, it really will just be LNG now having a great siege of your base. Like, we've been talking about the range you've been playing with this whole game. Like, imagine a Z or Varus in front of your turrets with things like Maokai and Sapling just being thrown in your face.
And you have the Serpent's Fang there for Gala, a lot of utility there. But it also was a moment where, you know, LNG knew exactly how to attack, and some of the misexecution really coming alive for JDG. It was literally an almost tie ball game. And all of a sudden you have a monumental lead for LNG, and they can look to find these engages. Hung over the wall will be engaged on by missing here. I'm not going to go too far for it. JDG in some trouble, and Scout over the wall. He has Emperor's Divide. They've already picked out missing as well. That Chains of Corruption is doing so much work. Scout is going to go golden. Not a lot of health. The engage goes through, and Ruler picks him up. Ruler's still full health, does have the red and blue now. Zika coming over here with the Hull Breaker. It's Ruler picking apart, though. Kanavi actually ends up getting the 600 gold from that pickoff. And Zika now needs to be a little bit more careful. Is going to be able to get out of this one, I believe. Maybe not. Actually, he's going to have that Hull Breaker. He's tanking up, but Grand Challenge has been issued. He's just trying to get over the wall here. He doesn't have flash, doesn't have any way out, and JDG are pushing and trying to catch him. Riposte goes through yet again. Can he get over the wall? The Great Escape has come alive. Kanavi doesn't want to let this happen, though. My goodness, Zika taking all the pressure. Meanwhile, at the base, LNG did half your health to your tier 2 in mid.
It is insane, the sidestepping that we've seen from Zika in this game. Remember the 1v2 earlier in laning phase against Ruler missing, and now this, bringing them across all of Runeterra. We're going to see her missing. I mean, at this point, right, I think we can feel JDG's desperation. We saw that from 369's play earlier. It's going to be here. I want to see how Scout ends up taking so much damage. Knight just getting the full explosive shot off. He's lucky to have survived, and this time they have the Ornn. The Fiora's not here, so it allows them to run forward, allows them to just keep bringing LNG down. And much better play
Ruler does
from
a lot
JDG
of
this time
damage.
around.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're obviously seeing some of the fruits of the labor of a double marksman comp. Knight is really starting to be a threat, and it also means that you're watching that golden left hand while the right hand of JDG and Ruler smacks you on the other side, and that's where the strength belies for JDG. They got to keep pressing this, though. They have a little bit of timing window for themselves as the Nature's Grasp does come across. That tier 2 in the mid lane taken and the bounty secured.
And now we're at a point where 3 items on both of our marksmen for JDG. So gonna have more sustain coming through, gonna have the damage from that passive that's there if you can, you know, maintain staying healthy, which will be a bit hard if Gala can start connecting with some of these arrows, right? But point is, I feel like we're really at some of these critical thresholds, and I like that Knight also just picked up a stopwatch, because one thing we know LNG been great at is Scout going in for the famous Stagda swoop and boops. Scout's been swooping and booping left and right, and you need to be ready, go into stasis, survive that, and get off more DPS, allow your team to reposition around you, and hopefully Knight then be able to get out scot-free if Scout finds the play.
The problem I'm seeing, though, is Zika is just becoming that monster we had set him up to be from the draft, and I don't see, again, like I said earlier, a real answer for Zika in the side lane. Yes, that comes where JDG can force 5-on-5s, and that Hull Breaker becomes a little bit more useless, but as long as LNG have some presence on the map and this third dragon for them, it gives them that decision-making.
Definitely gives them a lot of room to work with, right, in making JDG feel forced to look for some of the engages that we've seen them try. Like the last one looked like ideally it wouldn't have been in JDG's favor, but they managed to make it work based off Knight's positioning and then finding Scout. But that isn't going to happen every time. Now we're going to see. I guess they're just committing Knight to answer sides because of, you know, his E. He's going to be able to clear out waves much faster than 369 would. And the Buster shot as well. So
yeah.
It's going to be much harder for him to dive you.
But I got to give some love to the new gun, the new carry, it feels like, for LNG and Gala. The man is 5-0-4 on the Varus, has the Serpent's Fang, is providing a lot of utility, but they are also fully focusing on him as a big carry in this game for LNG. They are forcing the Baron here for JDG, and I don't think LNG can respond. There's the Nature's Grasp, but the Baron's already gone. Zika's on the flank. They're going to find the engage. Oh, no, you can't get caught on the side missing. He takes up, though, and the front line from LNG has completely left their carry. Scout gets taken out. Gala gets taken out, and Ruler picks up 1,000 gold. What a big swing. And JDG, they made them reel themselves as Hong is a little bit caught out. I feel like there was an exit strategy there, but Ruler should be able to come over here and help take him out. Zika's pushing top lane still. Breaker not going to be there.
I got to stop you because, okay, Ruler, maybe I don't got to stop. Why is this still going?
Oh my God,
what are we
this
doing?
is still going. Zika, he's down. Ruler's picking up gold left and right here, Lyric.
Why? Why did any of this happen? I got to be honest, JDG didn't make LNG do anything. LNG chasing the rel, I get it, wanting to find that kill, but leaving your carries exposed to the pinch, that is not the way to do it.
So rough. Oh my goodness. I've never seen a peanut butter and jelly sandwich come across so fast, or come apart so fast.
They gave it to them. They gave it to them.
Oh, JDG with one fell swoop will take a mid inhib, will reverse their fate, and potentially even up the gold. We'll take a look.
Like, who do they think they're facing? They're going up against an Ornn, a Rel, such easy ways of closing space. I am surprised that the Rel survives this long, but look where they're left. There really isn't even anything to break down here, Mazel. It's just saving Private Ryan, but he doesn't get saved. He's by himself, and he's gone. And, it's, you know, I just don't like plays like that. I want a 5-game banger. I'm happy if JDG comes back and they bring us the distance, but you can't lose a fight like that.
It's just about knowing your cons and executing towards them. Zika wasn't really going to provide any help, right? He's looking for a big flank. He's trying to buy time with his Hull Breaker as best he can. But we have full Ornn completed on the side of JDG. They have reached their scaling milestone, and their team comp is just going to force the hand of LNG every single time.
Yeah, now they're huge. Now you had tools, like we pointed out before that fight, like Stopwatch on Knight, that didn't even need to be used for how the fight ended up going down. So now, going to be able to use this Baron, going to be able to use the amount of pushing power they have. Not for much longer, only 30 more seconds. But 30 seconds with the Xayah Tristana can get a lot of work done.
You already see that. I mean, it only took about a couple seconds to take that one out completely.
Even the Ardent
they still have so much.
Like you're getting so much value from this comp at this point in time, and we just see the Warmogs finished up by 369. So Gala not going to be denting him anytime soon.
Oh wow, they got a side lane turret as well from Winions as a tier 2 had fallen. You don't get that, at least the pressure. Pressure's important. Zika, though, will still be that menace. I think LNG, they are reeling. They've got the birdies swirling around their heads, but they have to find a way to kind of wake themselves back up. They're going to TP to defend this bottom side engage and siege from JDG.
Like we said, 2021 was the last time that LNG has beaten JDG in a series. After game 1 and after right up until this Baron, it was looking like they were finally gonna break that curse. They were finally gonna get things going. And we remember that was the year of like the LNG Miracle Run 2 Worlds. Which I feel like would be a really good omen of like, hey, the last time you beat JDG, you made it to Worlds, you beat JDG, you're making your way to the upper semis. Now, a bit of that progress being halted. I still think the silver lining being that LNG are showing us that they're here to play today, right? And that so far, this has been neck and neck.
And I just love the sweeping momentum for them from their last series, the absolute 5-game banger, and then now coming into this one, having that strong performance in game number 1, taking a very aggressive composition, but we might need to see them try to adapt to some later game insurance policies. And while they do still have some of that in this game, it's all about now the execution for themselves, try to get back into this one, because the lead is now holistically in JDG's favor, and feels like for the first time in the series, and they'll have a lot of the power on the map, right? And I think that's where this extra member in Daisy, a lot of the double marksman comp come into this play.
Yeah, I agree. The Daisy to be able to provide so much. You've already hit, like, I mean, hell, Williams Ruler. Ruler is full build now. Ma picked up rapid fire cannon there. So we're on the opposite side. I think the most key member is Scout. Scout is the one who's going to put out DPS because of the fact that we have lethality on the Varus. I guess Maokai as well actually puts out like a decent amount of like sustained damage for a team fight as long as you're consistently throwing out those saplings. But it's all going to be up to Scout, who needs to finish that Rabadons, because we just got a Guardian Angel picked up for Knight as well. So both carries from JDG are absolutely full power.
Double upgraded Navoris too, as it's going to be really hard to pick them apart. And a lot of the in-game
I'm curious if
JDG as well.
They might even have elixirs with Zell, right? Like, we haven't hovered over them in quite some time. If they do, that really is just like as strong as they could be.
Okay, so decent amount of poke from Gala. This is why you grab the Varus, because you just want to find a little bit of that preemptive damage. But JDG, if you overstep, they will take you out. Missing has been crucial in a lot of their engages, but now they have 369 in tow. Knight going in with that rocket jump. He won't have the cooldown there and won't get the reset on that explosive charge.
It seems like LNG realized they need to play around their range advantage that they have.
Here it goes. Comes out. They realize they're split. They know that they're completely split here. Knight goes in with another rocket jump, but maybe he overextended. He's into the wombo combo. He brought the depth charge to the rest of the team. Look at Scout on Ruler. They know what's so important. Ruler flashes, and again you come for the king. You better not miss.
JDG now gonna try and find 2 more off the back of it. Elected to not chasing it down and realizing getting an objective is more important. Baron's up, but look at LNG. They are hightailing it to what would be soul for them.
They're TP. They're going to go straight in. 369 does not have any extra engage here, but he does have his body, and LNG are nowhere to be seen.
No, so now JDG not only find the kill, which means they win the fight, they get the Baron, but look at Zik on the minimap. He wants to find something for themselves. 369 recalls in time, and with these Baron recalls, nothing's going to be able to come from this, but I like the onus. I like the pizzazz in going for the try.
We'll actually take a look back at the chaos that was this, but as soon as 369 sees Scout completely under tower, he's like, let's just go.
Yeah, pulls the trigger, and then Knight, not afraid to fall, because Knight knows he has that Guardian Angel. Has to go with the flash, does get hit by Hung's ultimate, which knocks a few of them up, but that fight's going fine. He has to go back. But right there, Ruler dodging out with that ult and that flash and winning that 1v1 against Scout felt like the most pivotal thing.
This man does not stop impressing since he splashed, or actually, rocketed into the LPL. He has been incredible. He has been a mainstay of each one of JDG's victories. That there is a reason he's so lauded. There is a reason why teams try to completely focus him, and Scout knew how much pressure he was going to provide if he didn't mark him.
And I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people consider him the greatest AD carry. His longevity, the amount of accolades.
Ooh, I don't know if those accolades matter right now, because he's just looking for kills. They get the knock-up on Zika. That'll be his GA popped as well. The Nature's Gas comes across, but again, there's no real combo here. The Sun Disc is there to provide a little bit of safety, but it's gone in an instant as snuffing out the light, or JDG, and they're just trying to crash straight into the Nexus turrets here.
Yeah, they're just going to keep looking for the push. Last stand from
LNG.
LNG.
No, that's the Feather Storm, though. And again, you cannot kill this man on Zaya. You can try every single time, but you just can't get him. He's looking like Thanos on this pick, and JDG, the beast has woken.
LNG have to be molding. LNG have to be so upset at how this game went. Leaving their carries in front of that Baron exposed. I'm not letting it go. I'm not getting it out of my mind. It's just, yeah, what an unfortunate situation, right? Going for the pick, I get it, but not.
That was the biggest difference maker. Literally, LNG were in the lead, and then it was the biggest swing just from that moment.
Yeah, and right after that huge gold swing, Baron's now online. You get this huge injection of money. The Bloodthirsters are now picked up. I believe Ruler even like almost finished his next item off the amount of money he was sitting on as well. Like so many things came off the back of that play. To a right, JDG maybe still would have won the game. Like let's assume Rel goes down and the other four can escape. Like I'm not saying JDG would have for sure lost, but it's like the amount of momentum that swung off that is just ridiculous. But hey, now we're at 1-1. Now it is getting a little bit spicy, and now we know JDG, they have to have the confidence back.
They do. Again, I feel like a lot of our teams, a lot of the LPL, we are very confidence-based. We are very momentum-based. And when you have those buys, you can wonder what exactly comes in. A little bit of the rust starts to creep in because you have to be staying on, right? Competitive on a stage is much different than scrimming in a room with your team. And I want to see JDG continue this strength because we did see them wake up. But it's the thing for JDG is they didn't really have to do anything. And that is the scariest part because as soon as they see that weakness, they see one person lagging behind the pack, limping along, they will be ruthless every single time.
You know what? It kind of reminds me of JDG. Because I think everyone's going to remember the narrative of like last year, oh, JDG are the comeback kings. Doesn't matter how far they fall behind. They're the best team fighters in the world. People overlook the fact that JDG, they just start doing that in playoffs. And that's when that really kicked off. In the regular season, JDG had like one of the highest goal differences at 15 that I'd ever seen as their average. You know what I mean? So it feels like I wonder if we're kind of seeing a similar thing here where I feel like JDG in the regular season were a lot more like proactive and a lot more aggression coming out. But this time it is leaning a lot more on that team fighting prowess, a lot more on the leaning on the carry potential of someone like Ruler in the late game to get it through, and Knight in this game, right? Especially in the early mid game. Knight was the one making things happen, and we were the one highlighting it time and time again. And this whole comp is built around this.
I can see the moment that Scout and Gala started molding. I can see it. It's right there.
I'm still molding with them.
Incredible turnaround. It was a 40-minute game. It wasn't like it was an easy trajectory for JDG, right? That's why we were talking so much about that moment, because it did feel like the difference maker. But Ruler is the difference maker for JDG, right? He is the bar, it feels like, in the LPL now, as his splash continues to be a big one.
Like, despite the fact that I will keep saying that that was a complete throw from LNG, that doesn't change how well, like, Ruler Knight, like, some of the play in these team fights that we had going on, right? So, glad to see taking advantage of when from Knight with a much slower game, when Ruler able to perform 2 games in a row. I feel like Kanavi on the Ivern has once again been exceptional, been able to deliver exactly what you need to deliver when you are playing this champion. 369, you know, we got to make it up to a 6,
Don't do
buddy.
my
We got to
boy
make
like
it up to
that.
a 6.
Come on.
Hey, 369's been my favorite top laner since 2020. He's on the patented Lyric Dream Team with Mole, Balan, Y4, and Haro. So, you know, it just we need at least a 6.
At least the 6. Maybe hoping for some 9s at some point from him. But I do like the addition of the tank to the flex meta right now in this best of, because I think that's something we were highlighting as well for 369, his growth in a lot of the moments, but it has been that growth into the kind of tank play we've seen him pull off. And he was a pretty big crutch for them to rely on this time around. I will say, though, if you're focusing on the shiny golden left hand, you got to watch for the Ruler in the right. LNG are reeling after that game number 2. We'll see if they can bounce back in game 3.
타기 하는 과정에서 떨어지면 절대 안 되고요. 호비 날리게 해야 됩니다. 날리게 해야 돼요. 먼저 뛰었고 와 해당 없어요. 그리고 저 오른쪽 대박. 아 이거 되게 대박. 끝났는데 있진 않다. 끝났어요 벌써. そしてヒロイックチャージから距離詰めてスティール成功をはちゃめちゃです。ただキナツが入っていってカウンターストライク4人で決まったぞ。そのままコーポラルを持っていく。さあピッツァのノックアップも続けて決まる。ソーラーストップウォッチを使うんですがなだれ込んでいくのは SHG。
Everybody's gonna see us light the way.
Aki is cooking, he's gonna flash over.
Oh, I mean, this might be a solo kill first. It's a stun! Oh, now Arla has level 6. Wait.
Oh my God!
Wait! Arla, you beauty!
Và những tóc biến lên của người tiêu dùng của một lại phút 1 sử dụng kỹ năng attack đi. Hack chiến thuật đó là xuyên tập kích cho nên không thành công lắm. Con gấu đang tắp lên. Ôi! một bên cũng có phụ nữ đồng đội rất yêu kéo rất là hay, đẩy một thành viên về KT đang sẵn sàng để giết điểm lượng nhưng không thành công khi ra về W và Woody vẫn đang bắn đang liên Raider ra Raider cùng các bạn đang sát thủ chính kỹ năng chối đang bắn liên tục được Woody Raider đang siêu cover ra có được Penta kill siêu cho Raider.想直接举，但追不来，这总有4个人啊！交闪现离开，但火扑连击已经没有了。另外一边是 Bruce 想来单挑，但看起来一个 Gemini 有点难敌到对方决定的4名成员，看着自己坚定不移想阻挡。一个羽毛倒钩闪现，只有2个人，比较3个，再配上牛以及拉莫的伤害，这时候永少想定但回身。CF 的阵型一旋不乱，再一个羽毛倒钩已经让 Bruce 打下一个 double kill， 往前还要再领会这个空杀防壁 ，CF 的所有成员都要被决定给扫坑干净。
Shield 9, they can step up here for a lot of damage. G2, Quebec comes in with a kind of, oh my god, and starting now Hans Summer just begins to open up and make first of all, Hans Summer trying to get forward as well, but he just continues to rain hell down on XL. Elder now the top. They're so low. The dragon resets, Hans Summer looking to go off limit forward, and now he steps forward, and Hans Summer just barks all over them, and Hans Summer is looking to make it 4, and looking to send XL into the lower bracket. Hans Summer is single-handedly taking G2 to the
这个赛季表现的话，其实挺不错吧，因为只输了2把，然后自己个人状态也是不错的。常规赛的话，其实有一点练英雄的感觉，然后季后赛的话，其实肯定会用很多英雄的。季后赛的话，其实不管什么对手，我们都会杀完。保持状态的原因就是想赢吧，就想赢这个想法有就可以保持状态。 其实我们去年夏季赛也是常规赛第2，拿了第1名的，所以今年也是会一样的。对对手说就多小心一点，我们会全杀的。
Be careful, we will smash you all. All right,
I
some
love
strong
that. I love
words
that
coming
interview.
out from Konami. It feels really good, especially after a heckin' game number 2 victory and really JDG waking up to the occasion. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and we are in the summer playoffs of the LPL 2023 summer split, rather. And also a game number 2 where Ruler was the king we know him to be and the measuring stick of the LPL and in this series. He claims MVP for game 2.
Look, Ruler's had 2 great games. JDG as a whole has not had 2 great games. They definitely looked better this game than they did in game 1. But if you missed that game for whatever reason, it was a massive throw by LNG. Has to be said. Has to continuously be said. One of the more egregious ones we've ever seen. But Ruler was there to pick it up. And again, from the early levels, Ruler was playing this game really well. We saw like multiple times of like dive opportunities trying to come off on bot side. You know, they were doing a pretty good job around those. Just farming up, getting to a place where he could be strong. The solo kill that he found on Scout in the one team fight around mid lane when 369 just pulled the trigger on the call to Forge Gun when they saw Scout under his turret in mid. Just a lot of small good moments from Ruler. So it's been nice to see that even if JDG are looking muted today, that the member that really needs to be stepping up in metas like this is still performing.
Underneath it all, Ruler will still be a constant for JDG. He has found so many big moments on the Xayah particularly, and I think we saw a lot of that here. So I wonder how much that play and that pick comes into play for game number 3's draft. But I think it's LNG that are going to have to look at how they approach this one, because we talked about it a lot in game number 2, but throughout the season, throughout a lot of these moments, teams will focus Ruler, but he takes all the pressure and deals it right back.
Yeah, but I actually don't think LNG need to like relook their approach. You know what I mean? Like you look at how this game went. The thing I'm scared of is if LNG think like, hey, we need to, try something completely new. Though LNG will be moving on to blue side, so I expect us to see a bit of a different game than what we've already seen so far, just by the distinction of that, of changing sides. But yeah, LNG in my mind have looked like the better team so far. So just keep doing what you're doing. Like Scout and Tarzan have been delivering. Their bot side's been doing fine. Gala, I feel like in those first, I don't want to say those first 20 minutes, because I feel like Gala's the one who probably should be the most upset by the engage that happened onto him in that game. But like he was more lively in this game, which in game 1 he really didn't have to do too much. It wasn't him playing bad, just his team was dominating elsewhere. So we'll see if the LNG squad can keep it up and not get too tripped up by this loss.
I mean, the Sejuani was open in game 2. Maybe they go back to that one. If they want to find some more comfort there. But the Fanghorn Forest went the way of Ivern, and I think trying to find a way around that will be interesting, because through all this, we've talked spotlights mid lane. We've talked about how crazy both these ADCs can be in their killer instincts on the map, how crucial that is. But a lot of the breathing room does come from Konami and Tarzan for their teams respectively. Yeah. And the way that we've seen the meta of this series play out so far, we've seen kind of the dual aspects of both these guys and what we've seen through them, their growth in the regular season as well.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, especially for Tarzan, who, again, I feel like you look at game 1, tremendous and a lot of control in that game too. So we're going to look at Kanavi, who has already given us different looks, right? From Poppy to Ivern, it seems like playing a more kind of defensive style. Both games, JDG opting for more of these comps that are about protecting and enabling your marksman. So, which, funnily enough, I feel like it's a good day to do that. We really just need to see some other parts of the map being able to do a bit better. But at least JDG's mid-game showing us they can still make these really snap decisions on the fly, like that Baron that they went for, which kind of put LNG in that position where they ended up making the mistake. And you said it, once JDG find that lead, they know how to close it out. It's just about, hey, in the series, are they going to be able to get this lead where 2 games in a row we've seen significant gold leads stacked up by LNG?
Feels like they are the hunters of this league. As soon as they smell blood, they will find you and they will take you out. And I particularly want to look at kind of the expectations we were talking about at the beginning of this series for both these two teams. They are a little bit different, right? LNG are just trying to make their mark on the split, do better than they did in spring, and make it to Worlds this time around from last year. But it is JDG who are, again, one brick at a time trying to make a legacy for themselves.
Yeah, like we said, trying to build towards just winning everything within a year, right? When we come into a series like this is like LNG and JDG being at the same level going in. When you come into a game one like this, JDG are expected heavy favorites. It's not biased. They won spring. They won MSI. They finished second in the regular season, and they beat the team that finished above them. So losing today and falling to the lower bracket, I think would be a real stall to that goal and those expectations that everyone has on them. Could be good for the team too. You never really know about some of the intangibles, right? About how like wins or losses affect, like could light a fire under you if they then have to go and play against top esports, which honestly sounds like a banger. If we don't get JDG top esports at some point, I'm kind of disappointed. But at the same time, right, it also could make you start questioning things you didn't have to question before and create conflict that you didn't have to deal with. So yeah, right now still waiting to get back on stage. I feel like we've been on us for an unusual amount of time, but I expect us to be close.
Yeah, you know, it wouldn't be a birthday without a pause, right? I
Yeah.
think, maybe we get a little bit of a moment here, but I know we were talking about expectations.
But what are we pausing, Zell? Actually, what are we pausing?
Pausing stage setup. I don't know. I don't know, Lyric. Don't put me in that corner. I put myself in that corner.
You did.
We were talking earlier, though, about some of the track record between LNG and JDG, and you know, all the fact that LNG hasn't beaten their demons at JDG. I feel like you could say that for a lot of teams in the LPL, but starting so strong in game number one made you think maybe that trend is starting to change here. They've got to kind of find that momentum from game one yet again.
I will change my mind so easily. I came into the day, I predicted JDG 3-0. Like 15 minutes in the game two, I'm like, oh my god, this is going to be a 3-0, but it's going to be an LNG 3-0. Insane after seeing their Weibo series. And now, I don't know. This is a toss-up, right? Both of these teams, I feel like now showing what they're able to do. Zika has been someone who's impressed in my mind, like bringing out these picks, showing that he can make them work and really put pressure on 369. 369, historically, in his early days in top esports, 2019, 2020, you think of him as someone who could play carries, who could play bruisers and really take over. Hasn't done that on this iteration of JDG. The question for me is if he'll be able to lean a bit back into that style, if it calls for it, for him to be finding his own pressure in that 1v1 in top lane.
Yeah, because you don't want to give Zika that pressure either. That Fiora was looking a little scary, but luckily the team fight was a little bit harder to deal with for LNG. Now we do have that swap of sides. Get into our draft for game number 3. It is the Rakan and that LeBlanc banned away by LNG. It's the Maokai and the Kaisa already banned by JDG.
I am surprised by a blue side LeBlanc ban coming in, especially after Scout had a phenomenal game 1 on the champion. So I'm interested to see where their first pick prio lies. Maybe they want to get their hands on the Tristana this time around. Jace being another one that we hit on, being a very big pick for Scout if that one doesn't get banned out here by JDG.
There's that Sejuani ban towards LNG. Again, was 100% presence banned in their last series. Was able to make it through the first 2 games, but actually was only picked in game number 1. This is also a pick that was banned away on red side both times around by LNG. But there is a lot of heavy priority picks that you can grab for LNG as a first pick here. And I think we saw JDG use that to their strength in game number 2. The Tristana was key to that.
Yeah, so wanting to go for that over any of the other options that we brought up, things like the Renekton, I think could have been a good shout if you're like, all right, well, things like the Azir and the Jace are still up, so there's other mid lane options viable. But this is also a flex, so I get it coming through, especially with things like Sejuani and Maokai both banned away. But that's actually going to send... Ooh, I was going to say, if JDG lock in, the Jace is kind of spicy, just because of what we've been seeing, right? We've been seeing Lilia bans come out from LNG. You know, Kanavi's someone who's brought out the Elise this split. Like, he is someone who has other AP junglers in the pool that he's willing to bring out, and that makes things like Jace still so incredibly powerful for their side.
There's always the point of pressure if JDG decide to flip the switch and let Kanavi loose with a carry. But that will have to be a question mark still as Jace does get locked in.
So we're going to go with that one. So again, we have to keep our eyes on if they do decide to go jungle 3 and not let it get banned out. Now for LNG, I'm really surprised that neither team is leaning in like heavier into the Renekton just yet. For LNG, Jax, bringing that one out early now that it's finally left open with the fact that JDG swapped over and the aim coming through. Something that has obviously really fallen off since the nerfs to her Q on this patch. She's been picked up twice in playoffs so far, once by Yagao and once by Shanks, and both were losses.
Scout trying to change the fate of the Annie and also trying to change the fate of LNG. He said in an earlier interview he wants to be the guy that can bring his team to a championship. And he's had a heck of a running so far in the playoffs, but as well as this whole split. We'll see if this combo comes through. I like the comfort for Zika. I like a lot of that side lane pressure on the Jax. We do get that Aphelios for Ruler. And if you didn't watch a lot of the early season, a lot of the season of the LPL, this guy had clips worthy of the top 5 in almost every single week on this champion.
I'm curious where JDG go with their bans. You could ban out. I was wondering if they'd go for like some support bans coming through. If they would maybe take away something like an Alistar. If you decide to put Rel down in that bot lane, you know, one of the things that can be a little bit more of an annoyance with her. And then you have the kind of double jump in from a Tristana Alistar. But instead, wanting to make sure the same level of side lane threat isn't there from Tarzan. We know he's already locked this one in earlier on to where for LNG, they're trying to make it so 369 is forced into the knife fight. We're wondering if he has a matchup where he can contend. And I love that LNG are trying to take him off his comfort.
You gotta put the focus where you can. And I think that Ornn was actually a pretty big part to JDG's Game 2 win. A lot of the engage, but also that extra scaling given to the team composition.
Exactly.
We want to see if actually a lot of that focus comes through from JDG, as this last ban is Alistar.
Yep, so going with the expected Alistar ban, I like that one when you've already locked in the Rel, and I wouldn't be surprised if JDG do just opt into putting it down towards the bot lane, but I like to highlight that 369 in team fights was good last game, even if his early game not exactly there and had just some mechanical misplays, if we're being honest, like some of the headbutts that he did end up going for. So now final ban from the side of LNG. I wonder what you can even go for here. Maybe a Poppy. Huh, so they will just go with the Lilia, which is one of the things that we highlighted. We said Kanavi is someone who has other AP junglers left in the pool. Gragas, 369's pocket pick, which still does phenomenally into the Jax, shuts down a lot of what he does in that 1v1. So at least we know, assuming that this doesn't get swapped over to jungle, that 369 should be having a great time on his
Let's go. Let's go. We get the Tarzan Lee Sin, my dude. Hung's going to pop in that Nautilus, but this is a comp that LNG can fight with.
So LNG still looking to be a team on the front foot. I think very good read of how their early games have been going to allow for this one to come through. And now going to be looking to keep that same level of aggression for JDG. It seems like they're still toying around with some of their options. If they had gone with the Poppy, it would have been quite interesting because both Poppy and Gragas technically are like double flexes between top and jungle, but instead bringing out the Melio. So I think having a lot more of a stock and standard setup with Gragas in the top lane, Kanavi going to be on that Rel. And a bit of mid-game skirmishing power definitely here for the side of JDG. I think a lot going to be on Kanavi, especially with those Magnet Storms when you have a lot of like lower range champions on the side of JDG to set up for like a big accelerated shock blast as well as a Moonlight Vigil on top of it. And then who knows, maybe 369 even gets like a perfect like body bop into cast. Everyone could just be deleted on the side of LNG.
For me, Missing's Ultra Mega Fire Cakes are going to be so big here. You can stop so much of the engage because it interrupts in the middle of them. So I want to see how this duality goes of the Melio. We haven't seen it just yet, but I'd love to see that Missing's willing to go with this kind of change up in the bot lane 2v2. But again, some change ups for LNG on the other side. Tarzan having the sword at his hand on the Lee Sin. He'll have to be absolutely proactive for this team comp to come alive.
And I have a lot of confidence in that. After what we've been seeing from the early game from LNG in the first 2 games, like, I'm excited to see Lee Sin, Annie, see champions that can, you know, you have the stun from Annie to set up for the gank, the damage coming out from the Lee Sin. You could start bringing that into your side lanes. A Tristana in the bot lane, so another champion that could just dive in. And it seems like something that's been suiting LNG well so far.
Again, second most played champion as well for Tarzan. Something he has a good win rate on as well, but it's just the unlocker. It feels like once Scout and him can get going, that duo is going to be so strong. But Kanavi on the other side does have a lot of safety, but a lot of that engage for JDG. You've got to look at how the team comps come together early, but particularly what the pathing looks like from both Kanavi and Tarzan.
Yeah, that one's going to be a fun one, right? So when we predict for Tarzan, it should be around mid lane. But the thing I'm most excited for on the side of JDG is like how they get 369 involved. Because 369 is on the Gragas. If there's a champion where 369 is going to break his dice and somehow like roll a 16, it has to be on this one. This
Why did
is
you
his
go with
pick.
the 20?
I don't know. 16 sounded like a good number. Got a problem with 16?
You roll a nat 20, baby.
Send us into the game.
We're getting into the game
card just showed
now,
up.
though. Game number 3 is underway very shortly here, and it's JDG who have woken up from their deep slumber. They had some time off before this series. We were wondering what they were going to look like. And game 1 looked holistically LNG's favor. We started seeing some fire erupt from the cave, and JDG now have burst onto the scene with a triumphant game 2 win. Let those gyos ring as game 3 kicks off. Crowd feels electric in Xi'an, and LNG needing all the help they can get to muster up some strength. I love that adaptation we're talking about from draft, but again, Tarzan, a lot of weight on his shoulders, as has been the case in a lot of his tenure for LNG.
Yeah, a lot to be done, and like we said, he has had some insane splits where he was clearly, the best jungler in the LPL. Sadly, never able to find a championship really during any of those peaks that he's had. Is okay. 369 gonna spot him out. Just gonna say hello. Not gonna allow Zika to go fishing today. We always love to see. You don't need any extra 1 gold on Jax. You know what we could do with
5
1 gold, Mazel?
or health trade? Which one's more important?
The health trade. Definitely the health trade.
I think you might be right. We do get this opposite side starts for both Kanavi and Tarzan. That's something I want to take a look at, because I think Tarzan, we were talking about some of those big splits, but I think something that has been consistently clear for him is the way he thinks about pathing and the way he can attack early with his unique pathing style as well. Kanavi, one, not to be, taken a shy of that because he himself is big brain, but I think Tarzan here will need to find some of that.
Right, you're right. I mean, Tarzan has always been someone who, pretty much throughout every iteration of LNG, he's been the ones who has to get things kick-started. He's had some great invades over his time. Hell, he pretty much was the best Poppy we had when Poppy Jungle became meta. I just remember the amount of aggression he brought there. So now, his path will end up towards the top side unless he elects to go for any sort of invade, which he might. We see pinks coming out now, but JDG have some nice early wards. So he's already going to be spotted. Kanavi's going to be able to make his way down, and Missing might be able to go and reinforce his jungler if any shenanigans happen.
The health trade's going to go the way of Gala, and Hung, though, Missing in some trouble. The burn, Gala wants it. He's going to immediately have to flash. Tarzan coming in here. This is a dicey one. And here comes Kanavi, full charge on. Missing wants to try to follow up, but Tarzan and Gala will make it out. They burn both summoner spells.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's 2 summoner spells for 3, right? Missing losing both of his, but LNG, you got Galas, which feel like the more critical ones. I will say
that was bold from Gala.
It was honestly insane. But it means if Missing oversteps, he should just outright die. But now Gala way more susceptible. 2 ganks for the next few minutes. I think it means Tarzan's going to have to lean a lot more around bot side, but stun.
Scout, he gets the stun. Tarzan trying to follow up here, but doesn't have the damage to stick, and the knockback from Knight's perfectly timed.
Yeah, really good patience by Knight. Completely calm in the situation, knows how to play it out, so he's going to have to go for a reset and use his TP early, but that's another flash dedicated from a member of LNG, so we're going to get to a point where Kanavi's going to have his pick of the litter with ganks, with, easy targets potentially to punish.
I want to go back to that little bot lane scuffle that happened as well, because I feel like in a world where LNG get that for Gala, that means that you have so much pressure in lane with this duo. You have so much to play around dragons, things like that from the blue side as well. So I could see why that desperation comes out, just trying to get an upper end on the ruler Missing combo down here, especially because Melio provides so much of that safety once you get these levels under you, once you get that breath of life.
Yeah, I mean, also in that situation specifically, because Tarzan was there, he would have been fine if Ruler tried to chase him on the way out. So I understand what they were looking for with the play, and it didn't really cost them anything other than those summoners. So as long as they can keep up vision, that won't mean anything. It looks like Hung has an idea now that Kanavi's around here.
If Scout comes down here, that's the crash down from Kanavi. They are
They're
setting
waiting
up
for
a bait
Tarzan.
and a half here.
Yeah.
Here comes Scout. He doesn't have level 6, but Hung takes the early advantage. The dredge line back in. Mountain back up as Kanavi. He doesn't have any way out of here. He's just trying to get to missing. The Ultra Mega Fire Kick is there to bounce back, but Kanavi goes down to first blood. It goes to none other than Gala.
And it's those wards coming out, spotting out Kanavi's invade. And then I love how patient they play it, right? They could just bring down Scout right away and maybe try to find the pick, but no, they don't want to risk it. They know he still has his flash up, and even sells things like the crash down to try to get away. You know, the bot lane can potentially run over, so they wait for Tarzan. They're able to run it in. Now JDG going to be trying to play off some of the spot lane pressure. Ruler now getting a big wave in. Only going to have a small CS advantage as Gala manages to pick most of this up.
It's the beauty of the Tristana. You get a lot of that extra CS clear, but I did like a lot of that move from JDG down bottom side just to try to put some pressure down there. But the fact that Gala has this kill, this is what he was looking for early on, to just keep that pressure up in the bottom side. It will actually be Kanavi taking advantage of some of this misplaced aggression, or I guess placed aggression, and try to take this dragon.
Also, the fact that LNG's play around bot side came not too long ago, I think reading that, hey, you know, Tarzan had to have made his way up to around the top side, clear out some of those camps, it just gives him a great timing to pick this one up with no reaction from LNG. So at least getting their hands on some early objectives this time around, because LNG have done a really good job at making sure that they start fast-tracking those, and then when it comes to mid-game, they're the ones who have a lot more options in terms of how they want to play the map, knowing LNG will have to react.
Red side has just been first Dragon King at this point. Both games before, LNG were able to find a lot of those early stackings. Kanavi going for some alcove gameplay. Tarzan right here, ready to go. We'll see if the 3v3 actually amounts to anything. We don't have level 6s just yet. Tarzan's going to make the first move. Kanavi's been waiting this entire time. Tarzan comes around the edge. They'll see Kanavi. They knock down Hung, but he gets the Spider-Man grab into the turret. Should be Ruler just putting in some work with those warm hugs. And actually a reset having to come out from Hung.
There's no way they'd be playing that far forward and that aggressively when Tarzan showing without Kanavi being there. So LNG very quickly realizing, hey, this ain't a 3v2. Kanavi's in the area backing off. But yeah, just going to allow Ruler and Missing to keep up this pressure. And this is what we were hitting on. They're so good at trying to dominate in these 2v2s. Obviously this game, they're trying to utilize Missing's pressure quite a bit. But finding a plate and now starting to get some gold onto Ruler to match that first blood that Gala was able to get.
That combo just becomes so scary once you get to team fights. We've seen Ruler's highlight-worthy plays all split long on the Aphelios, but the fact that Missing is on the Melio just provides a lot of safety to the team. And I think in this one, you're getting a lot of that aggression from the composition of LNG. That still comes with a pretty high bar of execution, and we haven't necessarily seen Tarzan find the promise he might have been looking for. He's been aggressive, he's been everywhere on the map, but now with another objective coming up, I look for them to keep pressing.
Yeah, he's been looking for a lot of plays, right? Just some of them haven't been able to succeed. We think about one of the earlier mid lane plays where Scout did flash get the stun off, but they weren't able to find the kill on tonight. Now with Herald up, you expect them to look for that one. I think they should even be slightly favored, having things like Nautilus doing so much in these early skirmishes. Annie plus Lee Sin brings a lot of burst, but it seems like for right now they're not comfortable with it. They know that Ruler is pushing bot lane. He's now not showing anywhere on the map, so they have an idea that he's making his way up towards mid.
And I guess that's where I start to ask that question of, like, I did peg, you know, LNG's team to really need those early advantages. Feels like they're pretty confident to take these mid-game skirmishes potentially and just stack up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, you look at JDG's comp and it's like, you know, they're not going to be too overtly tanky. Like, again, Kanavi not just going to get to that point of power, which was the gold he's getting later on. 369's going the AP route. You don't have a tank for a support. So I feel like LNG know they're going to have the burst all game long. They have DPS coming out from the Tristan and the Jax, and how those scale and the kind of threat the Zika will be later on. So it definitely won't turn into like crazy dire straits, despite the fact that you see Elise and Annie, you might think, hey, like they want to get the ball rolling. It's like, no, they could get the ball rolling, but they'll definitely still have options as the game progresses.
Gala doesn't have a lot of options down here. He's all by himself. He has level 6. That's the buster shot. Can he get the early one onto Kanavi? Does end up getting out with the rocket jump. So 2 plates do end up going over to Ruler, but Gala survives.
Ultimately, still benefits JDG just in isolation with getting those plates, but obviously we see LNG picked up the Rift Arrow. And one of JDG's plates came much earlier, so this wasn't necessarily like a 2-plate for Rift Herald trade. It might turn into it if this keeps going. But now we're going to need to keep our eyes on Tarzan and what he ends up doing with this Herald, because they haven't taken plates anywhere on the map. Ideally, I think you'd want to funnel that gold into your Tristana, so bot lane would be the best bet, unless they look for any type of, like, let's say rotation where they swap their bot lane to mid and drop it then. But point is, get the gold on Gala. Gala can do things with money.
I would much rather see it go that way, especially with how important this Tristana is going to be in the compositional strength of LNG. You look for Scout, Tarzan. If they have found some early advantages, that becomes a deadly duo. But now you're looking at Gala to be the deadly part of LNG. They will be focused down here. Not going to be caught out. It will be the flash burn by Hung.
Oh, and I love it. Tarzan trying to be patient to find something in mid.
He's like, we didn't find it early, but I want to find it now. There's the Tivers combo. That's what we were waiting on. And Tarzan strikes second as another kill comes through. This time he gets the gold.
The patience being there. They are going to end up dropping Herald in mid. Zika.
Oh,
that was so close.
Tried to get him.
What a gangster. What a gangster 369 is. But still, LNG, they're winning out this play, right? They find the kill in mid. They drop the Herald. It might not be gold on the Tristana, but it's always nice to start breaking mid lane turrets early on if they can get their hands on the second Herald as well. That'll guarantee they open up the map. And then LNG, I mean, this Lee Sin Annie will be just a full-on roaming death squad.
Yeah, I love it because we were just talking about, like, oh, you know, maybe not find that, you know, start going over towards Gala. Tarzan, no, this composition, this duo, it has to work. We have to find something, and guess what? He found the promised land.
It also makes sense when JDG have literally been living bot lane, like Kanavi has just been there for forever. So they see a window in mid lane, goes for the kick, sets up with the stun. That just allows the Sonic Wave to land so easily, and they finish that one right off the bat. But JDG, in the meantime, going to be able to pick off a second Drake off of this. Hell, and with how much gold Ruler is being funneled with those plates, with the amount of jungle attention he's getting in bot lane, he's already picked up his Kraken Slayer.
They find 2 dragons early on red side, as has been the case in all the games so far in this series. And now just constantly hovering over Ruler and missing is Kanavi. He has been down here for the past 5 minutes, and I don't think he's going anywhere.
I just want to imagine Coach Home was absolutely pissed in the back. Like, you guys have been sucking these first 2 games. Ruler's not sucking. Go play around bot. And
just, you know, hover Ruler. Just go to him.
He didn't use the belt, but he kind of like unshackled the belt a little bit, and he was like, this is an option, boyos.
You think he put like a giant picture of Ruler on the front, like,
no,
I guess I was gonna call it a chalkboard.
Because
whatever board he had.
he can't show too much favoritism even if he's performing.
I see.
He still has to know that he can be the disciplinary. So I'm hoping LNG's coaching staff and Poppy's like, you guys are doing good. Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
They have. They've been doing good.
They have. I've actually been really impressed. And again, we talk a lot about momentum. I do, at least for LPL, and it feels like they were able to carry some of that momentum from their first series of this playoffs. I do want to look out, though. Knight has that Dust Plate completed. He did go Gore Drinker on the other side for Tarzan, so some safety in that regard. That poke is going to start hurting for JDG.
Yeah, we're going to rely on the poke, but for LNG, they're going to rely a lot on not giving an opportunity. We saw how quickly that last play was executed by LNG. You look at the amount of engage. I mean, Tarzan able to flank, find the kick, Scout with his stun, Hung with his stuns. I mean, Zik as well, if he ever joins in, just being able to helicopter right in, take multiple people down. So that does give LNG a lot of windows to deny those opportunities from coming over. And now with no neutral objective up on the map anytime soon, we're a little bit away from Herald. It feels like we're still just trying to see if we can find any plays, but I'd love to see LNG start pivoting up and starting to work some vision around this Rift Herald, because right now with the Ludens picked up, you're getting into a place where in these skirmishes, you're really going to be able to barrel ahead and start trying to accelerate that gold lead more than the like 800 you have right now.
I feel like it's a situation where, you know, JDG have their feet set. They're looking ahead at their opponent. It's going to be hard to take them down. They're going to be looking like they have some roots in their feet. But LNG, if you can find them before they're set up, before they really have that strength and safety, that's where you can take full advantage. We did get Gala also completing that Kraken Slayer here, so the Tristana going to start hurting a little bit more. Still rating on that, you know, second, third item spike there for him. But I think Scout and Gala never more important than right now for LNG.
Exactly. 369 did also just pick up his Everfrost, which could, you know, very much help in these fights. Being able to lock someone down, burst them out right away. But I definitely like you highlighting Gala and Scout, as they're going to need to be the key players. Herald now only 30 seconds away, so we see Tarzan making his way over. Hung's already been over here for a little bit now with Gala in the mid lane, so getting a bit more aggressive vision, and that's going to set themselves up for success in the coming team fights, because I'm assuming JDG are going to opt in with how their lane allocations have been set up.
Oh, this is so big. Ooh. Tarzan would actually land that one. The kick combo could have been there, right? Try to catch out 369 before this Rift Herald comes up, but not able to do it. Looks like they might just start that one up or go towards mid lane. We have a fight brewing as well, Lyric.
I like the Knight's trying to stop the recall coming out from Zika, make sure he can't finish off his Mythic, because right now, if they both TP in, Knight has the advantage. He has the completed item.
He might just take the advantage in his own hands. Gets Zika down to half health now, and JDG are looking at mid lane with a push into the tower.
JDG are smart pulling the go button before the recall comes out from the Jax.
Oh, the setup is there, and you might not have any combos, but that is a heck of one. Scout's looking for the flank, though. Scout? Is this the difference? Oh, he flashes. Immediate responses from JDG, and the hands have never been quicker. JDG pounced right back.
I thought Scout had found it. I love the flank coming through. He almost got two, but like you said, the hands are too fast from JDG, and now massive swing in their favor. What was a slight gold lead to LNG before is now a 2,000 gold lead for JDG. They are going to have to reset, but now Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So we might be in a place where they seem to just trade objectives.
Kanavi getting aggressed on by Tarzan. I feel like we just watched a draw go down in the middle of this town square. The hands were just too quick. My goodness, we got to take a look at this one. It was a start off by 369 with an incredible catch.
Yeah, finds the catch, Everfrost into ult. Again, all of this done because Jax now is finally going for that reset bot lane. Scout here, I thought it was so good, but just a little bit, seen for a little bit too long, gives enough time for the flash to come through, and then he ends up going down once the engage from the Realm of Gragas come out.
That just millisecond of vision given
so
over.
Close.
It was so close, but the fact that Missing and Ruler respond that quickly just feels really good for JDG. 369 takes that side lane turret. LNG take their first dragon of the game.
So LNG at least building up to even out these dragons. Hung, can he find it? Oh, that was so
Hung, but they know Ruler literally has nothing left after that last engagement.
Yeah, you're right. So if you know, if that hook landed, it would have been great for LNG, Mazel. Let's go LNG, woo! You know.
Gotta appreciate the bias coming through here. You want the games to go to 5, right?
It's because JDG were such heavy favorites coming in,
exactly.
And my heart always goes out to the underdog just a little bit. And yeah, so far now with the 3K gold lead, I mean, this could be thrown. LNG, I think, had a bigger gold lead than this last game when they threw, but we highlighted how good JDG are with the gold lead. Like, hell, look at what they're doing right now. LNG are trading Herald for, you know, a tier 2 turret, and JDG might just be able to keep this going and punishing. Oh my god, they're gonna be able to get more.
Well, the Rift Herald isn't even half health here.
Gala's
Everfrost coming through. There's the combo as well. That had to be the flash from Zika. Tarzan's doing the Rift Herald, but the tower is going down. Kanavi goes in with the Magnet Storm, and that's an inhib unlocked. They're not going to take it because it's too early, but they have lasting damage acquired.
I mean, they have an avenue if this game goes, like, you know, let's say it goes too late, LNG bring it back a little bit, that you're always going to have a point where you can, like, threaten some side lane pressure and open up the map. So Tarzan can use this quick window, drop down the Herald. This will be able to guarantee that mid lane turret. But still, it feels like the damage has already been done by JDG. Knight now on 2 items. We have 369 just opting to outright finish Morello. I think just being like, hey, you know, let's try and snowball this game out fast, get more, you know, base stats up right now. My only problem with that is you don't really have anything worth fighting over soon. Like, Baron will be up in less than a minute, but I don't know if JDG have a comp that can really just threaten to start that right off the bat.
That's the combo, though. Knight is caught. He immediately flashes, though, and Kanavi is right here as a point of return. Knight making it out alive is actually so big, but it should still be the tower going to LNG. So this will be the second one of the game for them.
Bringing all 4 members up. Zika, of course, going to be towards that bot side, but now starting to even it out. The gold lead not going to look as drastic. as it was. But still, I feel like not too many opportunities unless JDG give them over to you, because at this point I feel like you're somewhat functioning as a pick comp, right? Based around the point and click CC coming out from Scout, and then the burst that can fall up from either Gala or Tarzan. But that's kind of reliant on JDG overstepping, or you taking control of an area first, getting that vision down, and then making some of those plays like we just saw where you're waiting in a bush once the overstep comes through. And look at the ping on the top side of the minimap from Scout. They actually might be looking for it again.
Oh, they find him. They find him. 369 over the wall. Gala mix it out with the flash, but Hung not so lucky. JDG find the strike in mid lane.
Aw, and Scout not able to find his own play up in top.
They really want to get Knight here. They're not going to be able to find him. He's a little bit too quick. Make it out alive there.
Finally comes up. So, yeah, not going to mean anything at the end of the day. But it might be another huge siege from JDG because Gala has to back off. Or Kanavi can just engage on him.
There's really nothing you can do in this siege. That tier 2 tower going to go down yet again. And that's so much gold that has been taken by JDG just from the macro plays around the map.
And it's like we said, right? JDG in an even game state is a great team. JDG, when they're ahead, is where they look like, okay, how far can this team go? Which, I mean, typically is how it works, you know, in pretty much any region, but still, I feel like JDG have been one of the better ones. Some of their stats in like gold leads at 10, gold leads at 15 have just been ridiculous. And now LNG really feeling the full force of that. Out of, I'd say, what has been the composition that lends them to the most, let's say, like, early game aggression, per se, has been the one where their early game's been the most muted.
Yeah, and a lot of that came from Tarzan looking but not finding, and they've been forcing this combo of Tarzan and Scout. It works in the little moments, but it's got to work in the big moments. I think it's where JDG completely find their strength, right? This is a team that last split we were talking so much about their dominance in team fights, their strength like that. This has been a different journey for them, but a journey to strength nonetheless.
Oh. Are we going to get LNG going? No. I was like, we're going to get LNG going for something a little bit cheeky. Maybe they would have, but knowing Kanavi's in the area, Tarzan's going to have to walk away for now. And it looks like for LNG, they might just end up giving up Dragon, letting JDG get on Soul Point and trying to bluff it. They'll go for the Baron.
Oh, I don't know if they get the catch out here, though. Kanavi goes right back in. He's so damn tanky. And Moonlight Vigil with the Infernum is big. Tarzan caught on the side. He gets locked down. It's Ruler who just makes it out of there. Not able to get the damage on Tarzan. 369 finally finishes him. Everything's falling apart right now for LNG. This is tragedy striking at the moment. They couldn't have it.
I just want to know how Scout got here without TPing. I was so focused on the fight. How was Scout there? I don't know. Someone out there knows, but JDG is going to take that fight. They're going to be able to get a Baron. And my God, what a comeback. They might have won game 2, but it still didn't look pretty. This one, okay, we do get a replay of what he was going for. He was going for the flank of a century. It did not work out, but I respect it massively. But here, Moonlight Vigil onto 2 members after Kanavi goes for the engage. Everfrost, so crucial from 369 to lock down Tarzan. And then LNG just gets split up, right? Zika goes one way, Tarzan forced the other. Hung having to get the hell out of dodge after the Moonlight Vigil connected on all of them.
And that just means the lead is continuing to balloon. This will be a 3rd Dragon for JDG as well. And you're starting to wonder where the answers really come from for LNG. We were talking in their draft. The combos from Tarzan and Scout are a big setup for Gala to get the resets. Zika in the side lane will be important. But right now, the team composition for JDG just feels like it's come alive. And this is something that JDG have been building to, right? Like, they had a bit of a rough end of the split in week number 6, having a loss to IG 2-1, but then they roared back triumphantly in week 7, getting 2 O's across the table and showing their strength. Then they took some time. They had to wait for their round to come up, and we saw some of that awakening coming through this series so far. They still are pushing into the bot lane now, maybe even looking to take that inhib they had worked on earlier as Gala takes so much damage.
Look, Mazel, I don't know if Yamato Cannon's co-streaming right now, but if he is, he needs to give LNG a pep talk. We need that voice giving the LNG boys a pep talk so this can have a crazy comeback and we have like 5 more Dragon fights.
Bring it on. I want the craziness. It is our game. As now that turret is not going to survive very long. It actually is going to stick around for just a little bit longer as Tarzan has been on a flank this whole
He's
time but
spotted.
can't find the entrance. He's on a ward there as well. The depth charge used on a Ruler, but he is kiting away as Knight takes Tarzan down in a 1v1 potentially here. Knight gets him, and the resets come through too. Scout's not able to do much here as Kanavi is running forward. The cavalry charge. He's way too deep. The counter strikes there. A double kill has gone over to Knight. They don't have minions here either, and Hung and Zika are plenty to defend.
369. I wonder if he's going to finish it, just TP back in on a minion, but nope, he's
Looking
fine
for
with the
the
amount of
bait.
health he has. They're just going to look to go for the end here. And
this is so dodgy. Oh no!
It is.
Hung! There's no defense. He's got the shield. He's got the heals. He's got the engage. But you're looking on the other side, and Zika's gone. He's the
Why are
one
we
that
not
had the
ending this
damage. JDG! They're trying to finish it, but now they're a little bit hesitant. Tarzan's back alive, and so is Gala, and that means they have to run away. Tarzan doesn't want to let him, though. He wants to punish as much as possible. He can't get this. He cannot go in by himself, and he has to back off.
I feel like they looked like they were having like a bit of fun with that. Like they were trying to end, but trying to end in a more casual way, which ended them to not end, which I don't appreciate. We're going to see here, though. Tarzan was spotted out very early on. Feels like a key thing. And Zika trying to run down Ruler actually gets popped by the Nautilus ult, but that damage coming out from 369 onto Gala. Huge difference maker. He's their only consistent source of DPS. Ruler does get taken out early by Hung finding the hook along with Zika jumping in on him. But that's after that, Mazel, I surely thought between Knight and 369 they would have the damage to end.
They did not. They played with their food a little bit too long, and it got cold. But now you got the reset. You got items completed, 3 items for all the carries.
But what is it?
But
Cold
what is
pizza?
what? The food?
Low-key solid.
I hate cold pizza.
Cold sandwiches? Phenomenal.
I'd agree with that one. You got another cold piece, or is it just LNG cold and dead in this game number 3? There's the
Tarzan's not
kickback.
cold.
The moment of weakness, though, maybe, as Knight was the target, but he doesn't go down until the fight's already going through. He's still alive after that Dustblade proc, and Ruler's been fired away the entire time. JDG just eviscerate LNG. Game number 3 wasn't even close. They want the penta kill against the pentakill Prince and Gala, and Ruler shows that he is the measuring stick once again.
JDG might have won last game, but this game feels like the awakening of JDG. This game feels like the JDG that people were expecting. The last 2 games, seriously, LNG looked like the better team, but this one, there is no doubt who was better on the Rift. And crazy, our red side actually coming out ahead so far in this series, 2-1. But yeah, a lot of good things coming out from JDG, and it seemed like the solution was Coach Home going up and being like, Kanavi, you're a bot laner this game. Accept it. And you know what? It worked because Knight played around getting pressured in mid pretty well. Like the first gank attempt didn't work out because we saw LNG try to find it. Scout even committed a flash and got the stun. Second one did work, but didn't mean all too much and things like that. Same with topside 369. I mean, he looks like a different man on Gragas. He just does what he pleases. And yeah, that was really just a formula for JDG's success of like, hey, our 2 solo laners are chilling. They are fine with whatever happens. And you just leave Kanavi bot, and there was just no answers from LNG in this game.
Yeah, there's a reason why Ruler has been so damn incredible in the LPL. This guy has a legacy already built around him, but the fact that he is carving one out for himself in the LPL piece by little piece is incredible. And we talked about it so much in this split and in this series particularly. Ruler has been a big focus for JDG. It's also a focus for a lot of teams that face JDG. But the fact that he's able to free fire, the fact that you have so many other incredible pieces on this JDG roster to focus on, it just gives him free firing room, and he'll take that all day long.
I mean, we hit on it before coming into the series because, again, I feel like if you just watch this game and didn't see game 1 and 2, this would make a lot more sense than it kind of does in hindsight. But first and second All-Pro team, JDG, or all 5 of their members are there. All 5. The only person who made All-Pro from LNG is Scout, which makes it even more impressive that LNG are actually contending with JDG and that we have a real series on our hand. That again, I don't think it's necessary to say it. It looks like it could go either way.
Game 3, maybe not.
Yeah,
Nobody made it over 10k damage.
game 3 is by far the worst example that this could go either way. Like,
yeah.
my God, what a mauling. What a tragedy. Again, where's our speech, Mazel? Where's our motivational speech? Someone find it.
But that's the disheartening thing is LNG are a team that runs on gas, right? And it felt like they had all the gas in the tank in game number 1, but you're wondering if you're starting to hit E in the kind of these moments, right? This was an opt-in for LNG. They had a very aggressive comp in game number 1. It worked well. They tried to get Tarzan on a carry, something he is so comfortable on, his second most played champion on the Lee Sin, but it is something that you needed that bar of execution to be reached, and they just didn't have the muscles to reach it.
No, they really didn't. And yeah, again, it didn't really come down to lack of trying. It came down to JDG playing around it quite nicely. Yeah. JDG reading the room very well, not giving a lot of opportunities over for Tarzan to punish. Like, really, the only open lane might have been top. And post 6, diving Agragas is so annoying, right? Yeah. Everfrost, body bop, you know, the cast. Like, there's so many ways for him to, like, move around, displace you, lock you down. You know, he has the passive from his W, kind of helping him mitigate some damage. Just so much. You have to worry about the heal coming out from his actual passive. So, yeah, I think JDG is doing a great job of playing around it because we saw that Tarzan wanted to find some early aggression.
Little piece in that whole thing, though. Emilio for missing 100% KP was looking really good at stopping some of those engages with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. We'll see what the draft has in store for us for game number 4 and if JDG have a date with BLG on the other side. We'll be right back.
说说你最想削弱的、最想加强的和最想删除的分别是哪些英雄，并说出你的理由。
最想削弱的应该是葵桑提，
因为太肉了，就葵桑提吧。
葵桑提，
削弱一下葵桑提吧，感觉玩 AD 总是被他，感觉动都没动就被他打死。
이게 그 상태다. W가 그 이
这个英雄的介入让上路的生态发生了就是太过于平稳了。
超猛啊！这英雄，
安妮吧，我觉得最想削弱的英雄。削弱安妮，感觉英雄不需要能一直玩，就一直会很强，削了。
安妮吧，因为我觉得作为一个中单玩家来说，安妮每次到了6级就啪一个熊往你脸上一拍，然后就是很无脑的一种打法，就是我相信每个中单玩家都会很无奈。
安妮的话就感觉太厉害了，就比如我玩个猴，那安妮上来就把我秒了，那玩什么？玩不了。
削弱的英雄10个吧，我搬了4年了，然后最想删除的英雄也是他，因为我刚打职业的时候，很多排位都是因为他输的，删不了就削弱他。
Nico 吧，因为最近 Nico 实在是太多了，对打野影响也非常大。
猴子，名字不太好，我觉得他的那个4个字的名字不太好。
打野为猴子。
랭가 대회 때 아무도 안 하는데 솔랭에서 만나면 귀찮아서
菲流斯吧，这个英雄的机制就太变态了，他可以用8个技能加上大招，不合理吧？
艾翁看到挺多，就是艾翁开始可以对线嘛，这个英雄感觉挺厉害的，要削弱一下，因为我感觉有点强。
不要英雄了，把打野这个位置削弱来，不能抓下路。
真强的。盖伦，太可惜了，没有位太可怜了。
太强了！尤米说：“盖伦哥哥带我走。”啊，给你的3C，回向良斩压力可以有点高，还要追。盖伦尤米的残局能力非常之强，但是没有了盖伦，尤米还是强行换掉了凯尔，被放风筝了。
战士英雄吧，就是能让坦克受到的压力特别大，让上路是比较 PK 的就还行。加强4姐妹吧，
加强盲僧嘛，我很喜欢玩这个英雄，感觉这版本不是很厉害。
可以加强一下巴德吧，好久没玩巴德。
想要加强应该是巴德吧，因为我觉得我还蛮适合玩这种随便乱跑来跑去，然后在那边杀人的英雄。
大虫子跟蝎子吧，我感觉这2个我都觉得太弱。
你平时有会玩这2个英雄吗？
就因为太弱了，所以以前玩，现在也没有什么机会玩的感觉。
加强的是凯隐，现在就已经弱到都玩不了了，那不得加强一下吗？
最想加强的话，蓝枪吧，感觉蓝枪有点弱。
加强卡莎的话感觉太弱了，
老 AD 吧，像什么女警、老鼠大队这种吧。
门前艾克太垃圾了，感觉都走不了中了。
加强的话，就是发条这个英雄，我是很久没见到了，我还是蛮想去赛场上玩一下的。
不想说英雄，我觉得中单这个位置可以稍微增强一下，整个中单的地位可以提高一点。
我觉得现在操作型的英雄是该加强一下了，现在都是那些站桩的素质太高了，就很多英雄都挺难登场的。
我这样删除英雄应该是猫咪，我觉得不管是在排位中我放了猫咪，或者是对方的猫咪，我都会感觉到挺烦的。
猫咪，
猫吧，
把猫删了吧，
猫咪吧，
删除猫咪吧。就对面 AD 有个猫，然后你没有，就他好像就比你更容易操作，然后就看起来就是你没他厉害，就很尴尬。
因为猫咪太好混了呗，感觉这游戏没有体验。
对，就玩多了容易会让人就是不想下来了，不想操作了。
因为跟优米对线感觉没什么意思吧。
不太喜欢玩这个英雄，
在下路的影响力有点太大了，会破坏游戏平衡。
More of a dog person, huh?
实在太影响下路的那个生态了，然后选了这个英雄，感觉就很奇怪。游戏的话，
要不就削弱，要不就删除啊。
哎，我问一下设计师，猫咪这个英雄是谁设计的？
删除厄斐琉斯吧，这么猛的英雄设计出来干嘛？
那个剑圣删除了吧？我每次排位遇到剑圣，我就很烦。队友选到剑圣，我就觉得要输了。然后对面选到你进去的时候，有可能他又杀了10几个，对，那个英雄还蛮烦的。
稻草人吧，有点吓人啊，开到。
阳光男孩，恶魔小丑。
为什么呢
？Q 过来 E 你一下，然后在那跳一下舞，就有点忍受不了。
挖掘机，这英雄太狡猾了。阿克上就讨厌阿克上，我也不知道为什么，感觉他很烦。
波比吧，这个英雄就是干个下路能力太强了。
更想删除魏这个英雄吧，这个 AD 的威胁太大了。
艾翁吧，最近遇到的英雄总感觉很怪，然后他的机制又特别的特殊。
没有什么特效，我觉得英雄都出的挺好的，都挺好玩的。
Summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night. With the smell of sweet magnolias, back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. With that country music song playing on your radio. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
再次走到4强的话，我觉得想对自己说的话就是希望一直延续精彩的表现吧，然后想对一直在身边的队友们说，就是大家辛苦，然后我们再努力冲一冲季后赛。对即将在 BO5里遇到的队伍，想对他们说，就是希望可以有好的表现吧，呈现出精彩的比赛。
捍卫冠军的话，我觉得我们就是正常打吧，然后去正常应对，然后积极训练就可以了。我觉得保持状态的秘诀的话，就是我们大家都比较认真吧，然后积极训练、积极比赛这样子。对于季后赛的话，就是每一场都很期待吧，因为这关乎到就是世界赛吧。对，用一句话来说的话，就是我们可能会跌倒，但我们一定会站起来。
They may fall down, but they absolutely bounce back. And we've seen that now 2 games in a row. JDG coming out with a 2-1 so far in our best of 5. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. And we have a mighty fine gentleman who'll be taking our MVP for game number 3. And it might not be who you think, because it is 369 in the top lane on his Gragas.
I said it in draft, but this man upgraded the dice, bro. He upgraded the dice. He went and bought those like fancy 19.5 sided Dungeons and Dragons dice.
You still couldn't go to 20. Like, you just, is there something wrong with 20-sided dice to you?
I just refuse. But he had some great plays in this game. Some solid Everfrost into cast combos. He was delivering on team fights. And you know, it shows. Maybe you don't need to ban the Jax. Maybe you don't need to ban the Jax in first rotation if you have this in pocket, because you should welcome them to pick it. Any chance that you can get to play Gragas, I think they take it. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they just pick Gragas just in general now. If they're just like, hey, who cares about the matchup? I'm confident. Give me the champion.
Yeah.
Because 369 was beautiful on it. And Mazel, this is the type of game where it shows why he's on the coveted Lyric LPL Dream Team.
True. I will also say, you know, maybe looking ahead, we were talking about expectations for JDG. They have a shot at Worlds, right? They're looking to make that golden road. But I'm just saying, if 369 wins Worlds and gets a World skin, that Gragas skin, if he chooses it, that's going to be a dice that he throws out. Absolutely. It's going to be landing on 9s every single time, because you see how impactful he is in a lot of these fights. He was sitting at like over 40% damage done up for his team for a majority of this game.
Yeah. I think the only concern would be if the meta like hard shifts into carries. Not saying that 369 can't play them, because again, historically we know he could. The question just be like adapting your team style in that short of time. But if it keeps on track like this, where 369 gets to bring out these picks that he's so well known for, yeah, 369 can just keep having a great performance. So we'll see if he can keep it up, because he was one of those people in those first 2 games who was quite muted. Game 2, his Ornn engages in team fights were crucial to them actually finding the win back into the game. But again, some early mechanical misplays. We'll see if he can bounce back, because we actually have a sweeping development. LNG
Breaking news.
LNG picked red side, which is crazy. No one picks red side anymore, but it
The
seems
world
like
is going crazy. Oh my God.
after the blue side lost and after red side, I can't believe he actually ran away. After the red side, like, doing better in the series, it seems like they're just more comfortable going back to that, especially with, like, in this game where they first picked the Tristana and then JDG ended up with, like, the Rel Jace, which are some other, you know, high-tier picks in the patch. And it seems like LNG aren't leaning towards the Ivern. It seems like LNG don't play the Rumble. Some of these picks that are just going through that they just don't feel as comfortable, maybe valuing some, like, counter-pick elements coming in for the top lane.
I just always love, as we get into the conversation of a longer best of 5, the draft bucks that have developed, right? 369 might not have had a good game on the Ornn necessarily the way he wanted to in game 2, but it earned a ban in game number 3, and it lets open some of these picks and enables JDG even that much more. The Melio pick now for JDG has to be in the minds of LNG, and you're wondering what they're going to be using this counter pick for, because again, LNG, they have their backs against the wall going into this game. This is something where, yes, there's double elim, but you looked so triumphant in game number 1 for them. They came out swinging against one of our best teams.
They really did. LNG came out looking monstrous in that game. One, it looked like Scout and Tarzan were firing on all cylinders. Like, Gala's had some decent moments. Zika was someone we were, like, heavily praising in that first game. But yeah, last game, what can you say? It was an absolute stomp coming out from JDG. And it really feels like the trajectory so far is that they've improved each game. Game 1 was by far their worst. Game 2 was a little bit better, even though LNG still should have won it. And then Game 3 was great. So now we're going to get to see how LNG's mental can hold up. Tarzan is smiling, which I feel like is a good sign and something you want to see.
Again, JDG have seemingly woke up out of their hibernation, out of their slumber, and burst onto the scene. This game 4 could be pivotal for them, but LNG, they've got to find what works. This is a team that finally made it a little bit further, made it to double elim off of a back-breaking 5-game series last round, but also a team that has not known success, did not know success in spring. They are here alive and well, and they're going to need to put it all together here. Game number 4 on the line. We got the LeBlanc and the Sejuani band towards the LNG, and we actually have the Rakan and Kaisa yet again towards JDG.
I just am so surprised. JDG have completely swapped up their blue side strategy. You know, again, earlier they were banning the Jacks. They were banning things like the Maokais, the Jaces, so many like different bans that they'd cycled through. I'm sad. I would have loved if they kept it open, at least until second phase, because then if Zika doesn't pick it in first 3, right, and he can pick it on 4 or save it for 5, and like then you can't, bring out your Gragas, at least you can ban it in second rotation. But it seems like that's not a plan that they're willing to go for. They don't feel like they could dedicate those resources. So now it's going to be about where LNG go with the last ban. It will be Jace. So the Tristana still left on the table. Renekton, another thing that didn't actually get picked up last time around, despite the fact that both teams were flashing it back and forth.
Tristana has to be it, though. I feel like the way that we've seen Tristana in the meta, but particularly in the LPL, thrive in the flexibility it provides, just gives you so much strength. So they do go ahead and first pick that one for JDG.
Look, I said it when the power came through, last patch. Yordles are OP, bro. Tristana and Rel, not Rel, Poppy. I don't know where my mind's going. We're not into game 5 yet. I have no excuse. Tristana and Poppy, ridiculous. But Tristana will be picked up. Now we're gonna see LNG's answer. Gonna come through with the Xayah.
Okay.
So gonna be cool getting to see Gala pilot this one, going up against Ruler with his own champion, and it makes it very easy for them to pivot back into that Maokai and again give them so much control over things like Dragon, Baron, and just easily able to take vision with those Zaplings.
And this was a pick for Tarzan where he had control of the game. Like, they had it until they didn't. And I think you have to look at the execution of that game, too, and where it all started going wrong for LNG in this series. But I do like the readaptation of it. The Renekton does make it through, and it's for JDG and for 369.
So going to bring a lot more aggression to the top side. It seems like JDG going to want to keep up with a similar pace that they had last game. More aggression coming through. Now, for a jump, just go back to the Rel.
Just use the Rel every single game. Why not?
It's just so good, the fact that it's a flex, and it makes it so much harder in second round of bans for your opponents. I was wondering if this would be the time where he does just lock in the Lilia or some other champion and be like, hey, Tristana mid, Renekton top, we go for it. But valuing the flexibility that this brings, LNG now noticing a lot of dashes that they'll be able to deny with the Poppy and just more peel to provide for the Kaisa. I feel like it would fit the comp quite well.
They might be looking to take away some of the JDG pieces in that second phase. Now that we're getting to it, the Azir is actually locked in for LNG. So we talked about it early in the series. Scouts, very, very home comfort champion, but also trying to represent in a way that can sway team fights very well against the Tristana if he's going to go into that matchup.
Right. I mean, we saw earlier on when he played, it was game 2 where he kept going for those aggressive Shurima shuffles, pushing Knight under turret and just constantly like chunking him out, winning out on the trades. Is like then the Tristana would back off and he would keep poking with the Sand Soldiers. So we're going to see if he goes it again, but I love that Knight has a bit of a chuckle once it is locked in.
They're never going to get it. I want to see the tech, Lyric.
Me too. LNG just not going to be allowed to bring out this Lilia, at least not today. Maybe there's hope in our next series. And for JDG, it's taking away, a bit of the 50-50 matchup with Renekton, which is the Gnar. Can just go even play off the range, and you have your trade windows where you're able to win. And LNG just not expecting this Rel to go into the jungle this time around, or maybe even just trying to force Kanavi onto it and saying, hey, we're fine if you end up with a different support, as long as Kanavi isn't on anything a little bit too out of the ordinary.
The thing is, though, for Kanavi, man, I feel like he's sitting back happy right now because he has a lot of flexibility. He can go. They could even opt into a carry style matchup for him if they want to, but it's got to be something maybe that works with these solo lanes and how much strength you're going to have early on with the push. That Cassante ban towards Zika, they really want to focus down this top lane matchup into the Renekton.
And now it's about where LNG go. I was thinking maybe they would just go with support now, but I guess you are already showing top on the side of JDG. I feel like going with something like the Ornn or something just a bit more safe would fit their comp way better. But
Let's
Zika
go.
throwing up hands. He's ready to go toe-to-toe in the 1v1.
You need to step up. You need something here. You're going toe-to-toe with giants in JDG, and you need every fight you can get. That will be the Fiora again for Zika. We saw him actually play very, very well with it in the side lane earlier in this series itself. But now it is the question of what that counter pick's going to be in the support role and exactly what we're going to get for the double marksman comp that could be set up for JDG. It's this area. We know how Ruler can be a bit scary on it.
We have seen it a few times in playoffs. It hasn't had the best showing. It is only 25% win rate in 4 games, but it seems like they're completely fine to go with it. And it seems like Kanavi, once again, is going to be the one bringing the Rel into the jungle. Oh, please, please pivot at the last second.
Do it.
Mazel,
I want to have a little bit of fun.
It would be, oh. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Is that going to be a Nico jungle?
Did we even ever have one in the regular season? I don't remember if we did.
We did. I don't know. We have a lot of games, Lyric. I'm not going to go into our memory right now, but I will say the hover over the Alistar is something that has not been let through any game of this series just yet. And it's something that has been a very, very big piece. Okay, it's going to be a last second fall to the Nautilus. I really like the Alistar in that moment. We have to go back to the other side.
No, I actually want to hit on the Alistar because you not only have the Rel that you're knocking away, but you can also knock the Nico away when she's going for the Pop Blossom, right? So I agree. I think it would have fit their comp a little bit better, but maybe getting hung on something comfortable. But yeah, we're going to have the Nico jungle. I did double check because I was begging for it in the regular season. We did not have it a single time. So Kanavi is going to be debuting it here. And I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see how this one's going to go, what kind of aggression he's going to be able to bring. I would expect this to maybe even like show a bit more presence in top lane. This is a meta where we don't get a lot of attention towards the top side. We don't get a lot of ganks towards top. When you have Renekton against Fiora and then you're throwing junglers like Nico into the mix that just gives such good like chain CC and damage, it can set up for such a nice combo with 369.
Knight maybe giving Kanavi some little tips maybe there. They're talking a little bit right before they get into it. The smile comes across from Kanavi. This guy, not only has he been the pillar that JDG has seemingly been built around now over these last years, but he is an innovator. He's the guy that brought out the Rel and dominated it. I've talked to pros at the LCS and said, we watched Kanavi, we wanted to do Rel. This guy is the innovator, and he's trying to take it to Tarzan here in this game on the Nico.
Mazel, it's crazy to think that back in the Griffin days, Tarzan was the starter. Kanavi was actually part of the Griffin org. He was a sub who was out on loan to JDG. When he was on JDG in some of those earlier times, he actually was contracted by the Griffin organization. And now all these years getting to go up against Tarzan. And now in such a big series like this one, maybe come out on top as he's 2-1 would be another massive milestone for him. But same could go for Tarzan and being able to best Kanavi in the LPL, where he has been the one racking up victories and racking up LPL titles.
That's what I just find so cool between these two guys. They are literally both the stages that these teams set themselves up on. They have been incredible pieces to build around for both their teams. We talked so much about Tarzan earlier on and the lack of success this guy has found even in his individual moments. And it's moments like this, he's going to have to rise to the occasion. LNG are 1 game away from being thrown into the lower bracket against top esports, and it comes with a Kanavi innovation of the Nico jungle. JDG looked like they roared to life in game number 3. LNG have slunk into the corner, but now is the time to rise. Now is the time for the Gios, and let them ring as game 4 kicks. As the energy comes down, it is now a time for LNG to figure out how they work into this composition and how they stop a lot of the combos that Kanavi's going to be looking for.
I was thinking we'd have level 1 shenanigans there, and then we get to see if Tarzan would be able to stop what Kanavi's able to do, but not going to have anything just yet. I am curious to see how Kanavi goes with this one, because had you asked me like a month and a half ago, I was super ready to talk about Jungle Nico. But we never got it. It was never picked. No one ever wanted to flex it. It was just too strong in the mid lane. Kanavi waiting so long to finally bring it out. You know, still going to have a lot of those same strengths in terms of like the team fighting with the Pop Blossom. but I'm interested to see how, how it does in their levels with some of these ganks. You have set up in top side with the point-and-click stun coming out from 369, especially once you hit level 6, and, maybe you can come from behind, get a really nice Pop Blossom from Kanavi. Maybe you can catch out Scout, but I think you're looking a lot either around bot lane if over-aggression comes out from Gal or Hung, or a lot towards top.
Yeah, we're right back to the helicopter noises that we know and love in the LPL. But it is about that pathing, right? And I think we were talking so much about Tarzan's unique pathing he's seen. I'm really going to be looking at how quickly Kanavi gets through this jungle and looks what his style is going to be in this case. Because we were already talking about and seeing what the Maokai can pull off with the control around objectives and a lot of the vision gained by his saplings. And I think Tarzan can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, Tarzan, I think definitely his options. Like, I feel like you have a lot more options in terms of what lanes are gankable for you. So that can set up for some potential early plays, especially if Zika's going to be trading this well. 369 doing a nice job off of that rage. But I'll sort of remind people that Nika was nerfed this patch. Your Q cooldown got nerfed. You're now not like disguised. You're invisible for as long as before. Things like your W damage being changed. So we've really seen it kind of take a back step in the mid lane. Is Zika.
You see the 3 minion dematerializers on the side of JDG? Oh my goodness. We do see actually 369 going to be forced to back. Does have to use that TP back to lane here. And Zika back on the Fiora, we said, was kind of throwing down the gauntlet here in game 4. And we actually saw him take very, very heavy trades in the game that he played Fiora or earlier in this series.
I'm sorry, Mazel. I'm never going to not be distracted by that helicopter sound. I can see why refs didn't like it. I can see why refs didn't like it at first.
The noise that it makes is just hilarious.
It's so loud.
Because it's so loud in our ears. And I just think it's hilarious because we're like having some nice long-winded point and we're talking about something, blah, blah. It's like, oh, well, I can't stop focusing on that. Well,
exactly. Kanavi just absolutely ruins it. That was so close from Hung. And it seems like for LNG, their bot lane finally on the front foot. Kind of makes sense when Ruler brings out the Zeri, not as known for some of this early game aggression. And Tarzan taking a page out of Kanavi's book from last time.
They should find this. This is trouble here. Tarzan wants to find the connection, but he can't get the angle there with the twisted advance.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Didn't she even try to commit onto missing and at least burn a flash? There's definitely no way you would have gotten a kill.
Coming in from Hung, trying to go back in, but the crash down brings missing to safety. The sapling going to go under tower here. This is rough, though, for LNG. I don't think they want this smoke.
Moving down. Just
stop.
Just stop
it. No, we're not allowed. We need to ban it like the refs. We need to get it out of here. Oh, goodness gracious. As, Kanavi on the Nico still is that point of contention. And, again, a curveball to throw at LNG when they were needing to, hopefully have JDG play something stable they know how to play against. It's Kanavi who innovates yet again.
I do gotta say, though, I feel like LNG also threw a curveball in the sense of picking this Fiora into the Renekton. Because it's not, it is such a fragile matchup, I guess is a good way of putting it, right? If either side gives over a kill early on, it really can just snowball out of control until the later stages when Fiora eventually will obviously be able to take over. But if she goes down early, there's gonna be nothing she can do. And 369 actually go with the Executioner's Calling, so gonna want to deny some of that healing that Zika's gonna be finding.
It's actually really interesting early on, just trying to take that away as well in that 1v1 matchup itself. But we've been talking a lot about the particular matchups in this game, but I think as a whole, the LNG, JDG history is always really interesting to me. And when we were seeing LNG take game number 1, we were like, oh my goodness, they're about to upend it. But JDG, again, have come back into this one, and maybe history is about to repeat itself there.
There's a chance. Again, LNG haven't taken a series off JDG since 2021, but LNG looking hot at first. Might get this Dragon. Kanavi not going to be able to find the steal.
There's a little bit of blossom. Oh, actually, Tarzan. He's about half health. Ruler can. Oh. It's okay. Been a while. It's been a while. Don't worry about it. Oh, there goes Tarzan back. Still fighting him, though. He's locked out. He doesn't have flash. And first blood goes to the helicoptering Nico.
And LNG thought that they weren't going to contest. So Gala recalling at the same time, Missing comes in. At first, it looks like they think about maybe engaging, realizing they need to back off because Ruler can join in. We all saw it happen. I guess LNG technically didn't see that one. Is Hung.
Ruler is going to go for potentially another little bit of setup here with Missing and Kanavi in tow. Something will be spotted out, though. Under tower now they go. They have the clone there to block a little bit. This is dicey. Missing going to get out with the crash down. Dredge line goes wide from Hung.
Yeah, Ruler, not really close enough to output any damage when Missing went for the crash down. They opt into backing out in the end. Did look like Hung and Gala were just too healthy, right? Typically, you got to go for some heavy trading, chunk them out a little bit. Even if you take damage yourself, it's not as big of a deal because you are the one with the minion wave. You are the one with your jungler in the area. Oh, Knight.
That's a burn flash. He's still taking so much. The Buster shot's not enough. And at a knife's edge are the mid laners, Knight and Scout.
Had Scout not hesitated, which I understand why, right? Like, Knight is outputting a bunch of damage, explosive charge on you. I think Scout would have had the kill there. Untimely. Rocket jump in, giving Scout that opening. But neither mid laner has TP, so they both need to run in.
He's been doing stuff like that where he's just randomly going in and he's catching people off guard. That's the craziness this man is bringing to the table on the Tristana.
Scout knows exactly what to expect now, and that plays just squarely in favor of LNG, right? Knight had to burn a flash, Scout still has his up, and now maybe he could look to punish his Tristana in mid. It's not something we've seen as much. And, right, I mean, you could go for it. It might be double AP damage, even if Tarzan is going to tank Aaron and Maokai. But still, a lot of CC that can pin Knight down and potentially take him down is, look at LNG. They dedicated 5 members towards topside. Gala looks like he might return down towards bot. But it means if anything broke out right now, LNG would have more members closer to a scrap.
They do spot out Gala heading back down towards that bottom lane. So JDG will take advantage, get this first Rift Herald here. And that's something they can really utilize to maybe give some strength over to 369 or Knight in one of these solo lanes. 369 looking for his own strength, taking down Zika in the trade of the 1v1. Ooh, connection on the Knight. He's going to take a brunt of damage there. Does end up getting out with the rocket jump, but he has a lot less health than he had at the beginning of that trade.
And now we might see the other members of LNG make their way down towards bot like they're doing now and potentially set up a dive. We don't know the wave state. I assume it's not that big if we've seen Gala pushed in for quite a while.
Missing doesn't have level 6 here, and Hung and Tarzan just locking him down. The bouncy castle is there. You got a little bit more locked down. These are 2 non-damage carries, though, and Missing doesn't go down. Ruler is stepping up. If you need a bodyguard, call the Ruler, and Tarzan
is no flash.
Locked down. I don't know if he can get out of this one. It does mean that Missing survives. It will be a couple summoner spells burned.
But Knight, Knight went down somehow. Knight ends up going down. It means Scout can lean over. So not going to be able to chase down the tree. And, man, this game is such a weird pace.
Oh, he went for it.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough for Scout to notice. Even walks back in range, maybe kind of accepting his fate that Scout would have been able to jump back in anyway and saying, hey, I need to try and get some damage off on him. Maybe he pulls tower aggro. Maybe we can go 1-for-1. That's me giving a bit of silver lining, but just great by Scout. Scout now sitting 1-0-0 and equalizing the kill score.
What a way to do it, too. Just on his Azir, something we've known Scout for so well throughout his career. And I think something he's willing to bring out in these moments to be the champion of the team, right? We had heard from him earlier. He wants to lead his team to victories. And it's something LNG haven't been able to really say from the mid lane for a while. I've really liked the connection between him and Tarzan. It needs to continue to be there. They want to find advantage here. We have a 30 CS differential in the jungle right now between Tarzan and Kanavi Kanavi's going to start getting really scary with the setups on team fights.
I'm glad you brought that up because with all the action kind of happening elsewhere around the map, it's kind of been easy to lose track of with how much he's gotten ahead. And like you said, the rocket belt coming out, he's going to be huge. We're very close to items pretty much across the board. But what's going to matter next is this dragon. We could see all of JDG making their way down now. We're spotted on some wards, which is good. LNG were able to get that aggressive vision from before when they were deep pushing into that side of the map. And now neither top laner will be able to join in either as both use their TP.
Really looking for this next step for Kanavi, though, with the Rift Herald. Try to get it down here and try to find something, but it is Dragon that might be engaged on here first, though. Tarzan wants to fight. Kanavi is getting locked down. Pop Blossom will come through. He flashes out afterwards, but Gala flashes in return, gets the kill. Ruler finally shows up, but it's a little bit too late, and LNG will strike.
Gala flashing forward aggressively to guarantee the kill. Jungler down. You know what that means? It's going to be second dragon going in favor of LNG. No real response possible by JDG unless they started hovering towards top and, you know, maybe tried to dive Zika, but it's actually Knight who's going to get dove.
He's going to try to get the rocket jump out of there. Has missing right behind him, so he will survive this time around.
I'm just sad we never see attention given up towards top anymore. It was better days.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, my friend.
Better days.
Even
had,
in a Renekton Fiora
top to bot. I know. It's even more surprising. But here, I love that Tarzan just finds the opportune moment. Dredgeline doesn't connect, but flashes on it. No scouts nearby. They chain all the CC as Hunzult follows through. But it's Gala flashing forward, knowing he can finish it off. And sadly for Ruler, doesn't connect the laser. Not able to get any more damage down. And JDG, without their jungler, just don't feel content. Trying to take a 3v4, which is good. Because if you were watching game 1, they took a 4v5, and that's why they ended up getting slammed.
Get a little bit of callback there. I like it. We got the Rift Herald did get popped in mid lane by Kanavi, so giving some more gold to Knight. Should be 2 more plates going over his way. That's actually pretty big. And now, right in a position to get this vision down is LNG, playing pretty aggressively as well.
Yeah, both teams contesting for control over bot side river, despite the dragon was just taken, despite that there's really nothing to play for. I think just realizing the value of the side of the map their 80 carries are on, though it looks like they are going to go for a swap now with Knight heading down towards that bot lane to put up side lane pressure and put Ruler in a bit of a safer situation in the mid lane.
All right,
double static shift finished up.
I was going to say, how OP is it that the electric-based carry gets a static shiv with the Zeri? I don't know, maybe putting 2 and 2 together here. But it is 2 big spikes in wave clear for JDG.
Yeah, they're going to be able to keep up that pressure. It looks like LNG trying to drown that one out by committing resources to side lanes. You look at the minimap, Nautilus down bot, but Kanavi finally giving some attention up towards top. 369 trying to bait this one in, has dominance.
Zika saw the control ward go down there. He's still going to get engaged on. He's trying to turn the grand challenge, but there's nothing left at 369. Sweeps that one up.
And now going to be able to pressure top lane even more. Plates are about to go down, so you really shouldn't be able to turn it into too much monetarily. Oh, yeah. So at least gets one. That's going to be huge and able to maintain presence and a bit of vision around top side as well with that control ward when Herald's going to be coming up in 30 seconds.
I will say the Renekton finally making it through. Maybe we've seen why it's been a priority ban so much in this series, and 369's looking really scary now that he's gotten that kill. Now we look at back at mid lane, and Ruler's looking to trade on to Gala pretty heavily. We do have a next Rift Herald coming up in sub 20 seconds, and LNG are putting bodies in the mid lane.
We do have Iron Advantage for Ruler, but he's
I
caught.
don't think Ruler can get out. This is why you grab these kinds of champions, because you can just lock him down. He's dead now, and that should just be actually a re-engage from Missing that gets hung. He goes down himself, and Scout picks up another one. He's 2-0-2 now on the Emperor, and they're going right back to the Rift Herald.
Like you said, this is why you pick up champs like Nautilus who are saying, hey, you know, maybe there's more options that Alistar can like knock away and dissuade, like the Nico. But that point and click ult is exactly the value that Nautilus brings. Sets up for Scout to get it, and now for LNG, they're going to turn it into a Rift Herald, but we can see JDG at least finding a turret on top side. So going to find a bit of gold in their favor, and how we haven't mentioned it, but JDG actually are off to a sizable gold lead. But LNG finding picks like that is going to mean that they're not down and out of this game.
You just got to get the gold in the right directions here. That Rift Herald's going to help as well. Now actually JDG looking for a pick-off on the Zika. Won't end up finding it. And I think it is so telling when Scout is feeling confident, man. You get to see this guy pull off some incredible stuff, but it's also just the decision-making from LNG.
A Ruler. I mean, Hung just runs into range of him, sets up for the ult, able to get the Emperor's Divide out of it. And then it's here, another great dredge line coming out from Hung. The combo from Tarzan with the ulti, which locks him down, guarantee, and you know, then allows for another one to come on. So you're right, it's all about where the gold goes, Mazel. And you look at the side of LNG, Scout and Gala are the ones picking up the kills.
If you need anybody to be that carry, it will be these two guys. Scout's always pressuring Knight now, but it has been that new legacy building for both these guys, right? Gala more recently coming over from RNG, but still making a splash on this LNG roster. But Scout, they didn't have success last split, right? They had a bit of a failure. And the fact that he has had such a resurgence in summer and looked this damn good feels good, man.
I was going to say, you don't need to rub that failure in anyone's face. Despite this not being EDG, I know Linda still follows Scout and supports all the ex-EDG guys, and you don't got to say that. He's doing great. He's doing great now.
He has been really incredible, right? That's why he's the MVP of our summer split. Oh, and he's maybe making a play here. Knight not going to go down. And unfortunately, Scout, we might have cast a curse to you just a little bit. He's going to go for some alcove gameplay, but 369 is a hungry, hungry croc, and Ruler wants to get his own contribution to the game. 369 takes it away, gets that second kill. Zika gets the TP out of him, but might even just take this top side, and he does.
Look at mid, too. Gala and Hung pushing in mid, so it's another turret off of that. So LNG making a masterpiece out of what looked like a potential disaster, and now keeping it with the Fiora.
All right, 50-50 there. It goes to Kanavi. Zika is here re-TPing into the fight. JDG with the big pop blossom. They don't have the damage to stick, and Zika gets missing there. Ruler has been non-existent so far in this game 4.
Like, what a huge turn of events. JDG, you know, they find some pressure in bot, they find a kill onto the Azir. You get a turret top, you get a turret mid, you just win a team fight off of that. I love the quick decision making coming out from LNG. They are still down in gold, but it's still just more items going on to people like Gala. We even just saw the Even Shroud picked up there by Hung. But it's right here. Go out with the Nature's Grasp blocking down. Sure, you aren't able to get the smite, but you get a knock-up onto Missing, you get a knock-up onto Kanavi, and then Zika able to join in and follow through while Ruler really forced out. The feathers being thrown forward, really dissuading him from running forward, and Knight nowhere close.
I mean, he got like 4 auto attacks off that entire fight there, and it does come with the Zera. We were talking a little bit about the pick earlier, and a little bit of maybe those nerfs coming through. Gala with the Xayah is feeling really confident now on the other side, and it is something where these fights are going to get harder for JDG to navigate, specifically Ruler. He is still scaling up. He's waiting on that second item, but I look forward to LNG pressing some of these fight advantages they seemingly have, even at a gold deficit.
I will say, you know, we've kind of been highlighting where the gold's going on the side of LNG. Knight has picked up 2 items. He already has his Navori online, so he's kind of matching where Gala is at this point in time. And with Ruler's recall coming through, you might even assume that he might be able to pick his up as well. So team's still keeping it very close, because again, with LNG winning the fights, it's actually been JDG who's been able to get off to such an advantageous position with some of these smaller CS leads we have in plates that were going down earlier on in their favor.
I feel like the biggest difference maker in a lot of the late game team fights will be the differentiation between Zika and 369 and their influences in the fight, because otherwise, right, you have pretty stable team fights. I think a little bit more, you know, fragility, I guess, for JDG in the double marksman comp, but LNG actually have a pretty stout fight. It's just 369 might make the difference on the Renekton.
Well, I love that you point that out, because LNG just have a way, seems like more stock and standard comp when you have like all the CC coming out from the Maokai and the Nautilus. You have self-peel coming out from Scout and Gala, and they have a ton of DPS for themselves. So the big question mark on JDG's side in my mind is actually just the Nico. Because we've seen many times, anytime it tries to get close enough to the fight, that what the self-peel for LNG does. Like if a Nature's Grasp comes out, or if a Shrima, an Emperor's Divide comes out, all these things that can really dissuade him from finding those big engages, and then he just instantly gets popped by the damage from LNG. So I feel like Kanavi has to be able to show a good performance in team fight, find the right angle, and then 369, if he comes up on a flank and, you know, gets in there with now his Black Cleaver, Gorge Drinker, Executioner's calling setup, I mean, he can be massive.
He can indeed. That second item spike coming across for pretty much everybody, except for Ruler left out in that conversation for now. I do look at that Zanya's completed for Kanavi as well,
That's
so
huge.
A lot more safety in the engage.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if there's one thing that we're just talking about that can be very flippy or hard if Kanavi gets in these fights, and we'll just get blown up right away. Now, can be able to survive, hopefully buy time for people like Missing or 369 to find an ideal position and then take over. But, I mean, now we're just matching items for items as Nash you've picked up. So it just seems like we're gearing up for the big fight with both teams just ping-ponging waves back and forth so far.
That is the question for me then, though, because Ruler is on the Zeri. We've had some question marks about that, but this is still a double marksman comp, and when you can have that front-to-back style, and when Ruler is on a comfort pick for himself, you always have to have those questions on
He
the
needs second
execution.
item, though. Like, I mean, still just sitting on components, right? He's really the one kind of lagging behind in that department, which is why I think JDG haven't been looking for as many fights, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't care about Ruler's second item. They're ready.
You know, maybe they just want to take some fights. They want to see some fisticuffs here. I think LNG might have some extra weights in their boxing gloves right now. And maybe not
There it
something
is.
that JDG want to fool around with.
Ooh,
They're just
okay.
doing the Baron? They're just doing it. They burn it so fast that Nasher's Tooth completion, it's already half health missing. We'll see in the bad news.
It's just
TP
gone.
coming in. The Baron's already gone. Big Magnet Storm here, though. The Feather Storm combo. Kanavi not going to hit a big one, and it's LNG that take the preemptive move, and they might have just taken JDG to task. They're going to catch out the end up Knight going down, and LNG, they make the swift move, they make the decisiveness, and they are in the lead now.
It was so fast. It came out of nowhere. Observers are focusing on like the top lane 1v1. I'm looking at that Ruler finish a second item, and out of nowhere, LNG, half the Baron already gone. Mazel, they've thrown before, but I have faith. I have faith. LNG, they can do it. They're gonna be on Soul Point as well. Gonna be on Soul Point as well.
One decision.
Like, let's see exactly how this one goes down. They clear out vision. They don't exactly have a great
They were
idea of
spotted.
where everyone on JDG is, but I guess just assuming those resets are coming out, knowing that Ruler had been sitting on those components for so long, doing it so fast and it's here missing, finds a great Magnet Storm, but look, Knight only just getting here, Ruler isn't here, and then this is what we talked about with Kanavi. Finds an ult, but at the same time, you are so squishy on this Nico, instantly gets deleted in every interaction. So scattered by JDG, they just really weren't prepared to respond to the play.
And the power duo of Scout and Gala, it's coming to fruition here. They are monstrous. They saw how fast they could burn those objectives, and that was that 2-item spike, that Nasher 2 spike for Scout. JDG, they are not one to back down from a fight. They are already looking for more, and the missing Kanavi combo is still the biggest thing to watch out for, as Hung might take the brunt of that combo here. The Featherstorm comes out. Here comes Kanavi. The lockdown on the 2. 369 might find the backline. Ruler is going to hit that lightning crash, but gets soloed down by Scout. 369's a hungry croc under turret. He gets a couple more back, and LNG are scrapping him down. Knight gets the grand challenge on him. The Buster shot's not going to be enough to save you today, and he goes down to Zika.
And look, we even have Scout TPing on the mini-map, wanting to press their advantage as far forward as they can with those Barons. Now going to be pushing out their 2 lanes. Let's see how much LNG can take off this.
369 was so big in that fight. The backline access there, but it just wasn't enough. I love the decisions rather from LNG. The way that Tarzan found the engage there as well, and Scout taking full advantage.
Yeah, and, you know, this was actually the first time where I feel like Hung's been having a fantastic game. This is the first one where I'm like, all right, like, this might be too over-ambitious with where your teammates are, but manages to escape. We have a great ult coming out from Gala, and then he just follows the charge. We see, once again, this Nico is just way too fragile, but it's here where, like you point out, 369, he does massive damage at this point in the fight. The problem is, the whole time, the Fiora wasn't here. So the second Zika shows up, 369 knows, all right, Knight's dead. I need to get out of here. I need to hope he can either outplay for himself or that Zika messes up, and he doesn't. So that is 4 huge kills over. And I might have been begging for Nico jungle, like when that was the thing in solo queue, but now I'm happy we never got it. Probably for the best that we didn't see it.
And for a guy that has had such an incredible series and an incredible split, right, Ruler cannot find it in on this Zeri pick. He tried to get the flash forward there in that fight, and he just flashes straight into Scout, who rips him to pieces. And this double marksman comp needed to find heavy leads. They needed to get these items in, and LNG might not just let them have it. They want to hear those silver scrapes. That's a big catch out, and Ruler goes down again. That might just be the nail in the coffin here. Missing, fallen. Kanavi goes with a big pop blossom. They don't have enough damage to follow it up, though. And a double kill to Scout. LNG. They find everything they can ask for, and they are giving the punch back to JDG.
Mazal, we haven't talked about him much this series, but Hung is definitely going to pick up the MVP for this game in my mind. He has just connected so many crucial hooks on people like Ruler, on people like Knight, and now they're going to look for the base.
LNG with that momentum from their last series, getting into the GA bracket, but also giving JDG a run for their money. They have a pretty hefty advantage now. Scout looking at even more here as resets come out for LNG, and it's just the next fight waiting to happen. We got 1:20 for the next Dragon. It would be Soul for LNG.
If I curse this, I am sorry, LNG fans. But my God, this is going to be what, our fourth series in playoffs? Going to 5 games?
It's actually incredible. The LPL playoffs seem like they always deliver, but this summer, I couldn't ask for more. I mean, we've had incredible stories, and we're not even done yet. And we have LNG, again, bringing to task JDG.
So I thought about it. Actually, could ask for a little bit more. Can we add like another place in regionals and give it to OMG? Because OMG not being in regionals is really weird. But that's it. That's the only other thing I'd ask for.
That's the only thing. All right, all right. And, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Speaking of seeing what happens, though, LNG, they are back on the map. They are actually hovering over towards this Baron side of the map with it respawning in about 40 seconds.
Oh, 369. Okay, gonna be fine. I mean, he's huge at this point, right? 4-0-0, having the Gore Drinker online, even has the Dominus if he needed to pop it. But now we're going to see, for JDG, it feels like you just kind of need a coordinated engage of like missing and 369, which then kind of distracts LNG for Kanavi to be able to go in there, actually utilize his combo and not just die in seconds. And, you know, at the whole time, like, Ruler and Knight being there, because we've seen a lot of fights where certain members of JDG just aren't there, or people like Kanavi just get blown up right away.
Knight's Vow is there for a little tanking as Tarzan goes in. They catch out missing. He's already got Pop Blossom at the backline here, but it's such a split fight. And JDG, they don't have the gas in the tank. LNG find 2 more, and Scout gets them down. That's 3 gone immediately for JDG. TP desperation coming back to the base, but that's all she wrote here. I think LNG might just finish it.
LNG going to be able to look for the end. Tarzan even sells Flash if he wants to try and get the dive on this one. Hung went for it himself, but there it is.
The 2-headed demon of JDG. They might have woken up, but LNG, they were bloody. They fought back, they punched back, and they actually find huge pickoffs to try to finish this game.
And we're at a point, Mazal, there are no more favorites in this series. It's all going to be down to 1 game as LNG, once again, just end the game.
End the game, push us to those sweet, sweet silver scrapes and make JDG sweat. They tried to innovate, but LNG, they didn't even bat an eye. Game number 4 goes to LNG, and Silver Scrapes is coming in hot and ready.
Give Hung an MVP. He had so many great hooks in that game, finding so many key targets and allowing for the damage to come out. And I love the bounce back. After the game 2 throw into the game 3 collapse, I thought, well, pack it in. We're done. This is gonna be a quick game. LNG are tilted. LNG are derailed. Now it's like, you know, we get the Nico pick coming out from JDG. That looks absolutely atrocious. LNG come in with Hung on a mission, and people like, honestly, across the board, like I guess other than Zika, who blocked in that 1v1, he got ganked once, and then he was the one losing out. You know, top lane kind of, it goes like that. But point is, like, Tarzan, Scout, Gala, also all firing on all cylinders. You can see how bad LNG wanted it. And now, again, how crazy is it going to be if LNG sends JDG to the lower bracket? Like, I would have never imagined that could have happened before today, but now you just don't know. You just don't know, Mazal, with how the series has gone.
You have no idea. I'm already wrong in my predictions. I predicted 3-1 for JDG, and we're seeing LNG stand the test of time. But not only that,
I think Ashin predicted LNG 3-2, which would be absolutely insane if he gets it. Would also be a great birthday present for him too.
True. Birthday brothers here as well on the I wish, you know, maybe we replace you with
maybe we should get him in here for game 5. Yeah.
No, but I do want to highlight some of the big points. I think you were talking about Hung so much, but through this, right, you had to rely on Scout and Gala, and it's so nice to see these 2 guys performing so well on LNG side and being such a crux for them throughout the regular season that now they get to come out in these intense moments, use all those accolades, all that experience we've talked about for them, and, push us a full distance.
Yeah, I mean, again, they definitely stepped up, but I guess that's what makes it all the more impressive to me that Hung did, right? Because LNG's season for anyone who hasn't been following has just been okay. It's the Tarzan Scout show, mostly the Scout show, with kind of Tarzan being the main reoccurring character. Gala shows up like every episode, and like, howdy neighbor, and then you don't get Zika and Hung around all that much. But this game really just. Hung delivered. We've already seen Zika delivering, I think, in other playoff series, so it hasn't been as, apparent. I guess other than game 1 where he really did just do a great job.
He did, yeah.
This was the first game where LNG pretty much across the board looked like all 5 players were making contributions to a win. Where we pointed out in game 1, Gala didn't really need to do all that much, or certain players didn't need to because Scout and Tarzan did just take over. Yeah. This game, all of them needed to do their job, and they did it.
I think it's so cool, too. When we came into this one, we were setting expectations. JDG should win this series. They should come out and dominate LNG. We didn't get that game number 1. We were wondering what we were going to get. JDG are fighting for a golden road in 2023. LNG are just trying to make it to the Worlds. They're just trying to make it further into the playoffs. They want to get some triumphant glories of their own somewhere. And it feels so justifying that they have pushed our team, our would-be super champions, to the distance and to a Game 5 silver scrape. So I'm here for it. I'm glad that we actually got to see some step-ups from Hung, from some of those supporting casts for LNG, and it's all or nothing now in the upper bracket. We're going to a short little break. Make sure you cue those silver scrapes up, and we'll see you on the other side.
如果你希望该叫我格拉斯克夫。
但他守卫了，但对面还是到处到了，大齐2个人队友的跟上伤害，没有几个退。但是这边的话，这个大招放的非常不错，反身一锁，
然后后面那张卡子鳄鱼搜狗位置放的还不错。
杀掉之后选择交了一个大招，但是没有办法到这帮人。但是主要后续的团战是开到了国豪，国豪在第一时间背后交了一个羊的吃席，哎，就这是。那看过来一个杀不够，我斯文纳的这波技能有点失误啊，他这个技能全扣掉了，还有后手技能，前到了，没扣，再晕到一个应该是有了，最后人头给到猪妹。还是要针对这条大龙找机会，又是海格斯敢出来要出钩了，勾到 AD 了，又在被勾过，全被秒掉了，差一点点。明珠给了所有的技能，依旧被他保了下来，这边撞到了对面的梅克，站住了侧翼的位置。那安妮并没有着急选择点塔，而在后方持续的观望。看一下在侧面，艾王帝进场把所有人留在了原地，卡莎向前输出闪现过去，艾卡下到暴雨，奥文再行留住。希腊坤敌不是开宁，宁这边交得出技能吗？闪现锁厄斐琉斯配合阿卡丽直接进场，厄斐琉斯这边交一个闪现拉开，没有死差一刀平 A， A 锁住了，回身还想在操纵鳄鱼，鳄鱼被魅惑，被吉勇给吸住了，对，伤害好像没有打出来，对的，就差 PP 嘎的立大功这波。并且的这个留人也很漂亮啊！翔哥过来的途中是直接被一勾加上一个大招，然后翔哥走到队友身边，那个大招是大起了很多人啊，好像全都大起来了，而且大陆金角想踩，没有被抬到，反而被 A 加 Q 勾过来打了一下。
反手倒勾到，但落也没 W 的
啊！有些人闪过来，哎，金甲被挂点燃了，这波要死了，完成一个线杀，又是 A 到了霞，控制一下，等下一个勾，看要伸交闪现勾过来，有速度，这2勾。中国甲现在还是 CD，
感觉 OMG 得开呀，不然他们要被玩兵线玩晕掉了呀。
闪现开，又开小奶油，小奶油被开到了，被大招炸起，狐狸大招没办法，吊刀的秒杀，但被猴子给找到，被嘲讽到，有雪球的机会了，又勾到 AD 了。第5之类很危险，又开一下，打一下，
开一下，
哇，这打到死血要不回家了呀，不回家了，先打一套。梅口这边是一级的，
一勾，
很有机会，闪现勾到了，我的天哪！
这样子玩。
我觉得我们5个人的心都是一样的，都是想拿冠军的，然后会一直朝冠军努力。然后我觉得我们目前前期其实有的时候做的有点差，就是会经常就松出一血什么的。然后我们要多注意一下前期，然后中期作战团的时候要提前来。我觉得在面对困境的时候，我们一直觉得就是我们5个人只要做好自己的，我们就是可以赢下来。我觉得 JDG 是一个非常擅长运营的队伍吧，然后我觉得我们需要在资源团的时候抓住他们的失误，然后赢下他们。就来到 LNG 之前，其实就想着来到这边，然后去追寻冠军嘛。然后其实来到这边之后，然后大家的心也都是跟我一样的。然后我们需要我们几个人继续努力，然后继续加油，我们可以获得好成绩。我觉得京东是一支非常擅长运营的队伍吧。然后 BLG 我觉得是非常会打架的一支队伍。然后面对他们的话，我觉得我们在 BP 上，然后要针对一下他们，然后自己的运营方面，然后也要做得更好。
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Playoffs, and what a time to be alive. Another Game 5. You heard those silver scrapes. JDG, LNG going the distance. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and Scout gets the MVP, the Emperor yet again, for our game number 4.
Yeah, supports never get MVPs. It's just the way the LPL works. You get used to it. Not just LPL. 2021 MSI, Ming deserved it. Just throwing that out there. But you're right.
I just want you all to know that Lyric went on a soapbox about this in the off time just because he felt like it. So he wanted to add it in there.
But Scout did pick it up, and Scout performed great. We were highlighting that this felt like the game where all members of LNG were really able to do their part. Again, Zika got targeted a little bit with that one gank, so wasn't able to do too much, but he even took over in a team fight. 9-1-10, 32% of the team's damage. You said it best in draft, right? This has been just a comfort pick for him that he's really been able to deliver on. And this was just another showing. He puts up so much pressure with some of those Emperor's divides, punishing Knight here in the solo kill. Hell, we had the one time where he punished Knight's over aggression when Knight rocket jumped in on him, and then he immediately Emperor's divide. Knight has to flash away, and honestly, I felt like Scout, had he, not second-guessed the damage that he was putting out, probably could have even found the kill there. But just moments like this, Hung sets it up, and Knight just swings it out of the park.
I think that when we've seen Scout at his best, it's when the team is playing around him. And he even said in his interview, right, he wants to be the leading edge of the team. He wants to be the one that brings them to the championship. And when you see moments like this, right, there's a reason why he is our summer MVP of regular season. He had 17 MVPs throughout a 17-team league where he had 16 games, right? And I think when you have the moments you do on this pick, you always have to be wary because he becomes such a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and right, not just summer. For anyone who doesn't know, he's the MVP of both splits. He got MVP in spring as well when LNG bombed out against OMG in that series. Picks up MVP in summer now, having a much better time. Picked up MVP when EDG won Worlds. This guy really has shown that in the biggest moments, on the biggest stages, he really can step up and be that leader that he was talking about that he wants to. So I'm excited going into Game 5 because we are on a full reset pretty much, right? It all comes down to one game. Now the question is going to be, because every other series has been every team on blue side. Every team on blue side, we came into the day, LPL playoffs blue side at a 71% win rate. Now, both of these teams really only consistently finding wins on red. JDG found one on blue, but now for this last game, JDG, of course, are going to swap back over to red side, and we're just going to get to have some fun and see how it shakes up.
I think it's hilarious because for me, it felt like game number 4. JDG were cooking a little too much. They had a little bit too much fun in the kitchen. But I think when we see them kind of buck back up and get back into the saddle, they will be grabbing a lot of those comfort champions we expect from them. JDG are a team we hadn't seen yet in the playoffs. There's always those questions of the time that you have down, the rust that begins to develop there. I think we saw that, but the awakening is still possible. And as you said, no holds bar in a game number 5. I expect a lot of deja vu from what we've seen already in the drafts.
You've given me the idea. We just go all signature picks. So we go Gragas. We go... I feel like this year it'd be Wukong for Kanavi, but when I think of Kanavi, I still think of 2020 Graves.
Okay.
Syndra for Knight for sure. We got what? We go Xayah for Ruler because of the skin. And then when I think of missing, I still think of his Thresh. Because missing Thresh back on WE was absolutely disgusting. So you do that if you're JDG. For LNG, I actually like LNG just playing standard comps. I like them having Maokai or Sejuani in the jungle. I like them having Azir in the like they just do it well. Like, especially when they have this much CC, this much like disengage, this much like just zone control.
Yeah.
It feels like it just counters JDG so hard because they are seriously just smothered in CC in every single fight.
Though the series itself is smothered in accolades for both these sides. I think when you get to a game 5, when you have all this pressure, yes, there's double elimination, but you want a date with BLG. You want to be fighting for that final spot.
Do you?
I think you do. I think you absolutely do.
Do you want to be in the winner's semifinal? Yes. Do you necessarily want BLG on the other side of the rift? Is you no. And again, it could just be that like JDG and LNG were like higher level opponents than top esports were, and that's why BLG were able to get such a commanding win. But again, it doesn't give me confidence that BLG not only after losing to JDG stepped it up and just cleanly really won most of their series, but then cleanly dispatched their opponent. Now JDG, LNG, whoever goes up against them, it's going to be rough. But you're right, you want an extra life. You don't want to go face top esports for your playoffs life.
Those accolades are going to come oh so important. All the awards mean nothing if you don't find success. I'm expecting a bit of that fight back here from JDG and LNG. Now, we do get that Rel ban that has literally been in every game so far for JDG. It is the LeBlanc and the Jace that join that for LNG. While on the other side, Scouts, Azir, nowhere to be seen in this one. The Maokai and the Kaisa also there.
I mean, now we're at a point where Tristana has to be Omega high value because LeBlanc, Jace, and Azir are all off the table. That's really the only, like, S-tier mid lane pick left open. So I'm going to be surprised if they don't go for it. And they don't. So Xayah now picked up. That must mean Scout has an answer if JDG opt into it. Or if it's game 5, I wonder if both teams are not more scared, but more willing to go towards comfort, deny, Ruler his place on the Xayah, and now JDG not wanting to give up the Lovers duo.
I like the opt-in to the Rakan. I think it can give Missing so much power on this roster because it gives you a lot of mobility, but also the peel and the engage that you really need a bit of flexibility for JDG in. I do really appreciate the Sejuani being locked in. It didn't make it through for LNG this time around, something they definitely would have prioritized. But this also means that because JDG wanted that for Kanavi, they're going to be able to re-grab this Tristana you were highlighting so much of.
I mean, right, it's mind-blowing with the amount of S-tier mid lane bans that this gets through. But I understand. I'm curious to see where JDG goes, especially with their mid lane. Or I wonder if they match mid here, or if they have something cooked up, do you just go Cassante, ban out Gwen and Jax on 3-4, and then have, that kind of unstoppable monster in team fights 4-3-6-9. I think all of that depends on how, what Knight's cooking up in terms of a mid lane counter pick to this Tristana.
I'm really looking at what they're cooking here. I want to see something. Oh, the Sivir!
I
am locked in for a Ruler.
I'm scared. I got to be honest with you. So after seeing the Nico last game, after seeing the amount of times we've had Sivir come out and not work, it feels like any time we get these really fringe picks that they haven't really been able to hold up to what is strong in the meta. So Ruler going to bring out the Sivir. It's going to enable their team fighting so much more, having the speed up from the ultimate and having things like the ricochets just going through everyone in the team fight. But you're giving up a lot of potential early game strength to the side of LNG. And it looks like they are going to go those top lane bans. It would allow them to pick Cassante on 4 if LNG don't ban it out.
I always like the Jax ban towards Zika. I think it's a pick that he can play so well, but also just have so much pressure in the side lane for. I do want to see. Okay, the Silas is the ban away towards Knight, so not going to give maybe some of those good ultis stealing away, like if LNG have a plan further down the road. It is the Gwen, though, locked away by JDG.
Yep, again, just the perfect bans, not only for Zika, but just if you want to go Cassante. I think the only way that they wouldn't is if they do plan on going some type of like assassin-y mid, because we know Yone's playable. We saw OMG play it. I know teams across the globe that have Yone players that picked it up. And it's like, you have the Sejuani, so that pairing is always there. It seems like they're acknowledging the fact that Sejuani can go into the top lane. Hell, it even could go into the mid lane, right? Like, yeah. I wouldn't like that or expect it when you have Knight on your team that you throw that one in the mid lane. But we are going to end up in a point we were hitting on earlier, Mazel, that just like BLG, when you get pushed to the brink, you bring out comfort, and Knight going to bring out that Ahri.
He was 8-0 in that graphic that we had. I talked about at the beginning, we were talking, oh, it's fallen out of meta. But exactly as you said, when the time is right, you bring out what you know, and something that Knight knows very, very well. I love to see this comp come together, and as well as a lot of that mobility from the mid-jungle duo. It is the Poppy locked in on the other side for Tarzan. We know how scary that can be. We highlighted earlier.
Yeah, now it's about where you go with top lane. I'm going to keep highlighting the fact that Cassante is just there and, you know, absolutely ridiculous. But they're kind of building some peel around their carries right now with the fact that they've locked that in. And this has been ignored all series long. I assumed Zika couldn't play it. I assumed JDG hadn't practiced it. But once again, saving some of these important picks for the big moments. LNG have done exactly what we said. Draft something stock and standard that is strong in the meta. JDG have kind of gone the opposite way of not really going towards comfort necessarily. Like, sure, you have the Ahri, but bringing out curveballs like the Sivir, putting Kanavi onto the Sejuani, which actually wasn't a champion that he really leaned on in summer. Did win both of his games, so not a champion he's really leaned on too much throughout his career. So I think this one's going to be interesting. But when you're in a game 5, I kind of trust what LNG have put together more than JDG. But you definitely have some power in some skirmishes, right? Renekton and the Ahri, late game in team fights, Sivir with the Sejuani can run you down, but maybe you're just running into the pure death of an equalizer and tons of feathers set out by Gala.
I've talked to some pro players in NA as well, and they say, you know, it's really hard to find something that truly, truly works into the Rumble. And I love that Zika is willing to throw this one down at a last gasp effort for LNG to come back into this one. And it's an all-important matchup. JDG, they cooked a little too hard in game number 4, it felt. Now they have the Sivir for ruler, something he knows very well in his track record. But in a game 5, Lyric, you have to highlight the experience that comes to this table, the amount of stress and pressure that goes into this one to have that date with BLG.
And I got to be honest, I feel like LNG have held strong to like what they know. And I feel like JDG maybe haven't. So again, there is a bit of worry there for that, but who knows? Maybe this is something that they have scrimmed quite heavily, something that they're prepared for, and that this game will be a banger. I don't want this game being decided by mistakes, Mazel. I want this game to have sick outplays, cool team fights, and us to walk away being like, you know, that was the better team. So I'm sure both teams are ready to leave it all in the Rift. We've seen great performances from both sides, and now it's just about being able to deliver in the highest of pressure moments, because JDG stomped in game 3. LNG have looked like a better team across every other game. And now it all comes down to this.
The fact that we have such differing expectations for these teams, JDG trying to create that golden road, a legacy for themselves with this roster, all the guns, all the stars they've had. LNG have just been trying to make it to Worlds. They're trying to find success they could not find in spring. And the fact that also behind all of this, underneath the folds of these stories, LNG have not beaten JDG, Lyric. It has been a rough time. So a lot of fate going against them, but they are one to try to upend that and find an in. And it comes through Scout, it comes through Gala, and it comes through a lot of Tarzan's early machinations.
Exactly. Despite the fact that only Scout made All-Pro from LNG and all of JDG made it onto All-Pro, we know the heights of players like Gala and Tarzan. Like, these guys are absolute studs in their own right. Hell, even Hung and Zika, like these weren't randoms, right? These were promising prospects from their previous teams. Hung, known for his absolute psychopath moments on things like the Lux, and then Zika with some of the carry performances back when he was on IG. So they're showing that they can contend with what is a roster of you know, A-list celebrities on JDG.
It's a team that has so much pressure riding on them, but a lot of pressure that they willingly take. And as the energy starts to fill this stadium in Xi'an, it is another Game 5 in the LPL Summer Playoffs. It is another banger series. Everything before this moment does not matter. It all comes down to one game and one potential to still have that second life in the LPL Summer Playoffs here.
Yeah, it means so much. And again, TES is a fearsome team. Whichever of these teams lose and has to go down there, despite the fact that, you know, they're both probably favorites. I mean, we're seeing in series like today, being a favorite doesn't mean anything. And TS, after what like Jackie and Rookie were doing, you don't want to go face them. You want that time in the upper bracket. As, you know, Mazel, we're not really having like big old pauses or delays. We're just these like small swerves. We're ready. You're building us up a story. You're building us an epic. And then we get to see the players. Gala looking a little bit more cheerful. Does that give you any hope?
That's a smile on Gala's face. I don't know what's going on there, but oh my god.
Aw, Ruler.
It doesn't happen often.
Ruler maybe being a little bit warm, just fanning himself. Not a good omen. Not a good omen. That went out there.
You got to turn the AC. You got to turn the AC just a little bit. See, it's
maybe
too far.
That's what they're doing.
The mechanics are all off.
Maybe they're turning on the air conditioner so the players can perform I don't know. We're speculating, and right now, honestly, we're just chatting. Let's be real. But, you know, Mazel, this is a good time to pivot into what matchup are you most excited for in this last game? What's the lane we got to watch?
It's so difficult. I think Scout versus Knight has to be a lot of the linchpin of how this works out, but Ruler versus Gala for me is my personal favorite, right? You have Gala, who is literally hand carving a legacy on LNG coming over from RNG. Ruler doing the same, but in the LPL as a whole. He has made his name known since he stepped in game number 1 in the spring split. And that is where I think these two guys, with all the experience, all the accolades, maybe even you were talking about Ruler, the best ADC in the world, needs to come alive here, needs to find an impact, because Ruler didn't have an impact in game number 4.
No, I agree. And I feel like that's my favorite part of the series, is like the disparity in mid and AD. Like, if you missed out, think about it. Gala, 2021 MSI Finals MVP. Ming might have deserved it, but Gala got it. Ruler, 2017 World Finals MVP. Then mid, it is a swap. It is Scout with the World Finals MVP, Knight with the MSI Finals MVP. So we got, again, it's just these two lanes are so exciting. I feel like mid lane is really going to be where I got to keep my eyes on, though. Mid jungle, which is where it feels like Scout and Tarzan have been getting the better of JDG. Again, 3 out of the 4 games so far. So we're going to have to see Knight and Kanavi be able to do more. But Knight and Kanavi haven't really been playing as a mid-jungle, right? It's been more separate. It's been these guys playing on their own. And that might be the difference maker in this game 5.
That's the hardest thing, is like the mid lane has been such a weird state, right? When Scout gets the Azir, it looks so strong, especially in the Tristana, where, you know, Knight's trying to pick apart some very aggressive advances, can't find anything, and then Azir comes out in a little bit of the better. But I think in this one in particular, the fact that we've changed up the style going into a game number 5, everything on the line, right? That pressure does mold how these matchups are going to go. And I don't expect, I know I was talking about, you know, Ruler being non-existent, probably wanting a comeback. Kanavi is not one to lie down. He may have been cooking with that Nico in game number 4, but there's no way he's letting this game 5 slip away from him. He wants to be the bully against Shun in that upper final, or at least semifinals.
Yeah, and that's what we got to see, right? Because I feel like for Kanavi, when you look back at spring, he was probably the moment of JDG who had the most weakness. Like, a lot of times you see him just get caught out in the enemy jungle. I think has stepped up in summer. Maybe not having the best series here today, you know, showing his ceiling. But that's what we're saying Tarzan and Scout have. So you got to step up. And speaking of that, you know, we've been on the players for a while. I feel like people have already put 2 and 2 together that there is an issue. It's apparently Tarzan, the one having it. We don't know what the issue is right now. The stage officials are investigating, as we can see him now with the refs behind him. So yeah, we got to wait for Tarzan to figure it out, be able to play the game up to 200% peak performance. And yeah, then go and play against either Tien or Shun. Neither one sounds like that fun of a time. But hell, there have been splits where Tarzan was above both of them. So he ain't afraid of anyone.
I think that's the coolest thing for Tarzan for me. I will say I was so excited for the Tarzan Doinby combo. It never found exactly what you wanted to. And it felt so bad. And I think Tarzan, he has been on the verge of success for so long and can't find it. And I think that now, as we get into this one, into a game number 5 where we've already heard the silver scrapes, we've already set up all the tales, all the narratives, it really just comes down to the heart and the execution given by all 10 of these players on this stage. JDG did not look like themselves in game number 4, but I expect that bare knuckle boxing to come right out here in game number 5, Lyric.
And you know, some reports that bare knuckle boxing actually better for you than, you know, like let's say like MMA gloves, because the padding means that you actually punch harder, which means that you have an easier time breaking your hand. I don't know if that's true or not, but there you go. A bit of your fun fact for the day, or I guess maybe fun lie of the day.
You baited me by going, bait the stage.
I did. No, I didn't bait you. The LPL people baited us by showing us the stage, because when you see those big stage doors, you know what time it is. It's when the car appears on the screen, and then you see all the player portraits, and you get the champion portraits, and then you jump in. And
as a remote broadcast, that's all we get.
That is all we get.
To read the signs, read the what we see in front of us.
I kind of like it, though, because it's like, it's something comforting. It's always there. You know it's going to happen. It's consistent. Unlike a good majority of the LPL teams. But we love the LPL teams for that. We don't need everything like that. And see, there it is again. But we get the card this time.
Charm. We're getting into it now, baby. You better get strapped into your seats because we got a game number 5 that's been brewing for a long time. LNG versus JDG. The comps don't matter that we've seen thus far. It is a game 5 that everything before it is non-existent. This is JDG, one of the best teams in the LPL that has woken up into the series, and LNG has made them sweat every step of the way. Game 5 is nigh, and let those Gios roar! And as we get into it now, LNG have been nothing but incredible since their last series. They've gone to 2 5-game series in a row. The last one I thought was backbreaking, but they took that momentum into this series. They took a very dominant game 1 victory, Lyric, and now we've seen the culmination of their efforts in that bounce back last game.
Honestly, it gives me like hints of their miracle run, right? When they started so early on in playoffs and had to play so many games. Because LNG, okay, not to jinx them, but if they lose here, then let's say like win, maybe lose, then play regionals, and then like, my God, they can end up stacking so many games with the fact that they've already now gone the distance in 2 best-of-5s. So definitely getting a lot of practice, which is quite nice. Maybe why they've stayed so consistent is Scout. One of the people we highlighted trying to find some aggressive trades early on, but Knight matching punch for punch.
He's on the other end of the matchup this time, Tristana. I like to see Scout playing aggressive, though. That's something we saw Knight actually doing completely well on the Tristana, just making sure to press as much as possible. But speaking of Knight, he is on his comfort of the Aura. We saw at the beginning of the day, right, the 8-0 scoreline with this pick. And it feels good to rely on comfort in the last moment in a matchup that is so important.
Yeah, a lot's going to come down to his charms in the mid-game around team fights. You know, when you have double AD carry. And, ooh, we're going to see if Tarzan is able to find anything.
This is why Tarzan is so good on Poppy. I love those early advantages. He's going around the corner. Gala and Hung have actually baited JDG. Ruler going to be in some trouble now, but they actually turn back on to Missing. He has been the bait here, and he should just be taken down. Tarzan going to flash, gets the slowdown here, and first blood going slowly but surely, not to LNG, and missing out on that one. Will end up getting hooked by Hung. Is he going to get the kill to Scout here? One more auto. He flashes for it just to make sure. And LNG with the angry cat have shown up in K5.
Not worried about the loss of the flash, just wanting to make sure they are funneling gold onto this Tristana, onto this guy who's been performing. Now we're back at the top side, which is good. I actually want to talk about this matchup a little bit because we see Zik and the Ignite, so wanting to go aggressive. And it's so important how you're using those Electro Harpoons, especially if you're playing around the slice and dice of the Renekton. You have so much agency up in that matchup, but we're going to go back to the replay down in bot here. It was just the ultimate bait coming out from LNG, right?
Yep.
Holland taking a bunch of damage, but Tarzan making his way down the whole time. I like that he doesn't get baited in chasing Ruler, and they realize, hey, Ruler would be able to escape. He's already popped his ghost. He could run away. Let's just go for missing. Luckily, with Scout on the Poppy, he has Pry on the mid lane. He could start making it down. And it really just feels like the biggest thing here is a lot of flashes having to be burnt in this play by LNG might come back to bite them if JDG are a bit more proactive, but at least they're getting their gold exactly where they want it.
But Tarzan can continue to be proactive. He's had a pretty heavy push from Zika on the top side against 369 too, and having a kill on Scout's actually huge because then he can just be easy in mid lane. Top lane gank is not going to go there. They get the flash out of 369 though, and that'll be revisited.
And Mazel, I know you remember it because me and you would talk about it so much, but this is the Tarzan Poppy.
Yep.
When me and you were casting, when Poppy first came into the meta, like in your face, super aggressive, creating everything for the side of LNG. Now JDG trying to get a team play going, but it's already too late. Top lane Scuttle picked up. Maybe Kanavi looks for the invade. He does have a level advantage, but yeah, it'd be too easy for members of LNG to join up when they know Zika's coming from base, when they know Scout is such an easy entry point from mid. And so far, LNG just off to such a great start. It really is so impressive with the hype that JDG had. It seemed like people were just convinced they were going to win the split, and honestly, like it was hard not to think that way, right? It just seemed like an inevitability with how much winning they've done this year.
It's a hard one, the Golden Road. It's never an easy one, and that's why
it's paved in blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, you can go down the whole kit and caboodle there. But I know JDG are feeling the pressure as well, right? We've heard them talk about the expectations set on them throughout this entire split. That aggression that we were talking about for Tarzan, it does not just go one way, though. Kanavi on a very skirmish-heavy jungler on the Sejuani. We've actually seen Tarzan do really well with this one, but combining with Renekton gets oh so scary.
Exactly, right? There's a lot of strength in this, and especially at level 6, because Rumble's an immobile champion, right? You can consistently look for lane ganks with that Glacial Prison and just set up for the Renekton to repeatedly get kills. I think this would have been a gank that 369 would have enjoyed earlier on, and then set the Rumble behind, because if Rumble doesn't have flash, it really is so awkward to play in the top lane.
They're going in anyways. They have the lockdown, but the flash from Zika
there it
is. As well going out.
But they get the flash, right? Now it becomes awkward for the Rumble. Now they're forcing him off turret, denying him golden XP. Hell, 369 getting 6 first has the Dominus. So they're making him walk the long way back and get a slow recall off. It will be answered. As we can see, LNG on the minimap, Tarzan was picking up the dragon. But still, this is the type of advantages you want to see JDG creating.
No TP back from Zika either, so up that long walk like you were talking about. Scout getting charmed at the back end of that one. A bit worse for Ware in the mid lane. And we have like double proxy farming coming through here, coming from JDG.
Man, if Kanavi was level 6, he would have been done there too, right?
Oh, 100%.
Jump over the wall, Glacial Prison, Scout would just be gone for. He is a fortunate man.
Kanavi not yet level 6, but active has been JDG on the back end of LNG's early proactivity through Tarzan. Want to see that coming through here, as I'm sure down towards bottom side we'll get a lot more focus as we come through. And that's where I want to talk a little bit more about the way these two compositions have come alive. We've seen a lot of opting into double marksman compositions in this best of 5 so far. The fact that LNG are going for it, Scout on the Tristana, Gala on the Xayah, it'll be important to play through. But speaking of playing through, Tarzan actually getting a little bit of gameplay action going here with the combination of the priority for mid lane. Scout is there, and Kanavi gets responded to.
And just, once again, taking advantage of like small mistakes to where Knight on a reset timing, Rumble's not showing in lane, and he was the one stacking up a wave and having pressure, and they're just very easily able to collapse on Kanavi, so they're keeping it up, and the Tristana is the one getting funneled this gold. Is down in CS in mid lane, so, Knight, potentially going to be almost as strong as you can see, only a 400 gold lead for LNG, but still. Scout happy to pick up these kills.
I thought you were just going to stop at Scout happy. I'm here for that, easy emotions. As, getting Tristana early blood is so good. 2 kills already for the MVP of our summer regular season. And now we get to see Tarzan playing with Kanavi here. And just the early movement from LNG.
I mean, it's not just look at the map state, right? Like, Knight is in base. Zika was the one who actually was on the wave and had control over it. Just very easy. I think Kanavi assuming I'm on the Sejuani, I'm fine. Like, I can get away. I have some mobility to jump over the wall, but ends up biting him at the end. Does have 6 online now. We already talked about some of the potential lane ganks that he can go for with the Glacial Prison, and you could see him angling around topside now. So it seems like they want to try and find LNG on their way up.
This is the combo you were talking about. Flamespitter does go in, Kanavi revealing his face, but trying to lock down Zika here. You still have the Glacial Prison, 369 on his way, but the connection is available from LNG.
It's really nice diligence, so...
That's the charm connecting on Tarzan, means that Knight makes it out alive.
Knight does survive, but nice diligence by Zik up in that top lane to walk and brush with Flamespitter, right? Knows it's not an area he has any information of. But now JDG going to go for this one. If you look at the bottom side of the mini-map, we already have Missing making his way over. So this is probably an objective that it looks like, yep, LNG just going to realize they can't look for the contest, and JDG finally going to find something. You know, they haven't really fallen that far behind in gold because of the CS lead that we're talking about. We were talking about earlier in the mid lane. Now maybe going to be able to try to find a gold advantage.
This Knight answer into the Tristana is actually so huge. 30 CS is a lot to play around, actually. Tarzan making his way up here, trying to play around Kanavi, realizing there was something going out. Kanavi immediately throws up the red flag and runs away.
The second you see the Rumble back off from the wave, you know something's up. You know something's up. You don't see anyone in bot lane, so I think it's fair to assume, hey, either Hung is around here or Hung is around mid. And if Hung is around mid, he could be close to top. So, you know, things like that. You obviously don't know where Tarzan is. He could always be there. So, goodbye Kanavi to back off in the end. But this opens up this small window for Hung to get such deep vision in topside. So now they're going to know Kanavi in his bot side jungle.
Gotta be careful. Missing doesn't have quickness, but the Featherstorm will be used.
Nice job trying to take advantage of that one. Is just going to be an ult for ult at the end of the day. I wonder if they try to bring Kanavi down here at this point and use the Glacial Prison, but it looks like no. With the reset going off, there might still be a small timing by the time Missing gets back to lane, but then you're allowing and you're expecting Hung to be back by then with how long he's been missing.
I think Hung has had actually a pretty good series so far. I know you're wanting him to get MVP the last time around.
Supports just get absolutely stolen all the time.
But his Nautilus has been pretty clutch here. 369 going against Zika. Just that easy trades in the top side. That Dominus did get popped though. And there's the equalizer.
Yeah, but not wanting to risk any potential problems in this lane after Dominus was popped and now being at the health disadvantage. So does utilize that one. We need to point out again that he took the Ignite instead of the Teleport. Luckily, you do have the Scrap Shield, so you get, you know, a bit of movement speed there, and you could get back to lane a little bit faster. But in timings like this, where if 369 can force him out of lane, that could be where you really start denying this Rumblesome farm.
Look at this. The roam from Scout. It will be spotted out, so he'll actually pull off. But just seeing that preemptive move from LNG and the cohesion between the solo laners is oh so important. That does mean, though, JDG get first answer into the Dragon, and it should be that 1-for-1 trade.
And JDG, despite the 2 kills, right, the CS lead being enough to where Knight's already picked up his Everfrost. So a lot more threat in this mid lane if Scout oversteps. Everfrost into Charm. Gonna do quite a bit of damage once he gets that full combo off.
I thought Tarzan might go for it. He does have the Hex Flash, so he could have, gotten the flash out there and tried to steal that one away. Not important enough with the second dragon, but an Ocean Soul on the map might increase the importance of those dragons.
It's kind of funny, right? Because we were building up the story of LNG doing great in the first 2 minutes, which they were, but JDG actually the ones coming out with their items first, actually being the ones to start getting online, keep gold even the whole time. They even still have the Herald. For whenever Kanavi decides to drop that one. I wonder if he's going to try and drop it around top with how much attention he's been putting up there.
We'll end up seeing Zika down here as the control ward should be cleared out. But yeah, needs to be getting that one off here pretty soon. Tarzan looking mid lane though, trying to get the wall bang. He gets it as well. Kanavi trying to save his mid laner, but he can't do it. It's Scout gets his 3rd kill of the game. Step up, King.
Just great job from Tarzan. I mean, gets the knockback, sets up for Scout to get the kill. And Zika, oh no.
He's not going to fall for that
I
one.
love the amount of respect he's been shown this game, right? Flame Spitter in the bridge
Oh,
just walking
no,
all the way around,
oh,
but
no.
It's been
You
ruined,
Jester cursed him. He immediately flashes. Luckily, Tarzan is right there around the corner to help dissuade some of that fear.
You can't expect Kanavi to be here at all times. Maybe he should think back to the game where Kanavi did just sit bot for literally all game, the one game JDG stopped.
A lot of plates over here, though. Oh, Dredgeline going wide, too. 369's taking this fight. This is a 2v3 that JDG are opting into. The dominance, they're on top of the equalizer. Here comes Missing over the top rope. And JDG, they give him the TKO. That's a huge moment of JDG step up and the charm on the back end. All of that lead that LNG had is dust in their fingers.
Once again, the mid-jungle from LNG early on has been gorgeous, but JDG step up when it matters. Not only do they win on the top side, Ruler having a free time in the mid lane. Sure, Gala doing the same thing here, but it just isn't equal. I can't believe we're going this far back because this play in comparison to that top side looks like nothing. It is still a great play. Glacial Prison doesn't connect. You get Scout another kill, but bring us up to the top side. I thought they were doomed. All being on top of the equalizer was looking rough. Sure, health bars were a little bit low, but look, Flame Spitter in your face, equalizer going to be dropped. And 369 having to run away from turret, walks back into it, almost gets burned down, but it's Missing who comes in clutch with the quickness. They were taken low by the amount of damage that 369 was putting out, and then that charm right there connects on Scout. They get another one.
Here's a reason why we talk so highly of these mid laners. Scout before that one, he was 3-0. That's what I was talking about. They had so much strength through this Tristana, but Knight is able to deliver the killing blow against his counterpart, and it's been a back and forth there. Tarzan and Scout looking bot lane now onto Knight in the side lane, but Missing should be able to follow up if anything comes of it.
Mazel's not even a back and forth anymore. Now Knight is a CS lead and kills. Like he just has what Scout has and more. He has the PlayStation 1 and the new PlayStation 2. You know, back in whatever 2001 or 2, whenever that came out, he was the coolest kid around.
He's still pretty darn cool. All right, the golden left hand of JDG now, especially a time of step up, right? I don't feel like we've had the craziest of night series, but if you step up in a game 5 where all other games in the series don't matter, that is what matters. And he has been undefeated on this Ahri. He has been an incredible force, and LNG need to back away from the force that JDG are representing on the bot side.
Yeah, they are, looks like nothing should be able to come out from this one. 369, I was going to point out, is actually soloing Rift Herald. So that is going to be another objective over to JDG. Also, if you're wondering why I used PS1 and 2 as reference, it's because they're the best consoles. But we have a 1v1 between top laners. I don't think 369 should be able to go down. It'll be a gentleman's agreement at the end of the day.
I don't know if it's a gentleman's agreement. He kind of was trying to use a flamethrower to burn a crocodile.
That's what gentlemen do.
Is that what gentlemen do? I don't know about that one. LNG, though, they will take that handshake, potentially taking this Rift Herald. Actually, JDG, they want to actually fight this one. So maybe not a handshake, maybe a couple punches. The reset comes through.
So did a good job of dissuading it from happening. Had a fight actually broken out there, it would have been really awkward. You don't have your big Ahri around, who is an item and a half
Just take
up.
the mid lane turret.
And it's great to see, right? Because we saw Gala highlighting that JDG's best point is their macro, but in our last game, I don't know if you remember the sequence where like LNG took like Dragon, Herald, and like 2 towers all in one fell swoop while JDG were just mucking around the map. It's good to see JDG with some other decision-making bouncing back, and now a 5K gold lead. Tarzan was doing everything early. How has this happened?
He was doing so much, right? And we had lauded his Poppy performance in history, but now in this game, he had been everywhere. That is how Scout was able to find a lot of that early advantage. But now, the team coming to bear, and JDG are stacking yet again another Dragon.
Yeah, so Dragon for JDG. LNG are going to get the Herald, which is good, because they do need an injection of gold being this far down. But we've hit on Knight's CS lead a few times. But now 369 has an impressive CS lead. I believe Kanavi's a few camps up as well. It only leaves Gala being the one who's been picking up, I think, slightly more farm than Ruler. But it feels like that's a bit of a muted point at this stage with where we're at with items. Second item finished for Knight.
And you got the Horizon focus as well.
Yeah.
That Rift Herald instantly popped on the top side. We will actually see Zika caught a little bit inside. I don't think you can go down here. You're just going to lose the turret as well. It will be responded on the other side, potentially, as Scout's moving forward. He's playing so aggressive on this Tristana, and they're going to find missing here. Buster shot's not enough. Oh, my God. That might be the turnaround that JDG needed. Ruler makes his name known. He went from nothing to something, and 2-0, and you get the third there. LNG, only Gala is left, and he's just asking where his team is.
His hands are just in the air. LNG, everyone collapsing around him, losing out on both sides of the map. They don't, like, there was no strong side. JDG committing more members down towards bot. And I mean, top was supposed to be LNG's strong side. They had numbers advantage at first, but they spent so long trying to find that initial engage, it gave enough time for members like Ruler to make their way over. And my God, this one looking a lot like Game 3. When JDG get on red side, JDG know how to play. Just with that blue side, haunting them a little bit. But here, I mean, what can he do, right? Glacial Prison comes out. You then have the following stun that Sejuani provides. You have the W coming out from 369. But it's this that was so good. We have the Charm coming out on Hung, which means that you can't have the hook to follow up initially right when Missing gets CC'd. He's able to escape that flash, and then Ruler here with his own flash in. A bit of time delayed, but with Knight connecting that last Charm onto Scout, you know it's going to mean JDG picking up the fight. So it's so sad when this series has been so back and forth. It's so sad when LNG felt like the better team in 3 of the 5 games. But JDG finding the wins where it matters.
This can't be how it ends, Lyric. This cannot be the end of the series. We have to see LNG put some effort into it, get some shine in it, and find those combos. Again, the double mark speed composition does come online. You do have some strength in that factor, but when JDG are ahead, they stranglehold you, and I mentioned the TKO earlier. They do that really easy.
This doesn't feel as bad as the Game 2 throw in my mind, but it's up there. It's like, you definitely, like, you know LNG is more in the tank. You know LNG has already shown better in the series, and would be a sad way to go. But like you're saying, they aren't down, they aren't out just yet. 6K gold should honestly be something that's incredibly hard to overcome. But like you're saying, they scale very well. They have the poppy that's going to be able to peel for these double marksmen. But JDG have such a good comp at pushing their lead forward. Not only having the art to find the picks, as Ruler might be getting pinched.
He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have anything. Kanavi's going to end up flashing away, though. JDG turned their heads. Equalizer comes out as a defensive measure, but it's Missing going with the quickness. Look at Knight over the edge. That hits onto Scout. It's going forward with the Spirit Rushes, but they're in some trouble. This is such a split fight. 369, he found Gala, and then it's Kanavi who cleans up Scout. Your double marksmen are nothing.
That's Baron.
And the Baron to JDG.
They were trying to pinch JDG. JDG ended up pinching them. They come out on top, and now, I mean, JDG, again, it's not over, but it feels like it, man. Another fight win, now a Baron in the cards. Zika can't even come and, like, try to steal with an equalizer. That one already used. And it's going to be here where Tarzan running forward. You can see them being fine because look at the other members of LNG coming around. But JDG do a great thing of turning right onto Tarzan, realizing they don't need to worry about the flank. And then the fight just gets so separated. Knight doing so much to force Scout away. And then 369 cutting off the retreat path by making his way around and finding that kill. So
I will just say
JDG.
There's something really telling that's starting to come to light here for LNG, and it's just the fact they kind of lose themselves in these fights. That's yet another moment where frontline goes down or frontline overextends, and then literally JDG just come and cut them in half. And it's been like that a lot in this series in these faltering moments for LNG, and JDG will take full advantage of that. That's the reason they're this #2 seed, and they're not there lightly. They have destroyed opponents in the LPL.
And you can see LNG realizing that they can't fight them. That's why they committed 2 members up towards top side to maybe find a potential pick if anyone went to answer the Tristana. 369 is going to get his 1v1 with Scout. Scout has a buster shot.
He's going a little bit deep here now as well, though. 369 not able to get the distance closed there, but they're losing their inhib. And I'm not saying Fate has already decided this one, but we go back to the conversation. LNG have not found success against JDG, and it might look like much of the same here. Scout trying to get away.
I really want to stay on that 1v1. Looks like they're gonna away. Equalizer!
I don't think you can do anything now. LNG, that gas, it's been turned into fire. And JDG, they've been looking ahead. They've been looking at the horizon all along. This team, the MSI champions, they have BLG in their eyes, in their crosshairs, and they want that date with Destiny.
That fight exploded out of nowhere. I didn't expect the engage to come out from Kanavi missing. I didn't expect the equalizer, which was so beautiful. They just have absolutely no damage on the side of LNG to be able to contend. But yeah, I mean, if that fight wasn't showing where we're at, which is almost a 10K gold lead, there's nothing here. But LNG making their way forward. It's the charm that actually sets things off. But there we go, the Sejuani follow-up along with the quickness. Great equalizer, just no real damage to take people down. And then we see JDG just able to keep running forward after TPing 369 in. They aren't going to be able to find any more than the initial kill.
I was about to say, is Tarzan going to die yet again? But they are just holistically focusing on Tarzan every time. He doesn't have the health bar to keep up with it. And as soon as he's gone, you lose a lot of the direction in these fights as well. 369 popping that Dominus, going over to Scout, who just used the rocket jump. I need to be a little bit careful down here. There's an angry Croc.
I want to point out the item disparities. We get this dance again. Well, I love that you point out jungle because it's an item and a half to almost 3 items for Kanavi.
Yep.
Like, really is. Man is living the budget lifestyle. You know, he's buying the packaged ramen noodles every week and not enjoying it. We've all done it. None of us liked it.
He was living lavish early. He was finding advantages, but
he was the
just
breadwinner.
couldn't make it stick. He was the breadwinner. The equalizer used to clear the wave. Kanavi on the side getting poked down pretty heavily. And Super Minion already doing work, and 369 was carving away the entire time. Another wave will crash. Dragon is up, but JDG want to find another inhib potentially.
Yeah, they want to keep going. They know they are strong now. They try to force in no Glacial Prison and no On the Hunt. I think it makes it a little bit harder. Kind of makes it so Missing or 369 have to go for some type of, like, you know, slice and dice or dash in play, lock them down, and open up for Ruler and Knight to go in.
Won't see anything connect here. Dredgeline actually in the end gets onto Kanavi, the depth charge as well, connecting on a 9 369, but you can see LNG just don't have the fight in them. You actually get, oh, the flash from Kanavi. He'll take out a lot of the engage and a lot of the tooth that comes with LNG. LNG are just trying to force something. Gala wants to step up. They are so split. Scout's going in on the other side. You got to have chameleon eyes right now to see what's going on for LNG. It's the inhib, though, the focus right now. 369 Buster shotted, and that should be the resets coming through for Scout. Does he want to keep going? He wants to get Missing, but no, it's Knight and the rest of JDG that decimate LNG, and they've had their eyes on BLG this entire time. There is nothing left for LNG, and it's JDG that have a date with their little brothers in the semifinals, and they come out clutch in a Game 5.
JDG stepping up when it matters. Seriously, though, I got to give all the kudos to LNG because, again, for most of the games, they look so good. Which is some of the clutch moments. I mean, that game, too, was really going to haunt them. But JDG being able to deliver in moments like that, capitalize on the mistakes, and then have some really dominant games, right? That Game 3 victory was an absolute stomp. This game, despite the fact that Tarzan was finding all the early kills, Knight was the one racking up a large CS advantage, and they were making an impact. So like you said, JDG get the coveted rematch with BLG, a matchup that they know very well, to where LNG sent down to the lower bracket. They are not out of playoffs just yet, LNG fans, but they now do have a date with Top Esports. And now it's going to be crazy, man. It's going to be crazy with people like Gala, Scout, Tarzan against like Jackie Love, TN Rookie. Banger matchups in both, you know, sides of the bracket.
Looking a little bit more at LNG, though, before we kind of keep going with the crowning of JDG and that rematch that we'll be getting to, it was really interesting to me the approach they brought in this one, right? They swung very heavily in game number 1, and it looked really good. But then we saw them falter. They went back to some comfort. But Scout all along felt so confident and so clutch. He had said in the interviews prior to the series he wanted to be the guy that brings them to a championship. And in all these moments, that connection between him and Tarzan is going to need to be a little bit clearer. We saw some moments where their team fights were getting pulled apart and they weren't able to find safety for Scout and Gala.
Yeah, I think definitely like things in game to clean up on. Also, funnily enough, I was thinking I didn't like how JDG cooked up in the last draft, right? I was really not a big fan of bringing out the Sivir, especially after seeing the Zeri and the Nico in the previous game, where it's like, okay, these types of things have not been working. Like the Zeri hasn't been working in LPL playoffs, the Sivir hasn't been working in LPL playoffs. Just stop it. But it's actually LNG who I think ended up cooking toward with the Rumble. I feel like we've seen why, they weren't picking it, is that it didn't look super comfortable. So I really like LNG when they're on their comfort picks. LNG on their comfort picks, I mean, they are a sight, you know what I mean? But LNG, when they get away from that, is where they look quite stunted. And maybe some of the individual performances are still there, like how he kept harping on Tarzan in the early game. Like, he was everywhere. He was making so much happen. But it seems like as a team, they don't really know their roles or like how they function in the comp holistically well enough to then translate it into wins. So I still think there's things there for LNG to make a run. But yeah, they're going to need to be able to just kind of tweak some small things, which I think is nice. No big holistic changes you need to make, just little tweaks.
And then I got to talk about JDG, man. They were cooking tonight. They were in the kitchen all night. And yes, this was a dominant victory in game number 5. Game number 4 gave us some question marks. They had Kanavi's first Nico competitively, and being able to kind of bring that one out here in this split at least. It didn't look great. Then you had the Sejuani resurgence in game number 5, where he actually had an incredible combo with Knight, and Knight going back to a classic comfort of his that stays undefeated, Lyric.
Stays undefeated, a champion he knows quite well, brought out in the moment he needed it most. And it's great, right? Because not only do we have them moving up against BLG, and not only do we have Knight on the Ahri, Yagao also pulled that out in crunch time the other day. I guess not game 5, right? It was game 4, but still, it was a do or die like situation for BLG. And now we get Knight going up against Yagao again. The Ping Sheng brawl never dies.
Hey, honestly, I don't ever want it to. It is incredible to watch those two guys go up against each other, and also kind of that split that Knight has had, right? The year that Knight has had, and especially just that coveted trophy in MSI. But this JDG roster, they are carving a road ahead of them, and the tint of it is gold. It is making sure you can cross those T's, dot those I's. And while LNG doesn't have any of those in their name, they definitely crossed them out here.
Look, and I know every team handles it differently, but I'll at least speak from my own experience. Back when I was coaching, and I was coaching a team that we were just winning our region. Back when I was coaching Flamingo in Brazil, best team, #1 team in the regular season. Then we lost the best of 5, and we crumbled. We didn't know how to handle it. It was in our finals. There was no double elim. It's like, I think it's good that JDG, they might not have lost, but I think it's good that JDG have struggled, because like in situations like that, I always think back to, man, if we then had another series to like learn from and show our learnings, would have been so good. So I hope JDG kind of take that same approach, and like knowing Home as a coach, because you see him in the JDG content piece and interviews, he is very like heavy-handed in some situations. I hope JDG learned from this, because so much shakiness in this series, so much shakiness, and they need to not shake this off. They need to learn from these mistakes, or I'll be honest, I heavily favor BLG if we get this version of JDG in that series. I don't care if JDG have always beaten BLG. If you put up yesterday's BLG up against today's JDG, I'll take BLG every single time. So we need JDG to step up. We need the banger 5-game JDG BLG series. We need Coach Home to put them in their place, you know?
Yeah, the reason I'm so excited for this is because then there's that potential, the double rematch in the semis, and then also finals potentially. But I think when you look ahead for both these teams, it is important to think of what they have next and how we've seen them kind of perform. I really, really have appreciated some of the flexibility that JDG have used. They used the Rel in 4 out of the 5 games to be a bit flexible in their draft, and that is a strength when you're still looking at multiple best of 5s ahead of you as well.
Yeah, I mean, flex picks early on in draft are just insane, because it means in round 2, it's like, not only do you not know how to like counter pick appropriately necessarily, but like your bans in round 2 become a little bit more awkward. Just there's a whole like level of things that it does. So despite the fact that like I was excited for, but hated the Nico jungle, it is kind of charming that JDG just really don't care. And they're like, this is like a career deciding best of 5. Let's try it.
We got an extra game to go.
Exactly. You know, and like, worst case, you're losing to the lower bracket. Oh, well, it's a bit charming that JDG seem to have those characteristics.
And I think it's so funny because when you look back at their history, they were a team, when I first came in, they were a team known to go the distance in best of threes because they maybe wanted a little bit of extra practice. I'm not saying we're getting that iteration of JDG yet again, but it's always cool to see some of those lasting trends come through. But it is a team that does not show a lot of weaknesses when they are in a strong position.
I remember you came in during JDG's bad year, 2021. Yep. And that was, I remember that was like the logic we were all hoping for versus, JDG, go the distance for more practice. And then it's like, oh, wait, no. This iteration of JDG just isn't good. But luckily, JDG were smart. They looked around the room at all their rivals, and they saw one rival. Oh, Top Esports, the one that we kept going to 5-game against. Oh, they have some pretty good players. And, we've kind of... I'm still curious if Ruler decides to leave next year. Do they then just pick up Jackie Love and do they start just trying to bring back 2020 to Carson starts to have a great run of form that they bring him in the lineup? I don't know. You don't know what JDG's master plan is.
Well, we got the golden left hand with a golden crown for our game number 5. It is the night for JDG, who claims MVP.
Well deserved. Great Ari performance. The Ari was just so... I mean, again, as a champion, we haven't really been seeing all that much. Seems more niche now, but is confident bringing it out against Tristana. Sure, Tristana might have priority. There might still be some all-in potential, but you still have, the threat of a charm. You still have the threat once Spirit rushes up to look for those all-ins, especially if you're comboing with Kanavi. So I really like to see him take advantage of it. Stays 100% win rate, and again, has kind of gotten himself a ticket to go face his old... I guess not old friend, his current friend, his old teammate. I think people would be surprised when you have two teams that are at the top. They're usually really good friends because you go to internationals together. Yeah. So you're usually on the bus to the arena together. Your waiting rooms are right next to each other. There's just a lot of spent time. So JDG and BLG probably gonna end up knowing each other quite well.
That's why I really
Nightingale already do.
Yeah, I was going to say. That's why I also love the connection of On and Missing. I think it's been really funny and cute to watch them on the sidelines. But anyways, it was Knight who had very, very crucial charms, but just big moments, right? Scout just kept eating these heart-shaped bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, they were just consistently finding key members. I think the clutchest ones were the ones who were just always landing on the Scout. Just didn't seem like Scout was able to dodge out on them. But once again, finding the engage on the Tarzan, being able to close out the game. And then here at the end, I thought JDG were messing around for a little too long. I'm just thinking, all right, we either need to engage or we need to reset and pick up this dragon and actually get the map back in order. But honestly, having faith in their hands, having faith in their ability to find the engage, and having faith in knowing that, guess what? LNG are desperate at that point. So LNG need to try and find an engage on you, and they won out. All thanks tonight.
It's cool we get a little bit of a spattering of MVPs across JDG especially, but I think the fact that we did also get to see, taking a little bit of a walk back, but we got to see, the 369 Gragas MVP as well. We got to see a lot of shades of JDG and a lot of the strength they represent. And it was a series where, when we were coming into it, we're like, what version of JDG do we get? It's been a while since we've seen them. This kind of stuff for me always hangs heavy in my head because a lot of rust can develop in a short time in the LPL, it feels like. But the fact that they were able to bounce back, they were able to wake up after a couple games. We said, I think they were still sleeping at game number 2, but they were able to kind of sleepwalk their way into a victory. It was really cool to see that beast wake up.
Yeah, it really was. And now we get to look at our bracket. Like we said, 4 series so far going the distance. We still have 4 LPL playoff series left. And hell, then we still got regionals after that.
Yep.
So a lot more 5-game bangers to come up tomorrow. If you notice, there will not be a series. No LPL tomorrow. We come back the following day with Top Esports LNG, followed by BLG JDG the next day. So, bit of a break, and then we come at you full swing with the best League of Legends you can watch.
It has been incredible to watch these teams put everything on the line here, but all the 5 games we've seen, right? We've had some actually incredible teams knocked out already as well. When you look at, LNG's last series, the fact they took out Weibo in a 5-gamer. They have played now 10 games in the playoffs, and they're going to have a tough one against Top Esports as well. There's a lot more left to play and a lot more fun to have, and I expect at least 2 or 3 more best of 5s going the distance.
I do too. I do too. These teams, all these teams are just so close at the top end of LPL. I didn't expect JDG and BLG to be as close to the rest as it turns out they are. But when you look at like Weibo, TES, EDG, again, OMG aren't left in regionals, but even if they were, like OMG, like these teams really feels like they can just go the distance with each other, and that's what makes it so exciting. So, yeah, I'm ready. 1 day break, and then we come at you full force. LNG top esports. Man, that's gonna be crazy. Like Scout Tarzan or like rookie Jackie Love. Someone's gonna be out of playoffs.
Oh, I can't. I don't even want it to happen. We have so many good players. Anyways, Lyric, it has been an incredible split. This is our last cast together, so I just want to say it's been an honor to get to cast with you and such a banger series, Game 5. Thank you so much, Lyric. And thank you all for tuning in. It has been another day of the LPL. Again, we have a break tomorrow, but we'll be right back with an elimination best of 5 in our summer playoffs. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
Summer